ABC Sport.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The opposition leader Jess Wilson says healthcare staff should be able to do their jobs safely as she unveils a plan to crack down on violence in hospitals by deploying protective services officers. Under the plan, 70 PSOs would be deployed for a 2-year pilot at 7 major hospitals across Victoria if the opposition wins the November election. The officers would provide an additional security presence at hospitals to respond to serious incidents and escort workers to their vehicles. Ms Wilson says the number of violent incidents in hospitals is unacceptable.
We've seen 24,000 incidents, violent incidents against the person in health services across Victoria over the past 12 months. In recent years are more than doubling. This situation is getting worse in our hospitals.
But Government Minister Anthony Carbine says the opposition doesn't have a plan to invest in healthcare workers.
It's fascinating when our government talks about investment in medical research and our health workforce, that others want to talk about none of those matters. They want to talk about law and order in the health services. They're sort of obsessed about it. We'll always make sure our health workers are protected and safe in their workplace.
A vigil is getting underway for a grocery store owner who died after allegedly being attacked in Melbourne's West. Van Viet Truong tried to stop a group of young people from allegedly stealing clothes at a nearby business in Sunshine last weekend. He died in hospital on Wednesday. The 60-year-old is being remembered as loyal and courageous and part of the fabric of the Sunshine shopping precinct. Brimbank City Council Mayor Virginia Tarkos says the community is devastated.
We were always hoping that there was an opportunity that he will get through. Obviously, we all know each other on this strip. I know this has really hit the traders hard. Everyone is very close-knit. The community is feeling a really deep sense of shock and, I guess, concern and fear.
3 people aged 12 to 14 have each been charged with several affray offences and have been bailed, while a 15-year-old boy charged with manslaughter remains in custody. Green Senator Sarah Hanson-Young has told the government to put its cards on the table and reveal what concessions it's willing to make on its proposed gambling laws. Labor is struggling to secure support for the bill, which proposes a partial ban on gambling ads. The Greens want the government to toughen the bill to include total ban on gambling inducements, including bonus bets and special deals. Senator Hanson-Young has told insiders she's in talks with the Communications Minister.
If the government's now willing to move on some things, well, good. But the devil's going to be in the detail. And what I say to the Prime Minister and to the government is put your cards on the table. Let's see how far you're prepared to go.
The Australian Transport Safety Bureau is investigating an incident at Sydney Airport where a Jetstar plane nearly collided with a Qatar plane. As Nandini Deer reports, the incident comes after days of rostering issues in the control tower.
Jetstar says its crew was following instructions from air traffic control at Sydney Airport this morning after a near miss with a Qatar plane while taxiing on the tarmac. Jetstar says its crew had to brake suddenly to avoid collision. A cabin crew member sustained a wrist injury and was provided with a green whistle to manage the pain. Air Services Australia says it's reviewing the incident and will assist in any investigations. It says departures at Sydney Airport are currently being spaced out as a safety measure.
There are 53 positive cases of bird flu detected in Victoria, with cases found on the outskirts of Melbourne. Eden Hennanen reports.
The state government says in addition to existing known cases of wild birds in Portland and Nelson in the state's southwest, there are now cases in Yambuk, Apollo Bay and Clyde in Melbourne. The Great Australian Pigeon Race in Warrnambool has been suspended as part of the lockdown imposed on privately owned birds. The Department of Energy and Environment says Victoria has invested more than $130 million in biosecurity and has deployed ground teams and aerial surveillance, increased field operations and strengthened its response capability. It's encouraging anyone who sees a sick or dead bird to report it immediately by calling the Emergency Animal Disease Hotline.
To the weather now. There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds in parts of the central East Gippsland, north central, northeast and west and south Gippsland districts. For the state, widespread rain extending across most districts, though tending to scattered showers about eastern Gippsland. The chance of a thunderstorm in the far west in the evening. For Melbourne, cloudy, the very high chance of showers. Damaging winds possible about the ranges in the north. We're heading for a top today of 14 degrees. Tomorrow, rain 14, a shower or two on Tuesday 15. Wednesday, more showers about and 15 degrees again. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
I don't know what I'm going to find here.
Discover a vault filled with all the cases, all the crime.
It's dangerous. You don't trust anyone.
Shetland, The Capture, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Stream now on ABC iView.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Stark tries again. He runs in straight through it.
Grandstand cricket.
12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG.
Hammer driven for 4. Beautiful shot.
And it all begins on Thursday with Australia versus Bangladesh.
Hits it clean over the long off boundary for 6.
Listen to every ball live from the top end. On ABC Listen, just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Lee.
AFL Sunday
on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
The marathon becomes a sprint for finals positions on AFL Sunday for round 22. Adelaide survived the wet and a determined Richmond to stay in touch with the top 4 following a gritty win.
Lost it on the last line of defence. Dangerous ball! Turnover! Intercepted by Zach Taylor, 45 from home. Here is a big moment. Can he pitch one against the grain? A lovely looking drop punt. It's got the journey and it's got the accuracy. And he goes the double cobra. He's pumped. And that may be the sealer for Adelaide.
So it hasn't been Adelaide's best September audition. But tonight they did enough to stay in the mix for the top 4. Richmond gave it their best rocketing chance, but in the end, Adelaide win by 9 points at the Adelaide Oval.
The Swans put on a powerful 9-goal second quarter and a blitz to see off Port Adelaide and the Challengers for their top 2 spot.
That's a lovely kick from Isaac Heaney to the chest of Charlie Curnow. He enjoyed that, Heaney. Curnow for his 5th. Swings it around enough. It flirted with the far post. It just evaded it. Charlie has a haul of 5.
Horn Francis sore in the middle.
He is.
Limping off. Ripped his knee as he stepped off his left foot. No one in sight. Was it a hyperextension?
Yeah, that's not good.
And the siren goes. It was a car crash today for Port Adelaide. Their biggest loss of 2026. And the Swans inflict some serious pain. A 97-point victory over the Power.
Geelong put 48 hours of concussion controversy behind them, pulling on the pain against the Bombers to stay in the fight for the top 6.
Manner, that was straight out of the Gaelic playbook. Off to Close, who spun around and gives it to Ollie Dempsey, who takes the mark 40 out directly in front. Ollie Dempsey comes in, he just stabbed at that one a little, but it sneaks in the left-hand goalpost. He does have 4. Into the forward pocket. Lovely pick up by Redmond. Gave it straight to Ollie Henry, though, who says, thank you very much, puts it on his boot and kicks it straight back over Redmond's head for a goal. Tanner Bruin looking for his first goal of the evening. Right on the siren to put a cherry on top. It comes back and he finishes the job. The final margin, 67 points. A big boost to the Cats' percentage.
And the D's put the competition on notice, still in the fight for a top 4, handing Fremantle their 3rd loss of the season. Are they the 2026 dark horse for the flag?
Johnson veers out, snaps truly. Fremantle lead by 14 points.
Melbourne win it at the coalface to Cozzy, to Fitzgerald. It's to full forward. And he goes down, gives it to Fritsch. The Demons are in front. The lead changes again. For a 9th time.
Off to Sparrow, pokes it to the pocket, out of bounds and off. No, that was out the full. Fritsch has taken it in the pocket. The Demons shore up their spot in the top 6. And if the Dockers get back here, there'll be some Demons to deal with.
Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line. 48 hours dominated about concussion. Should Geelong be penalised? Can Craig Drummond, former Geelong president, now AFL chair, continue in his role? And the best bits from the weekend and your observation from the rounds of footy. Today, the Expansion Cup, GWS and the Gold Coast Suns from Canberra. Collingwood travel west and take on the West Coast Eagles, but a bunch of changes for them. And round one of the AFLW, St Kilda and Carlton. It's a doubleheader for the annual Spuds game. The men to follow from Docklands tonight. Melbourne midfielder Jack Steele will also be our feature guest after their big win over the Dockers at the MCG yesterday. The legendary Cat, three-time premiership player, premiership captain, Cameron Ling. Hello and welcome.
Good afternoon, Clinchy. Good afternoon to everyone out there. Well, we have got a lot to go through, haven't we, Clinchy? Yes. We're going to try and get through as much as we possibly can. I'm glad we're talking with Jack Steele. I'm glad you mentioned that the D's are the dark horse of the competition, because that's where I want to start with my highlight, Clinchy. Because we know the wonderful season they're having, and we know how good Cozzy Pickett and these types of players are. Max Gawn is one of the true greats of the game. But Tom Sparrow and Langford and Sharp and Laurie and Tolstrup and Bowie and all of these players have found another level. And I have to say, it has been a magnificent coaching job from Stephen King. So Melbourne fans who've tuned in and listening to us, just sit back and enjoy a mix of what was the best parts of an incredible win.
Langford! What a leap with springs in his boots.
That's a contender.
Petty's got a tough kick here in the sunshine, right half forward, 48 metres out. It's not tough for him. He does it with ease and he celebrates by rubbing his bald spot. Just a hand on top of the box to celebrate, to let Paddy Boss and the Dockers know all about it. Cozzy's come on the ground, roves it, sends it deep. One-on-one down there. O'Driscoll and Langdon. Sharp coming through. Harry Sharp. Cristiano Ronaldo. Eat your heart out.
You have to have belief to play AFL footy, I reckon. I suppose if we knew we've trained all pre-season, we've played all year, if we play our brand of footy, we can beat anyone. And that's the belief Kingy's driving within us. We play a brutal game of footy. We try and play with a bit of flair, bit of a fast. I suppose previous years we haven't sort of done that, and this year it's changed a bit. And as forwards, we're really reaping the repercussions of that sort of thing. So it's exciting brand, and we hope we can pop out the MCG on a Saturday arvo again, and it'd be great.
Harry, where did you come up with the head rub celebration, and when did you decide to do it?
No, it was just sort of in the moment. It was just a little cheeky dig. No hard feelings or anything like that, but it was all fun and games in the end.
They're a serious footy team, so we came here today wanting to challenge them and test ourselves as much as them. To walk away from a game like that, which felt like a fairly intense game, like a final, really proud of our group. Sometimes those results don't go your way, and my pride in this group wouldn't have wavered at all. It probably would have built belief anyway, but to actually get a scalp above us here, to beat a team like that, we probably shows where we've come as a group from earlier in the year in round two. So, immensely proud is probably the best way for me to describe it. It's a big moment, but more for me, I'm just thrilled that now the players actually, not saying they didn't believe beforehand, but it just builds more belief. The way the game was played here, where grand finals are held against a team that we hold, they're the best team in it, make no mistake about that. I think for us, it was a scalp we needed to take. We needed to, signify to the opposition that, we're here. We're not just, shooting to play a final. We want to make it count. And, we've got as much right as every other team in the competition to have a crack at this.
Victorious Melbourne coach Stephen King there. Possible coach of the year as well, Clinchy, the way that he's going. And before him, Harry Petty, having a chat with the ABC Sport team after the game, just telling us a little bit about that celebration, the rubbing of the head, and having a little bit of fun with Patrick Voss. There was a Langford hanger in there. There was the Petty celebration. There was the Harry Sharp goal. There was just so much to enjoy about Melbourne yesterday.
There's something special about these Stephen King Demons, aren't they? The way in which they play, the freedom at the moment, and they are getting victories, and it does open the possibilities. Could they feature in the top four? Will they keep their chances alive? And their last couple of games, they have Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, so that game against the Power at the Adelaide Oval. 0437 774 774 for your thoughts coming through on the SMS. For me, Lingy, I had a rare Saturday night off last night, so the wife and I were watching the footy on the couch as we often do, and she was trying to take the remote back off me, and I said, there's one reason in which we're watching this game. It was tight, but that wasn't the reason. It was for the efforts of Isaac Rankin, who had 37 disposals, 12 clearances, 791 metres gain. And in the end, whether it was Hugo Hall-Kahan or Matthew Nix, we all agreed by the end he was the difference.
Michael Annie goes inside the forward 50, rows by Isaac Rankin, and if you need something special, listen to the roar for Rankin.
Rankin's so classy, and that's where they're going to need him doing his damage if they're going to win tonight.
Another high kick for Adelaide coming in, and Anand got his hand to it, spoiled forward, and just all class. Isaac Rankin, all class to be able to come through, get through two opponents and be clean in these conditions.
Yeah, he was amazing tonight. I literally saw him in everything. You saw him on the bottom, and then he was up and breaking tackles. He was amazing tonight, and it's a pleasure playing with him.
The difference in the end, you have an Isaac Rankin play the game he did, and it's no surprise because the best players get better in the wet. The guys that are clean, that take the ball one take, he was outstanding. I thought he was the difference in the two sides.
And the more I thought about that comment, Ling, I was sort of like, you know what, that does ring true. Jason Ackermanis in the wet, Gary Ablett in the wet, Jimmy Bartell in the wet. You think about some of the players who've had great moments, that the difference between them does shine in those challenging conditions. And it wasn't a great win for Adelaide. They got the 4 points, a 9-point victory, but it did remind you how important Isaac Rankin is to that side.
Yeah, great shout out. And you're right, it is a great line. The best players get better in the wet. And you're even forgetting the one I rate the best wet weather player ever, and that's Dustin Martin. Yeah. You know, he just one touch and bang goal. And the two, you'd say, best players on the field, Isaac Rankin was clearly the best, but Jordan Dawson wasn't far behind him either with 35 disposals and a goal and got them going in that second quarter. They rose. They looked like they were playing with a bit more of a drier footy than the rest of the players out there, and that often is the case. An important win. The Tigers were brave, really brave, and they've shown obviously last week with the win and then this week. They're finishing this season off, which is a really good sign for Adam Uze and his team, but the Crows just had to find a way, and the class rose at the end.
Our first stop this afternoon is Canberra, where GWS are taking on the Gold Coast Suns. There is a late change there. Sam Closey comes in. He's replacing Sam Collins, so a big change there for the Suns. We will chat with Jack Steele, the Demons midfielder, in a few moments' time, but we'll start with the events of the week, Lingy, and the last 48 hours have been dominated by the story that was broken in the Herald Sun on Thursday around the concussion waiver, which we since learnt that it was signed by Jack Kolodjasny from Geelong, trying to, free the repercussions if he suffered a concussion as to what might take place with the Geelong Football Club. The AFL CEO Andrew Dillon spoke doing the radio rounds yesterday, and with the ABC AFL Saturday team, he was asked about whether the AFL knew.
No, the AFL and people within the AFL legal and insurance and risk team, on the back of the concussion panel, which is convened by the AFL, so this is back in 2023 or 4, spoke to Geelong about, on the back of the panel with the player wanting to come back and play, about making sure that there was an understanding in relation to the risk and making sure that there was an understanding in relation to the consent.
But you didn't know that was in a waiver form?
Didn't know that it was necessarily in a written form, or that there would have this other provision in it.
AFL CEO Andrew Dillon on AFL Saturday yesterday. You can listen back as a podcast. Just search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. How have you viewed the events of the week, Lingy? Everyone's apologised by the end, so whether it was Steve Hocking admitting that Geelong had misstepped, whether it was Craig Drummond, the Geelong president at the time, now the AFL chair, who's apologised in two different statements, and the AFL CEO speaking yesterday. How have you viewed it all?
Yeah, I'm certainly, like a lot of people, I'm disappointed it was a waiver and that sort of form. I think having that informed consent about the risks that this game carries is a really important part of the process once a player has suffered multiple concussions. I'm quite shocked and a little bit surprised that in that process that was taking place after the AFL concussion panel had met with Jake Kolodjasny and come to their conclusion that the Players Association, the AFL and the club weren't in constant contact with what was being agreed to, what sort of informed consent was taking place. And then I would have assumed, I think if things were done right, that any question of a waiver would have been dealt with then and there, and we wouldn't have had this really disappointing situation unfold. Jake Kolodjasny's been good enough to come forward and say it was me who was the player involved, which takes away a lot of the whispers that were going on. So I would imagine the AFL are now going to go through the process of penalising the Cats for what has been clearly a big mistake, and one that I hope isn't widespread anywhere else. There's no other situations where this could possibly be, because you need to be educated, you need to be communicating with your players, but that final step of having a waiver is a step way too far.
Yeah, I thought Luke Ball summed it up pretty well yesterday, to be honest. Concussion is complex, but this issue doesn't seem to be. It seems like there's been a couple of things that have been done incorrectly here, and even Andrew Dillon in his explanation there about whether the AFL knew, the deeper he went, there was a conversation that took place. They just didn't realise there had been a waiver that was put in as part of dealing with that issue, and even he admitted by the end that it didn't take away the obligations that the clubs have as an employer. So, I mean, it does beg the question as to what was the intention if it legally wouldn't have stood up, given there is such a heavy legal background for so many of these key figures at the AFL.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't get all that. And there's been conversations in past years of players who have been ruled out through the AFL concussion panel process, and they've actually had their careers ended by that. Are they allowed to choose to sign a waiver and that? But I think you're almost in that situation. It's there to protect the player from themselves and their desire to keep playing. Because if you'd asked me at 22 or 23 years of age, do I want to just keep playing? I'm like, yeah, of course I would. Of course I would. But that, now with an older set of eyes on it, was that the best thing for me? Well, no, it wouldn't have been. So there's those steps in place so that we are protecting players from their desire to constantly want to get out there and compete, even though it may not be the best thing for them. And sometimes somebody's got to draw the line and say, no, your health is much, much more important.
So do you think we need, Cameron Ling, an independent investigation as to what's taken place?
I mean, yes, maybe. I don't know. As far as an independent, what, you're going to bring in a legal people? I don't know. I don't know. The integrity unit at the AFL is supposed to be almost its own separate body within the AFL. Now, I'm sure our listeners are saying, yeah, but really, is that really the case? I'm not sure who needs to investigate it, Clinchy, but I do know it needs to be investigated, and I do know there needs to be a penalty so that it's really clear that this final step of the waiver can't be something that becomes commonplace.
AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. We'll bring through some of your thoughts in just a few moments' time. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line. But the Demons powered past Fremantle in a thriller yesterday to claim a massive scalp in the battle for their top 6 chances with a 4-point victory. One of the midfielders, Jack Steele, played a key part in it, and he joins you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Jack, thanks so much for your time. What's the emotion been like over the last sort of 12 to 18 hours as you process what you're able to do?
Yeah, hey Matt, thanks for having me. It's been a crazy 24 hours. Obviously, the game yesterday was pretty full on. It was a blockbuster game, and we were able to obviously get the win, which was the exciting part about it. But it was just such a chaotic game to be a part of. The atmosphere at the game was unbelievable. It just felt like a finals-like game. So I suppose it's good practice for us, as we head towards the pointy end of the season. And we've got two games to go, and we've got to, I suppose, win them to really lock in that top 6 and avoid that wild card.
Jack, well done on the win. A fantastic game of football. It was just a brilliant quality spectacle. Off the top, I said the highlight wasn't even necessarily the likes of Max Gawn and Cozzy Pickett, who we know are just superstars and they perform at such a high level. The highlight for me was Tom Sparrow and Harvey Langford and Harry Sharp and Bailey Laurie and these types of players who, us on the outside, are slowly understanding just how incredible they are. Have you seen it? I mean, you would have, up close in the pre-season, thought, hang on, these kids are something next level. You almost didn't know, coming from another club, how good they were.
spot only. Coming over from the Saints in pre-season, I was quite shocked at how hard the boys trained in pre-season, and I suppose when Kingy sort of started coaching us in that early part of the pre-season too, he had to tell a few just to wind it back because the boys were training too hard and going too hard at contests in November. So I knew that most of the group, especially all those young lads that you named, that they want to work hard, and they were so crucial in the game yesterday, just with their ability to work in the late stages of the game and really just run all day, forward and back. I think that's the beauty of our list, and the players that played yesterday were just so honest as a team.
I've loved your season, Jack, and I apologise if I'm going to embarrass you a bit here, but just. I thought the season that you've had has been so incredible for that younger group and where Melbourne were at. How did you approach the season? Coming off captain, multiple All-Australian, just such a star of the Saints, then coming in, probably not with the expectation of you need to be that big a star again, but you've had such a positive impact. How did you narrow that focus down and have the season you're having?
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, it's been a weight off the shoulders to come to a new club without any sort of captaincy role. But just to come in as a senior mid, and obviously we're without Jack Viney so far this season. So to really sort of step into his role and be that senior mid on ground level out there has been fun and enjoyable, and getting to work a little bit closely with the young mids in there too, and not feeling the pressure of having to get 30 touches every week, but just having to play my role and let, the Cozzy Pickett's and the Tom Sparrows of the world really go about their business the way they have been. So it's been fun. It's obviously enjoyable when you win games of footy. So hopefully we can just keep the ball rolling and continue in finals.
You've seen plenty in your career. How far can this team go? Does a win like that yesterday think, hang on, this isn't just a little mini fairy tale. This could be something truly special?
Yeah, it certainly gives the group a lot of belief. I think, beating Freo, who are quite easily, I think, the best team in the competition at the moment, on the G, an important place to win games of footy. So, yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge that what we did yesterday was great, and we certainly are capable as a group. But again, you've got to sort of draw everyone back into there's still a few games to go, and we've got to be quite careful because we haven't really locked in that top 6 spot just yet. So, you got to be as present as possible. But I'm sure once we roll in on Monday, that the King will make sure we're worried about Port in Port this week.
Melbourne midfielder Jack Steele is with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. How tactical was that game yesterday, Jack? When you play the side that's on top of the ladder, we sort of expect there'll be lots of different matchups, and the way you were able to quell the influence of various players for Fremantle have been so dangerous throughout the season. Was there a lot of sort of guidelines as to how Stephen King wanted you to play, or was there that sort of freedom in which you have been so known for in this season?
No, there was surprisingly quite a bit of freedom yesterday, considering Freo are so good and they've had a great season. We were able to play them in round 2 over there, and I think they put 40 points on us in the first quarter. And from then on, we were sort of able to match them. So we knew we were capable against the side, and I think the only real matchup that we had yesterday was Colton Tholstrup to Murphy Reid, and he was able to do that, and I feel like that went a long way to breaking the game open for us, to be honest, because Murphy's such a young and damaging player. I think he did a really good job, Colt. So for us, we just went about our business, and Kingy sort of gave us the keys, wants us to play to our strengths and really express ourselves out there, and I feel like we were able to do that yesterday. It didn't feel like it was a game where anyone had control at any moment. It was obviously a very free-flowing, high-scoring game. So that's the chaos that we sort of want to live in, and that's the chaos that Kingy coaches. So it's great.
And it's your first season at Melbourne, so it's hard to compare what the club would have been like last year before you joined. But you have had different coaches throughout your tenure. So Alan Richardson and Brett Ratton, Ross Lyon. How does Stephen King compare, and how is he different? How has he sort of come in with a new club and been able to have success so quickly?
Oh, he's just a great coach. He's a great person, and I don't really want to compare him to the coaches I've had in the past. But I just feel like he just creates a really great environment at the club throughout the week, and he keeps things very simple for us as players. That's all you want is simplicity. You don't want to be thinking about too much, so he really does break it down for us, and it makes it easy for us on game day. We can just go out there and like I said before, play to our strengths, really express ourselves out there, and I suppose let it rip. So he's been great for the group, and yeah, hopefully, like I said before, we can keep it going.
Jack, just one final one for me as we head towards finals, and clearly the number one aim is top six. Lock that away, and then you get that week off. Does Stephen King or any of the fitness staff start addressing with you guys the plan around if we end up in the wildcard situation, this is what it looks like. If we end up in the top six, this is what it looks like, and we're going to do this. Does that planning happen 2-3 weeks out? I mean, it would behind the scenes, but do you guys get it communicated to you this early?
I haven't heard a thing just yet. There's been no talks about that. I'm sure King's had some thoughts, and he's had some conversations with the high-performance team around that. But at this stage, we're still, in business, I guess. We've still got games to win. And, I think that'll probably be something that'll, take place over the next couple of weeks as the season does go on. Yeah, so we'll see. But, I'm not too sure.
What's it been with the MCG this season, Jack? 10-1.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's been crazy, to be honest. We've won some really close games there, and we obviously had a loss to Geelong, which we thought we could have won that one as well. To win there is awesome. To play there is awesome. It's something that I haven't had the privilege to do in my career a lot. I think I'd played 20 games at the G before this year. Now I've played 11 more. So if I can play there a few more times before my career's done, I'll be pretty happy, I think.
Well, it helps that finals is there, and you might feature in a few home finals the way the team is playing. We were talking just before you came on about the week that has been and the concussion and the waiver for Jake Kolodjasny. Without getting your opinion on the overall side of things, concussion is an issue at the moment in the modern game. How much are you educated about it, and how much is it sort of in the back of your mind that this is one of the real areas of concern for the modern-day players, given it is a contact sport?
Yeah, I suppose the AFL and the PA have been really good at educating the players about, the concussions and the danger of it and all that sort of stuff. So I feel like as my career has gone on, I've certainly learnt more and more about, the dangers of head knocks and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it is a little bit scary. Touch wood, I haven't had too many over the course of my career, but it is something you do think about, especially, in the twilight of my career. I've had some thoughts about it. And everything that's going on at the moment is quite crazy. So, I think everyone's still learning about it as well. So as time goes on, I'm sure we'll know more about it, and we're going to have to adapt as a game as well. Around concussion. So it is a scary thing to think about, but hopefully we'll be okay.
On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Colleen's been in touch. Love your work, Jack. We miss you at the Saints. Melbourne is now my second team. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Jack Steele joining us from the Demons on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport, and a few of the Saints fans still loving the way he goes about it. For Justin Longmuir, the Dockers coach, he was trying to assess where it all went wrong for them.
We could have been a lot better late in game, and we haven't been in that situation much last 12 weeks. So we'll learn a lot out of that.
Is that something you're going to need to practice and rehearse?
Well, we've been practicing those situations, but it's different, right? Like you're away from home, opposition crowd gets into it. The scoreboard's real instead of make believe, and we probably didn't show the composure we needed in those moments. So we'll learn a lot from that. Yeah, we didn't handle some moments. Clearly, I don't know whether that was the ground or the crowd or. We haven't been in that situation for a while, so we'll review it. But we've got no fears here. Come back and try and improve our footy.
Justin Longmuir on the dress rehearsal of playing at the MCG. What should Fremantle fans make of that, Lingy?
They should be not alarmed. They got beaten by a very good team. They're still playing terrific football. As Justin Longmuir said, learn from it was a free-flowing, high-scoring game. The Dockers have been able to win that way, but also win close and low-scoring. So just a lesson for them. I'm not too worried. I still think Fremantle are a terrific team. They are. We're going to talk about it a little bit later on. The Brisbane Lions sent a little message on Friday night that they're still a very, very scary team. But as far as form goes and across the course of the season. They are still the best team in it, Fremantle, so not anything to panic about, lessons to be learnt from it.
Yep, and obviously the backwards and forwards contest, Jai Atmas with 5 goals, Patrick Voss with 4, Luke Jackson in the battle with Max Gawn. If you had to pick, where would you give the points to yesterday?
Oh, you can't ask me that one. Well, you always give it to the winning team, don't you? With Gawney.
That might be a challenge for the All-Australian selectors. They might have to squeeze both of them in, but the Dockers have the Crows and the Blues as their last 2 games of the home and away season. On the SMS, more of your thoughts in just a moment. Steve-O from Bustle in WA. Fair to say Jack Steele has set the agenda with Melbourne pre-season training. Maybe St Kilda can learn some lessons from that. 0437 774 774 for your thoughts on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport.
And the Logie goes to...
Show some love to your favourite ABC programs, presenters and actors by voting for us in the 2026 Logie Awards at tvweeklogies.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Lee. AFL Sunday.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
No, release not the right word. We just had a brief chat as a group. If you play that way and win, maybe it's a good sign that even when we're nowhere near our best, and that was ugly tonight, unfortunately. And yet we still got the job done, so the conditions didn't help second half. I think it was always going to be a bit of a slog, but even early we were just not where we needed to be, so we get short turnaround but there'll be some guys that are challenged out of this one, and we'll learn from that and get better.
A warm welcome to our South Australian audience for the first time. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. That was Crows coach Matthew Nicks after Adelaide survived a scare from the Tigers, coming back from a 13-point deficit and eventually prevailing by 9 points to keep their top 4 hopes alive. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling, he was trying to find the glass half full approach, Ling, even though it was a pretty scrappy game to watch at times.
Yeah, it was an ugly game. The conditions were that. Richmond want it played that way because they know just toe-to-toe they can't go with a team like Adelaide. So Adam Uze's trying to get his team to be in the game and be in the game late and maybe pinch it. And to their credit, they did a bit of that, so uglied it up a little bit. But I think what Matthew Nicks is alluding to there as well, where he said a few players are going to be challenged from this one, they won't like the look of some of the edits where I reckon they left contests early just assuming and probably left a teammate 1v2 or 2v3. And we know, especially in those conditions, an outnumber will more often than not win the ball and be able to surge it forward. And Richmond were able to do that. And it meant Crows oh, beg your pardon, Clinchy. A little choked up on more words there. The Crows players ended up too far forward of the ball and out of the play and aren't able to help. And I reckon that's during the meetings that they have during the week, will be the big focus.
Yep.
And they left it to Isaac Rankin and Jordan Dawson to get the job done. And that's not sustainable. However, you can't be perfect at all times. They got away with one, but they did get away with it. So they win and they move on to next week.
Yeah, I thought exactly the same thing. We obviously haven't spoken about this game, but last week they beat the Bombers by 70-odd points. The concerns when you play the 2 bottom sides is it allows for a little bit of complacency and everyone wants to get their name on the score sheet. You give opportunities to players who have been on the list for a little while, desperate to get their chance, and yet they feel like they need to impress to try and hold their spot in the side. And Adelaide are now 5th on the ladder. They're just 0.2% behind 4th place Brisbane. Melbourne are also on the same amount of points. And we touched on at the start of the program, Isaac Rankin was the star with 37 disposals. But I think they've got some vital players. Kallard Chi kicked 2 goals and he plays an important role. Taylor Walker and Sam Berry were probably a couple of the other best for the Crows. And yet you still have a question about underneath sort of Jordan Dawson, Isaac Rankin, and probably another of those 3 or 4 players we've mentioned. Is their depth good enough to challenge the best 4 or 5 sides?
Yeah, and fair questions. All of those questions you're asking, Clinchy, are really fair ones. But I think they'd be asking themselves that as well as a coaching group, and they would be trying to build certain players. You made a really good point, and one of the worst things that can happen to a team is when players come in and they think, I have to be best on ground in order to show the coach that I deserve to stay in the team. Because then you get maybe 4, 5, up to 8 players running around thinking, I've got to get the ball. I've got to get the ball. I've got to chase a kick. I've got to get 30 touches or I'm not going to hold my spot in the team. And you go completely away from what makes you a good team. You want those players coming in saying, here, I'll be given a role and I can play that role, and it is really supportive of the other players' roles within the team, and we all work as a unit, and then everybody plays well and we all go well. And that's what the coach will want to keep you in the team for. So that subtle mind shift can be really damaging if you get 8 players thinking, I got to be best on ground today to hold my spot in the team. And there was a little bit of that. There was a little bit of we're only playing Richmond, no doubt. Sorry, Richmond fans, I don't mean that to be disrespectful, but it can subtly creep in to your thinking like, oh, we've got them covered. Home deck, it's Richmond, we'll win.
Bigger
no
challenges
worries.
to come.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure I get a few kicks today rather than I'm going to do all of this hard work, selfless, sacrificing myself type play. And it just ends up a game like that where it's ugly and hard. But again, I come back to the point, they found a way to win. And so they come out of it going, phew, we got away with that. All right, let's get back to the better football that we can play.
Yeah, they used to always say it's best you get the lesson and the win at the same time rather than copying the loss and having to learn it in the review. But, yeah, you do wonder what Matthew Nicks and his Crows players do recognise in their week-to-week team meetings, because that would be interesting off the back of playing the bottom 2 sides. For Richmond, well, they kicked 7 goals, 12 and managed more scoring shots than the Crows, but it was some of the ill-disciplined moments that would have Adam Muse most frustrated. There was Dion Prestia, who gave away a 50-metre penalty for verbal abuse. There was Jack Ross, who had a reversal of a free kick. And then Nick Vlauston eventually gave up the shot on goal to Taylor, which proved to be the bridge too far. He was the Richmond coach with his thoughts on their discipline last night.
Really disappointed. Gave ourselves an opportunity to win a game on the road, hostile environment, a really strong footy team, and we let ourselves down. When I say let ourselves down, execution, discipline, the things that we can control. So I couldn't fault our players, our spirit, our grit, our fight. We played the right way, but we've got to be really honest with our performance, and little moments like that in really tough conditions. We didn't either execute well enough or gave away costly free kicks and 50s. So, really disappointing.
Matthew Nicks, the Richmond coach, with his thoughts on last night.
Adam Muse. Matty Nicks is on the winning side, yes. Clinchy. That's okay. It's okay. It was one of those messy nights where you could even get the coaches confused as well. The most disappointing thing for the discipline for Adam Muse was you just named the 3 players, Prestia, Ross and Vlauston.
Yep.
They're the leaders. They're the experienced players. Ross a little bit less so, but the other 2 in particular, you can't have it coming from them. It's not okay when a young player does it, but it's understandable. But when it's your super experienced players in those tight games, that's where coaching, that's when it sends you grey, like poor Mick Malthouse, who I worked with on a Friday night. I look at his grey hair and I think, yeah, that was well-earned grey hair, Mick, dealing with that.
Absolutely. Adam Muse, the Richmond coach. Thank you, Lee. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. No name here. Matthew Nicks can't blame the conditions. Both teams are on the same ground. Also coming through from Steve, I wouldn't underestimate the effect of the returning injured players. Judson Clark, he's kicking over some of the marking targets. The combination with Houghton, Campbell shows Richmond are a team that is growing. That's his thoughts, Steve, on the SMS. Other thoughts coming through. Sally from Perth, Freo's forwards on fire yesterday. I think Alex Pearce was the missing piece yesterday to get the win. I heard you say it. It was a great atmosphere at the game. Only 40,000 there. Fremantle supporters make their own environment. But they didn't fill the ground, the Melbourne fans. Yep, that's a good correction. And Fremantle, just their second game at the MCG for the year. Melbourne have played 11 games there earlier this year. That's on 0437 774 774. Brendan from Hobart says, don't like the Pies' chances today. There's so many injuries that they're going to try and cover. They take on the West Coast Eagles in Perth. Good challenge for the Pies.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pies win, personally, but I take that on board. When you're missing Pendlebury and DeGoey, Lipinski's out as well. I think, of course, Jeremy Howe, who's crucial. I reckon Perryman might be out as well from memory. So I agree. Lots of injuries, but I still think they're a better team than West Coast.
Yep. Judith from Hobart on 0437 774 774. So exciting to watch the fun and dangerous Ds. We are lucky to have Jack Steele. He was our feature interview. If you've just joined us from South Australia, you can catch up as a podcast. Search the best of ABC Sport, and that's where you can find AFL Sunday. Daryl from Northcote asked the question around the waiver about whether the AFL PR has obviously decided upon a strategy trying to deflect with its complex issue. Is that how they're handling it? And other listeners have asked us to try and explain the waiver. So what took place is that, he's publicly identified himself as Jade Kolodjasny. He's admitted that he was fit to return to play as part of the AFL concussion protocol, but the waiver was included as part of the responsibility and risk in which he had given his history with concussion, and part of that would have taken away the responsibility for Geelong. Andrew Dillon, the CEO, yesterday has clarified that waiver wouldn't have been able to stand up in a court of law. It wasn't submitted to the AFL, so other than the paper in which it was written on, it wasn't all that valuable for either, but Steve Hocking has admitted there was a misstep there by Geelong, and the AFL chair, Craig Drummond, was the president of Geelong at the time. So that's some of the, the background to what has taken place over the last 48 hours. Bailey Fritsch is always consistent on the SMS, 0437 774 774. And a few thoughts coming through on the AFLW doubleheader with the Spuds game today. So St Kilda and Carlton to battle in the women and the men. I like the idea, Lingy. It's a good chance for the women to get on Docklands, which is one of the best surfaces going around, and a chance to try and continue to grow the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm lucky enough to be heading up there for television broadcast of the AFLW game. So being a part of that will be fantastic. And then leading into a really important men's game as well. So I love the idea of the double headers, where I think we've got 5 coming up into the early parts of the AFLW season. Great idea. It's a fantastic idea. So I love the AFLW season more and more running at the same time as the men's. It's always been my hope that the AFLW would move towards a more what we call traditional football season. I would much prefer that. Because I think everybody's in footy mode at that stage. So I love the fact that it's we can watch 2 games of footy for the price of 1, surely, this afternoon.
Absolutely. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. There is a call of that AFLW game available on ABC Listen. So our team will be in action this afternoon if you want to follow along the events of Carlton and St Kilda in the AFLW. Yesterday at the SCG, it was Sydney who were able to put on a dominant display in the second quarter. They trailed at quarter time, but 9-2 in the second term was able to open up a sizable gap. And in the end, they ran out comfortable winners over Port Adelaide. Isaac Heaney, the Swans superstar, joined the ABC Sport team after the game and was asked the question, how far are they off their best?
We're not far off, I don't think. I think we're playing some really good, consistent performances the last few weeks. Obviously the damn wall broke a little bit there, which is I guess good, but at the same time you want to be testing yourselves against the best, and we'll go back and we can only do what we can do. So it was pleasing to get it done and have so many people go through different roles and do the basics really well, because that's what holds up in good contested styles of finals footy.
Isaac Heaney with the ABC Sport team. Charlie Curnow booted 5 goals from 11 touches. Chad Warner had 3 goals from his 25 disposals. And Sydney's final score of 26-11-167 was their highest against Port Adelaide, and the 13th time so far this season, Lee. They've kicked over 100 points. The concern was a hyperextension of the knee for Jason Horne-Francis in his milestone game.
No, Hornet's okay. He's all right. He's hyperextended the knee, and it obviously looked a lot worse on TV, and we all got a little bit worried about it, but he's looking okay. So from all the testing, it looks fine.
Apologies for interrupting there, Clinchy. It's good to hear that it's not too bad, but it was a mismatch, let's be honest, and a mismatch only because Port Adelaide have just been decimated by injuries to key players. Jason Horne-Francis, if it's even remotely anything, I almost wouldn't for the rest of the season. I know players want to play and coaches want to put their best teams out there, but no Butters, no Rosie. Georgiades has been banged up. It's been a tough year injury-wise to a team that's in a rebuilding type phase. I thought Josh Carr's done a terrific job to keep them super competitive despite those key players missing. And they were against the Sydney team who was flying. And that second term you mentioned, they just dominated. And it was a complete domination. We spoke about it last week. Errol Goulden being back in that Sydney team just makes a world of difference, because you can maybe try and cover Warner and maybe think about, okay, Heaney, I'll do this. But then Goulden runs around, has 39 touches and kicks a goal. And then that frees Warner back up and he kicks 3 goals. And it's just multiple options. And the questions remain for Sydney. Can they beat the best teams? And can they do it deep into finals? Those questions stay there until they answer them, yes or no, later on in the season. But you can only play who you're playing at the moment, and they just put on a clinic and destroyed a team that has been brave all year, but we're undermanned massively against one of the top teams.
Beck on the SMS from WA 0437 774 774. Thoughts on the 2 young players stepping into the Swan side, Green and Tatoli, looked up for the task. Certainly Isaac Heaney was giving them a shout out as well, with Brodie Grundy missing. Will Green got his opportunity, picked 16 in 2023, and he certainly showed some promising signs, while Tatoli kicked his first goal in his 4th game and finished with 2 goals for the day with his 23 disposals and 7 marks. So good opportunity for these players to step in and try and show they have the depth there if their name is called.
Absolutely, and games under their belt is not just for the depth for this season, it's for their future, and they might play 10 games next year, and then they might play 15 the year after, and by year number 4 or 5, they've got enough games under their belt just to ready to launch into the peak of their career. Not everyone plays 22 games in their first season, and they're Nick Dacos winning B and Fs and that. Some have got a slower build, but they still end up hitting a really great peak. And it is always nice, though, Clinchy, I must admit, when you're a new young player playing and the team's winning by nearly 100 points and the ball's flying around and your team's getting a heap of the footy, it's always nice to just cash in a little bit and get a few touches and feel good about yourself, because you do know occasionally it goes the other way and you run around. Honestly, there's games early on in your career where you run around and put in so much effort, you're so exhausted, and you just end up where the ball isn't. And you just think, I've run 17 Ks in this game, and I reckon I've been everywhere the ball is not, and I've ended up with about 3 touches for the game. So nice of them to get a feel of the leather.
Yep. Some quick thoughts on the game yesterday at Cardinia Park, AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. It was a pretty miserable day for Bombers fans, and in the end the margin certainly showed Geelong were the class above. 67-point winners. They kicked 10 goals to 2 in the first half. The concern for Chris Scott was a knee injury for Graham Myers, which we know he has that partially torn ACL. He was the Geelong coach.
It was fed back to us that he was fine. So I'm told, I haven't heard it verbatim, so it's dangerous to talk about things that you haven't heard. But it was fed back from the medical staff that he had a little incident that he has had before and felt really confident that he was okay. And I think he spoke about it post-game. I'm just saying it. These things sort of happen every now and again, but, nothing that sort of precluded him from playing on or having confidence in his knee. But it's a fair question. And I think this has been the case with him all the way through. If there was enough doubt, we would hold him back. And there just hasn't been any reason to hold him back.
Geelong coach Chris Scott, so they're walking that tightrope sore, but no further injury there for the injury to Graham Myers. It's been a fascinating couple of days for Essendon. The announcement of their coaching candidates, Dean Solomon, is not going to be one of them. It felt like he was taking on the position in a longer term than what most caretaker coaches would have, with the idea that maybe he could turn around some of the challenges the team had seen under Brad Scott, and then effectively I think he found out he wasn't going to get the job in the long term, so removed himself from the process. It's as challenging a position as you can be, where you've got to try and lead a side that has been struggling so much in recent years.
Yeah, and I think we look at Dean Solomon's job with Essendon and Josh Fraser's job with Carlton, and it probably reflects badly on Dean Solomon, but the personnel that he's working with is far, far different. I think we've all said Carlton wasn't playing that bad a football before Josh Fraser took over. They were in games, had leads in games, they just couldn't quite get the win. Essendon were never in games this year, it felt like, apart from their 1 or 2 victories. They were a long way off, and unfortunately that's what he's had to deal with. So I think it's the right thing. Free it up to a really good quality process, really thorough process, and they end up with hopefully for Essendon's sake, the right person. They were just gone yesterday. Geelong did the work early. What do they say? Make sure you shop early.
Yep.
Geelong did that. They took over the game, and it was done and dusted, and it was kind of half dull, I must admit, even being a Geelong fan in the second half, because they didn't power on with it. They just did enough early. Ollie Dempsey was superb again with those 4 goals from the wing, a genuine goal-kicking winger. was absolutely brilliant. Ollie Henry kicks 4 goals, which will be good for his confidence, but they just did enough, the Cats, and almost felt like the queue went in the rack a little bit in that second half.
Yep. The Bombers with 2 wins for the season. Interestingly, calling the VFL yesterday, their VFL side is into the top 10, so they've had 10 wins for the season and saw off Collingwood. But you have the likes of Eliza Sarzis running around in that team, Ben Mackay, so Jake Gresham. It is quite a good side on paper. Dean Solomon was asked about Zach Merritt in the post-game press conference.
Zach has been he's been incredible for me, and it's probably selfish to talk about me, but the last, I don't even know, 9-10 weeks in of me being interim, the support he's given me, he's been incredible. His attitude has not wavered. He's heavily driven to finish the season really well with this group. So I can't speak highly of Zach and what he's given us within the 4 walls. And there might be opinions outside of the footy club, but the man's got a lot of pride in his performance, and again, he showed it again tonight. He's an absolute champion of this football club and always will be.
That's Dean Solomon with his thoughts on Zach Merritt. We shall wait till season's end to see if he puts in that request for a trade and what the Bombers' response might be, given that he is contracted until 2027. Each Sunday, we like to close our program with Cameron Ling and his last word.
Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Blackie, toughest opponent.
Cameron Ling.
Ben Cousins, toughest opponent.
Cameron Ling.
Dane Swan, toughest opponent.
Probably Cameron Ling.
The hardest defender you've ever played on Bucks.
Cameron Ling.
Oh, thanks for that, boys. Nice little pump up. This last word, Clinchy, was something right at the very, very start of our show. You referred to it as the Expansion Cup.
Yes.
GWS Giants taking on the Gold Coast Suns in Canberra. No, that is not what it is called today, Clinchy, I must say. Today, this
What's
game is the battle for the most disappointing team of season 2026. The Suns and the Giants, they are both vying for pure disappointment. I'm sorry. Whoever loses this one has to be classified as the most disappointing team of the season. Essendon, yep, they got lots of things to deal with. Richmond, they're completely rebuilding. West Coast are rebuilding, showing little glimpses. Port Adelaide, they've been brave despite a heap of injuries. North Melbourne on the growth. So don't think of 12th versus 14th as anything too special. I had the Giants inside the top 8. I had the Suns inside the top 8 and maybe starting to vie for something special. The seasons these two teams have had can only be described as disappointing. But the amazing thing is, from a Giants perspective, they can still make the wildcard round and they could possibly play finals. So there is something there hanging for them. I can't believe they're not done and completely finished. So whoever wins this one, you escape being classed as the most disappointing team of season 2026.
There you go. Cameron Ling with an eye forward. Brett Sprigg and Daniel Garb to pick up the commentary. Matthew Primus and Ryan O'Keefe. There is a late change there. Sam Collins is out for the Gold Coast Suns and Sam Closey comes in. So to our commentary team in a few moments' time. The 6th annual edition of the Spuds game. Ling, it's starting with the AFLW season launch between St Kilda and Carlton. In the men's competition, well, this is such a curious game. The Blues have done everything to get back into calculation, and it's a couple of injury concerns for St Kilda, which has you sort of scratching your head. Will Jack Silvani be there with that shoulder injury? Will Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera be there after he left training early? How do you see that playing out?
Well, but I need the answer to both of those questions before I say who's going to win the game, because there's a certain guy who wears number 7 for the Saints who pretty much dictates everything. St Kilda are building form. You only need to look at their percentage now, and it's up to 104.3. It's better than Carlton's. It's better than the Western Bulldogs. It's almost the same as Collingwood's to know that they are playing pretty good football. But it does centre around Naz and his quality and his ball use and everything that he brings to the table. So answer me those and I'll give you a tip. Otherwise, if I don't have those as definitive answers, you know I'll be sticking with the Blues and their unbelievable form of last week. I'm not expecting them to kick 150 points today, but that was brilliant last week and maybe they'll continue on their merry way.
Yeah, Carlton with the most individual goal kickers, 16 in a game, the equal record and their highest score since 2012. So the Blues with the chance to carry on with their momentum. St Kilda with those injury concerns gave Sydney a scare last week, but we shall see who takes that step towards the wild card. And what did you make of Friday night? Brisbane's impressive response against Hawthorn. How much does that change your premiership race?
No, I had Brisbane in the premiership race anyway. I was alarmed by their last week against Carlton, but okay, let's put that down to a one-off because they won 7 in a row, whatever. That was scary. That sent a message to the competition saying, we're still here. We're not going anywhere. Their midfield was just magnificent. Their forward line was dangerous, solid defensively. There's a reason why they've won 2 premierships in a row.
Yep.
And you're still going to have to beat them and really beat them in a knockout final before you think you're going to win this year's premiership.
And when they turn that pressure dial, that can be almost too much for anyone. The question for Chris Fagan is how does he get them to turn it a little bit more often? But he was able to join Lee Matthews with the most games coach for the Brisbane Lions. Coach, Lee, thank you as always. We're out of time. Look forward to chatting to you again next Sunday and enjoy the AFLW.
Thanks, Clinchy. Have a great day.
Cameron Ling joining you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Just a reminder, we're heading off to Carrara, the game between GWS and the Gold Coast Suns. But ABC Listen has you covered for all the action this afternoon. There's the West Coast Eagles taking on Collingwood, the AFLW season opener this afternoon with Lauren Borden, Joel Peterson, Charlo Curtis and Nathan Burke from just after 4:30. And I'll chat to you from Docklands tonight in the men's competition as St Kilda take on the Blues. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Well, take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Throws it, kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The Giants want the wild card, but first they'll have to overcome the wild Canberra weather. 7 degrees and wet in the nation's capital as you find us here for the start of Sunday footy on ABC Sport. With the league's two youngest clubs going head-to-head, we often highlight the different paths they've each trod to this point after a decade and a half. The Gold Coast Suns find themselves at their lowest ebb for quite some time. 10 straight defeats. The Giants, in many ways, have more to play for today, sitting just off the pace for a top 10 finish. But how big are these few weeks in the future direction of that club? Toby Green returns today. How many more times will the Giants fans witness their heart and soul player in the orange and charcoal Guernsey? It's all ahead of us here at a wintry Manuka Oval as we get the day's footy underway. I think the only sun we might see today is one wearing a Gold Coast jumper. My name is Brett Sprigg, and I call the action here alongside Daniel Garb.
The lights are on at 1 o'clock in the nation's capital. That tells you the story. It is cold, it is very cloudy, but there's plenty riding on this game, so we look forward to it with a lot of interest. The Giants need to win to stay alive in this wild card race. And the Suns have got a big chance to end this devastating 10-game losing streak. GWS, an important win last week, but that midfield is still decimated, and that's where Gold Coast's strength lies, of course, amid this horror run they're on. So can they expose the Giants in that area today and finally end this 10-game losing streak that they're on?
A late change for the Gold Coast Suns. So key defender Sam Collins out with a rib injury, replaced in the side by Sam Closey. That makes it 4 changes for the Suns all up, with Zeke Yuland, Jai Farah and Lockie Goulburn replacing Jai Murray, Dylan Patterson and Bo Adensall, all managed. I mentioned the big in for the Giants with captain Toby Green back from his quad strain from a couple of weeks off. Jack Au is the one to make way, and it's also the 100th AFL game for Toby Bedford today. So a milestone for the Greater Western Sydney live wire. You can text us throughout the day, 0437 774 774. Our experts are here, of course. We're stacked with talented analysts here on ABC Sport. Firstly, dual premiership winner and Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe.
Hey, gentlemen. Good to be here. It's probably a different situation, this game. I was thinking at the start of the year, I thought both these teams would be top four teams. So what do I know? You probably can't call me an expert then. So
you had Suns and Giants both in the top 4.
Yeah, I did. I had them in the top 4. That was my bold prediction for the year, that all the Northern State teams would be the top 4. But yeah, look, it's you wouldn't have you wouldn't have seen a 10-game losing streak from the Suns with the talent they've got, and as you mentioned, Garb, that pretty stacked midfield, which I think is going to be critical in these conditions. And I think players like Rowell and that will thrive in this, particularly when you're missing like a Finn Callahan from the Giants.
Alongside you in the analyst chair, a former Port Adelaide captain, a 2-time All-Australian who's made the trip down from southeast Queensland, Matthew Primus. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Not like quite the weather I left this morning in Queensland, but yeah, a really important game. I've seen the Suns live last two times. Really competitive against the Bulldogs. Should have beaten Melbourne, had good opportunities apart from Max Gawn taking the game away from them. And then which Giants team are we going to get? The one that lost Essendon a couple of weeks ago, or the one that beat Brisbane out here?
Yeah, so Kingsley v Hardwick, Oliver v Petrarca. There's a few little things there, but you're in a string of 10 straight defeats though. How do you strip it all back and start to address where things are at for the Gold Coast Suns?
I think, as I said, they've been competitive over the last 2 or 3 weeks, but I reckon they've just forgotten how to win. They've had moments when the game's got away from them, and when you're losing, it becomes a bit of a habit, like winning becomes a habit. So I think it's more like that. As I said, they had a month or 5 weeks where they were really poor defensively, but they've fixed that up. They just haven't been able to get over the line the last couple of weeks, and they'll probably see today as an opportunity.
It has to be a mental thing. They've got the talent. It can't be a physical thing or talent or skill. It has to be mental. Something's not clicking in the club, that the players are getting the best out of themselves, and that's probably that's the conundrum the coaching staff would be faced. Like, what are we doing? How do we change things up? They've probably changed a few different things during the week to get some sort of spark going. So it just has to be a mindset thing, I think.
And now 4 changes too for the side today. Of course, the late change, Sam Collins out. The big picture here for the Giants is they have 2 winnable games. So, of course, the Suns today, West Coast next week, so coast to coast, if you like, for Adam Kingsley's men, and then Adelaide away in round 24. So they'd likely need, look at tonight's game, it's huge. Carlton St Kilda. You'd want Carlton to beat St Kilda if you're the Giants, and then have to also have other results go their way, the Giants as well, to be in that wildcard spot. But of course, look, the wildcard system has detractors. I was one of those, and Ryan O'Keefe, I think you are too. But we come here today, and one team is still alive in the season, so that's helpful. The Giants are ranked first for ground ball footy as well. So in conditions such as these, do you expect that'll be an advantage for them?
I think someone like Oliver's going to thrive in this, and he's been fantastic since he's come to the Giants. He's had a sensational season. We've sort of seen a lot of them play live, so I think he's going to relish in these conditions. And it just gives an opportunity for a lot of these other sort of fringe players or players that are sort of probably thinking of next year. Is my spot, what's my review meeting going to be at the end of the year? Am I still going to be on the list? So I better put my best foot forward every time I step out.
Yeah, I think the way that the Giants move the ball too, we know how at their best how they like to move the ball, and they'll probably try and still continue to play that way. But as I said, the Suns have been really good around stoppages and contested ball the last couple of weeks, so the conditions should suit that also.
Let's get a feel for conditions near that boundary line with Adam Shirley, who is there for us this afternoon. G'day, Adam.
Welcome to a beautiful winter's afternoon in Canberra. You mentioned 7 degrees, now 6.8, and when taking into account the wind chill, 4.5 degrees, which we keep an eye on here in Canberra because that's how it really feels. Greasy surface, obviously. Might be a chance of the rain clearing through the middle of the game, perhaps the way the rain radar's going, but yeah, she's going to be one like a cake of soap, and for those up in and under grunters like Rao, or you'd suspect like Oliver, as the boys said, that's where this game's going to be won and lost.
Thank you, Adam. More from you across the day here. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The Giants will kick to the Cathedral end to start here as we get the day underway here on ABC Sport with Daniel Garb.
Toby Bedford in the middle in game 100, standing next to Noah Anderson. So you'd imagine a run with roll for him as Madden and Moyle leap for the footy in these wet conditions in Canberra. A free kick going Ned Moyle's way to start the game. So the Suns with the first clearance. Kicks it straight into Madden though. It's going to be that kind of day, you dare say, as Noble gathers the football, handballs it forward. Well picked up by the Irishman in Brown. Back to Cornelio, and Rouston just throws it on the boot. Wasn't really assessing his options though. And Ballard is able to mark and spots up Will Powell in the long sleeves on the wing.
He finds Matt Rowell. So Powell to Rowell. They go forward of halfway here, the Gold Coast Suns, deep towards that Monica pool end. Kick was too deep for Ben King. Shark by Ben Long. Left foot kick from the pocket, and he misses the near side. The first score of the game, a behind to the Gold Coast Suns inside the opening 55 seconds on ABC Sport.
I can see that's their forward entry sort of mentality of the day, get in the hot spot.
Bad turnover from Lockie Whitfield. It's been picked off down there by the Suns. And the mark has been taken, I think, by Lockie Goulburn. It is by Goulburn. So he did really well, the youngster, to read that off Whitfield's boot and take the turnover mark inside attacking 50. Lockie Goulburn will have a shot from about 40 metres, slight angle to the left.
It's an uncharacteristic turnover there, Lockie Whitfield. But instead of saying that, his last couple of weeks, his sort of decisions and disposals have been letting him down a bit.
Lockie Goulburn, the Queensland boy. And this is another chance for the Suns in the early stages to put one on the board. Two behinds, Ben Long with the snap. You'd back him to convert, and then Goulburn from 40 out, slight angle, fades it across the face. So the Suns two behinds, Giants yet to score. 2 minutes gone. Sunday footy from the nation's capital on ABC Sport.
And the rain keeps tumbling down as well. Lockie Ash just pumps it beyond defensive 50. Marked by Mac Andrew, intercepting chest mark, taken 4 to the wing. We'll put the Suns back inside the zone here. In fact, he goes back here to find Bodie Hewland on this western side of the ground. And I'll switch across here. Ballard, short kick down the corridor to find Touk Miller, former captain, now vice captain. Goes long in the line here for the Suns. Going up Himmelberg, spoils it away. Out the drop, Rioli fires the hand pass back there for his Suns teammate Rowell. And Rowell with a hurried left foot kick toward the hot spot. King, second bite, reels it in. And he clunks at 20 out directly in front.
What does King need to kick today to catch?
He's 9 behind Charlie Turner.
Yeah. It's not really the conditions, is it, Matt?
Not the perfect
9 goals.
And interesting to keep an eye on him. Dimmer's put him on the bench a fair few times the last couple of weeks. He spends long periods, second and third and fourth quarters over the last couple of weeks. So hopefully it's the scoreboard and spends a bit more time. So we'll be a bit fresh down there today.
2 goals, 2 against the D's last week amid ongoing speculation around his future. Perhaps back in Victoria next year. Ben King, the right foot drop, punt, steers it through. First goal of the game here in Canberra. And the Suns have every score so far. 1-2-8 Gold Coast. The Giants yet to score. 3.5 gone to the opening terms. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Ryan O'Keefe and Matt Primus.
I like how they hung onto the ball a little bit. You want to get deep entries against the Giants because we know that they're a good counter-attack team. But if they do win the ball back, make it that they have to counter-attack from deep in the goal square, or, 10, 20 metres out, which is a lot harder to do. So the Suns found a few uncontested marks, and then Touk Miller pushed it in nice and deep, and King took a terrific mark on the repeat.
Great start by Gold Coast. They are just one loss away from the equal third worst losing streak in their history. And with Brisbane and St Kilda to come, if they don't win today, there's a chance they go through the rest of the season without a victory. It's a big opportunity. They've started in the right fashion, Damien Hardwick's men. 1-2-8. Giants yet to score, and again the Suns emerge from the middle with it. Matt Rowell, the Brownlow medalist, on his left, inside 50. Taylor leads King to the football, spikes it away to centre half back. Gathered by Petrarca, has Rioli next to him. He pokes it inside 50 and is marked by Goulburn. All the Suns in the early stages. Not sure Goulburn will have the distance from here. He'll have to strike it from 55. Rain tumbling down, so he'll just spot it up to the top of the square. King and Walter jostling for it, as is Moyle over the pack through for a behind. Gold Coast 1-3-9. Giants yet to score and yet to go across halfway in the opening 5 minutes.
It's been a territory game. So I mentioned the Giants, number 1 for ground ball gets, also ranked first for scores from forward-half clearance. There's been no forward-half stoppage in their case. Lockie Ash goes beyond defensive 50, marked by Whitfield at centre-half back, and now goes along the outer side, going up and marking Rajewski in the contest with Ballard. Now they're streaking forward in charcoal Guernseys. His kick comes inboard to find Whitfield. Looks at the options inside forward 50 in the Toby Green direction. Mac Andrew unmarked. Intercepts again, this time in the right back pocket. Gold Coast are 1-3-9. Giants yet to score in the opening 5.5 minutes here in Canberra.
Look to be well organised defensively, Gold Coast, in the early stages. As Andrew chips to Boldy Uland at his own defensive goal square. Ethan Reid the target. Made a contest. Ball hits the ground though. Gathered by Madden. Spent it before he had it. Couldn't get the handball away. Goulburn, who's been active early, goes in to win it. Down for the Giants is Jaden Laverde. He hasn't moved. He's in some trouble and play will be stopped here. The Giants want it back. Lockie Ash kicked them inside 50, but there's a physio in the area attending to Jaden Laverde. So play will be stopped and the coaches will use that opportunity to make some interchange options. Briggs and O'Halloran onto the field for the Giants.
I think he caught one in the ribs. He just went down low, but he's lucky to not give a free kick away, taking the legs out. But
got a knee from Ethan Reid around the jaw area. Jaden Laverde, so he'll come to the ground and hopefully he's okay. Lockie Ash will take the free kick and send the Giants inside 50.
Lockie Ash goes short, in fact, to find his Lockie in Whitfield. He pumps it long toward the hot spot. Cadman gets set. Mac Andrew, good spoil from behind. Out of bounds for a throw in at right full forward for GWS.
He's been busy early, Mac Andrew, hasn't he? He's been he's taken a few intercept marks and just floating back there. Very good.
Voice of Ryan O'Keefe here on ABC Sport. First of our 3 games back-to-back today, plus AFLW as well. The season opener, Carlton St Kilda. Scrapping forward here inside 50 for the Giants. String up, brought to ground by Noble. Can't get boot to ball. Mopped up down there by the Suns defence. It comes back towards that Giants attacking 50. Bedford gets there first. Off here to O'Halloran, dispossessed out there. Great work by Goulburn. The Suns bring it off half back. King on the half volley, can't trap it. And now it bounces out there unkindly from Leo Lombard. Giants get there first. It was run down from behind down there. It was Sam Taylor. And come back here for a free kick going his way.
It was a late call, Free, wasn't it?
It was the off-field umpire, yeah.
So 1-3-9 the Suns. Giants are yet to score. Sam Taylor has the free kick here for the Giants, middle of Monica Oval.
The 2-time All-Australian just hands it off to Connor Iden. He'll send the Giants back deep into attack. Briggs with the fly. Ball hits the ground. Well done by Stringer. Got hands to it. Couldn't collect it cleanly. They work it back to Oliver. Zeke Uland was tackled by Oliver as he took possession. Briggs gets down and gathers it. Turns it over to Long. It's scrappy, as you can imagine, in these conditions, but the Giants now putting the Suns under pressure. They do so again through Himmelberg. A kick into the pocket. punched away from that area. Angwin happy to take it out at left half forward for the Giants, who are still yet to score. Gold Coast 1-3-9. We'll have a boundary throw in 9 minutes into the first.
The atmosphere is lacking a little bit on the usual Canberra home games. They usually fill this joint with 12, 13,000 people. The rain certainly kept more than a few away. Back in it comes. Moyle in the contest with Briggs. Briggs run down there by Bailey Humphrey. Ball jars free. Miller breaks a tackle. Hand pass back inboard. Too hot for Lombard. And now dispossessed out there for the Giants was Cornelio. They win the football back though. Away it comes through Joe Fonte. Stringer couldn't get there. O'Halloran. And now gets the hand pass back coming his way at left half forward. Cornelio. Back to Angwin. The left footer on his preferred side, pumps it long inside 50. Fighting across down there was Bodie Yulin. Down to Zeke the Freak, his brother, and he's wrapped up down there by Cal Brown. Stoppage inside 50 at left half forward for GWS, who trail by 1-3-9. That's the Suns, and the Giants are yet to score.
Briggs and Moyle wrestle away. Briggs does well to tap it down. Moyle gathers it though. There's a sweeping hand pass to clear the area. It sits up nicely for Ben Long. Couldn't get purchase on his kick though. It suits Fonte on the wing for the Giants, who can try and send them back into attack. Angwin attacked the contest and was taken high by Long. So another chance for GWS, who started slowly, to go into attack in search of their first goal. Angwin to Ash. He put it on top of Callum Brown's head. Not ideal in this scenario. Stringer's in to help though. Palmed off a couple. They work it into the pocket where Brown has gathered. Tries to soccer it to himself. And we'll have a boundary throw in the left forward pocket.
They're still keen to use the high handball, the Giants. In these conditions, it's just fumbly. It's a territory game. Just keep pumping it in there and get to that front and square. That's the way you sort of got to score in these conditions.
Midway stage of this opening quarter at Manuka Oval in Canberra. Moyle in the ruck there down to Daniel Rioli. And a rebound here again through Humphrey. It goes down the throat there of Lockie Whitfield. So he intercepts middle of Manuka Oval. The Giants can go forward of halfway again. Swings it wide now for Lockie Ash. Options inside the arc here. Ash sends it deep to full forward. They want the jump there of Briggs or Cadman. Comes down here for Grajewski. He roves it. Hand pass off to Thomas. Hand pass knocked down there. Humphrey tries hard. Regathered here by Thomas, who snaps and sails it through. Harvey Thomas with some quick thinking gives the Giants their first. One straight six, the Giants. They trail the Suns, who are 1-3-9. 11 gone in the opening terms. Sunday footy, ABC Sport, your experts, Matt Primus and Ryan O'Keefe.
You're right, the handball game, it's 14 kicks, 17 handballs. It's working for them at the moment, but there are a few more opportunities when they could release a little bit earlier. But what it is allowing them to get lots of numbers in forward 50. They'll be winning the ground ball battle there, and good support with the handball and a beautiful finish on goal.
Got a spiral from Harvey Thomas there.
Off the left foot.
Off the left.
It's one of those games, if you play it in your front half and you set up defensively well behind it, if there's enough pressure, it's just going to be that jack kick out, so you can get repeat entries. But yeah, I think if the Giants just made that kick to handball ratio a bit more and got it in there, they've got enough small, dangerous. And when you look at someone like even Stringer, plays tall, but he's brilliant on the ground and powerful and strong to play more into their strength.
Lovely finish. Harvey Thomas hunted the footy and took his chance. So Giants on the board. Suns up by 3 points, and they've won the free kick in the middle of the ground. It's with Matt Rao. Directs traffic with his left hand. Now gets moving. Doesn't really connect cleanly with the football. Flays out to half forward, right half forward. And there's a free kick there against Ben Long, who attacked that pack late. Going the way of Angwin. Rain continuing to fall here in Canberra. Cold day, lights on, but plenty at stake. Mainly for the Giants in the context of their season, but the Suns desperate to end this losing streak. Rao well tackled by Fonte. Umpire says play on. Fonte does well to emerge from the pack and kick it towards half forward. Off hands, and it's gathered by Zeke Yulin.
He rebounds here. Kick was off target though. Intercepted here. While Laverde is back in the action. Goes towards full forward at the back. Stringer goes up. Couldn't pull down the grab. Zeke Yulin run down by Stringer. Was it high? No. Holding the ball. So Jake Stringer with a forward 50 pressure act will have a free kick here. 25 out directly in front.
That's what you want to see from the package. Just he's quite busy around now. I think you can sense one of those days that he could jag a few. Yeah, so that's great. That's what you want to see from your key forwards and your senior players. Those run-down tackles in conditions like this. One of your goal-scoring opportunities is going to be forward pressure and tackle turnover.
So the Giants have found some momentum here in this first term as we approach the midway stage of it. Jake Stringer, 3 goals, 3 against Port last week on the approach, and he sneaks this through as well. Touched.
He kicked in on the man on the mark.
Yep. So I think the home fans have just realised that the case as well. So they're going to review this just to make sure. But you were all over it, Matt Primus.
Oh yeah, Stringer caught it virtually straight away, and so did the man on the mark. So
they're going to review this just for fun, but it appears like it was touched by the man on the mark.
It's a let off because that should be a simple goal for them, but
that's amateur hour.
Yeah.
He went too close to Zeke Hewland. He got a fingertip on that Red Sharon.
Good on Hewland, though, because he did everything he could to get something on the ball. Quite often we see players
give up,
fail to extend themselves on the mark.
He missed that rebound kicked straight back to him, so he probably felt like he had to owe one.
They find a definitive angle here that's going to actually, because even though the soft calls are behind, they have to find some evidence here that actually suggests there is deviation off the Hewland finger. Otherwise, it's a goal.
Right, even though it's been called a point.
Oh, inconclusive, I suppose. You're right. It's not obvious either way that, the soft call behind. I think I would say get on with it.
Yeah.
Damien Hardwick's just stewing as well. We can see he just sort of...
All the players are set up for a kick in.
Anyway, after all that, umpire's call behind. So inconclusive, but as you say, the on-field call will stand. 1-1-7 the Giants. The Suns are 1-3-9. 15 gone to the opening term. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport.
Giants fans don't like it, but there was no protest from Jake Stringer as the Suns exit defensive 50. Giants set up nicely. Gathered by Madden. Well done, the ruckman. Got it to Ralston, who snapped GWS back into attack. Stringer's there again. Can he make amends on the left? It's another behind. Loves those situations, but couldn't quite find the accuracy. So the Giants keep coming. 1-2-8. Gold Coast 1-3-9. 15 minutes gone in the first term here in Canberra.
The long sleeve wearing Will Powell to kick out here for the Suns. We'll choose the eastern side of the ground. Awaited kick, but not taken down there by Zeke Hewland. Kilio wins it back here for the Giants. The veteran pops it inside 50. Too low for Cal Brown. Off hands and over for a throw-in at left half forward.
Yeah, if the Giants can fix up their clearance work, 7-zip down, if they can fix up that, they're going to give themselves lots more opportunities.
Down to Adam Shirley on the boundary.
In spite of that knee to the back of his head and the side of his head, Jayden Laverde back on the field doesn't look like he needed any HIA tests.
That's a good result. The Giants win it again. Thumping ball from Ash deep into attack. Krzyzewski was pulled off the football. The free kick's actually going against him.
The other umpire's
it's been reversed. The other umpires come in, pointed the other way. Krzyzewski will have a shot from 10 out straight in front.
He faced...
Damien Hardwick's laughing.
He faced him and they both bear hugged each other.
He initiated contact, and I think that fooled the umpire into paying a free.
This is where common sense got to, when you're adjudicating the game. Like, in these sort of conditions, there's going to be a little bit... Just
50-50.
Yeah, you just got to let these things go.
Watching that, if anyone was going to get the free kick, it should have been Krzyzewski, but it probably didn't need to be paid, considering the conditions. Anyway, the young Giant with a chance to put his side in front, and he's done so. 2-2-14 GWS, Gold Coast 1-3-9. Max Krzyzewski with only 2 goals in his last 4 games on the board. That's a confidence booster for him. The 30th goal of his young AFL career.
Yeah, I think he's a good prospect, Max. So there's good raps on him, and he's a good size. So I think he's one of those players that will probably develop and probably in that sort of Stringer mould. He's not a super key forward, but he's good up and down. So
we'll look at next year. If it's no Stringer, no Hogan perhaps as well, you got Cadman, Krzyzewski, the keys in that forward line.
So I think he's a player that'll just keep putting a lot of work and developing. You can see they put Brigg down there too, to help sort of bolster another tall target.
That's a scary laugh from Damien Hardwick. It's just one of those, he's just dead serious, even though his face is laughing. Madden wins it down here in the restart, and Rowell has affected the tackle here. It's a ball up.
It's one of those laughs that suggests the world's against me at the moment.
Oh yeah, it probably does feel that way after 10 straight defeats. Down it comes again, palmed down by Moyle. Hacked out of the air by Whitfield here for the Giants. Riley Hamilton, the Canberra lad, who debuted here back in round 17. Beaten to it, though, by Joel Jeffrey. Goes long inside 50, where it's plucked out of the air by that man in Laverty in the left back pocket. Giants by 5 points. 18 gone to the opening term here at Manuka Oval on ABC Sport.
Really good grab by Laverty. Did well there considering the conditions. What a recruit he's been from the Bombers. Suns win it back on the wing, though. Rao with another touch, throws it on his boot. Laverty again leads his opponent in Farah to the football. And there's a whistle on the play going the way of Ralston. So a couple of important interventions from Laverty, attacking the contest. Ralston wins the free kick for GWS at centre-half back. Another one of the youngsters who's getting a chance in the absence of Tom Green and Finn Callaghan. Late first-round draft pick. Still has plenty to prove. That's a good kick to Cadman. Bounces off Cadman's chest, though. You forgive him in these conditions. And Leo Lombard, one of 20 first-round draft picks on show today, emerges with the footy up to half-forward. Farah traps it between his knees, and the umpire says, "I'll ball that up." Could have let it gone for half a second more because the ball did squeeze out, but he'd already blown his whistle. It's the Giants 2-2-14, Gold Coast 1-3-9, 90 minutes gone in the first term.
Thrown back up in the air in front of the Tom Green fan club marquee. Angwin gets first hands to it. Kick hurriedly into the middle of the ground. Stringer, and now knocked away by Ralston. Off half back. Hand pass comes from Whitfield to Oliver. His kick down the line again, chopped off by Mac Andrew.
He reads the play so well.
Doesn't he? Yeah.
Wasn't the best option, though, for Clayton Oliver as the Suns go forward here from that half-back line. Giants by 5. About to hit time on here in this first term. Daniel Rioli lays off the hand pass here to Noble, bursting by. Goes deep inside forward 50. Winning the sit down there, Walter. Falls to Laverde, though, in defence. Hand pass Dicey. Fonte lays the tackle there on Goulburn, who snaps in the pocket, and Goulburn slots it. Now, Goulburn did well, was in best position, slipped one tackle there, straightened up on the left, and gives the Suns back the lead. 2-3-15, the Giants are 2-2-14. We've just hit time on right now in this opening term. Saturday footy, in fact Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Matt Primus and Ryan O'Keefe.
It's that handball game, it's a turnover. And like the Swans game last night, I think that handball skill is a very poor executed skill in today's football. I think so many players just miss easy handballs, and I think there's more turnover by handball than there is by foot in our game.
Yeah, that one just should have been an easy release and an exit for them, but put him under pressure, and good tackle, great snap from the young fella.
Did well to break that tackle. The conditions probably help. Fonte attacked it with vigour. He just got down low and used his shoulders to break free, and it's been really good in the first term, Lockie Goulburn. 4 disposals. Had a good chance to kick a goal early, didn't take it, and now makes the most of it. Suns back in front by a point, and it's Tuke Miller with the clearance, but he's turned it over. Lockie Whitfield. He's had plenty of it early, taking the mark.
Got a good start, really good start.
Yeah,
after that first kick in, he's been on top of half-back.
His 8th disposal coming up, Lockie Whitfield. Flares it out wide, has his captain Toby Green on the lead. Green couldn't mark it on the second attempt, back in the side after that little injury, and then pokes it forward about 5 metres. Krzyzewski catches the football, but he was tackled, so we'll have a stoppage just forward of the wing for the Giants. That was Toby Green's first touch. 2-week recovery from that quad injury. As Moyle and Madden wrestle away again, and Tuke Miller will see it over the boundary line in front of the benches, and the supporters here in Canberra who are well and truly rugged up. Ponchos are on, hoodies are on, the rain's still tumbling down. They love their footy here, and they've still stepped out despite the conditions.
What do we say? 6.8 degrees, Adam Shirley's last weather reading. So anyway, he's braving those conditions on the boundary for us. Back in it comes. Madden down to Angwin for the Giants. Now Ralston in the chain now to Bedford. The milestone man just pumps it back towards centre half forward. Mac Andrew had the path blocked down there. It's a free kick going his way. Yes, indeed, it will be, as he was held. So Mac Andrew lays off the hand pass here to Jeffrey. Rebound off half back, and this just slides out for what was touched in the end down there by Goulburn. So nice work, means it's going to be a ball in rather than a free kick for the Giants. Lockie Goulburn ensuring that it'll be a neutral ball situation here. So the Suns lead by a point. 15 plays 14. 23 gone here in this opening term. ABC Sport.
Mac Andrew with 5 disposals, but crucially 3 marks. Arguably best on ground in the early stages as Lombard. He's tackled by Bedford in his 100th game, Toby Bedford. of the, it's fair to say, the lower profile of the former Melbourne players on display today. Petrarca and Oliver with all their club champion and all-Australian blazers.
There was acknowledgement in the banner as well.
There was, and there was a big embrace between Oliver and Petrarca before the game. Big hug. But Bedford, of course, played many a season with them at Melbourne.
Here comes here for Lombard. Off here it comes now again. Anderson tumbles it towards half forward. King in the contest with Taylor, and the ball bounces out of bounds for a throw-in. The Giants banner said, a win for Snooze, that's Toby Bedford, would be heaven. Suns lost their last 10, let's make it 11. So, always cheeky work from the Giants banner team. The Suns do lead, though, in these wet conditions here in the capital. Down it comes. Moyle beats Madden, but Ralston first hands at the back of the stoppage. Just tumbles that kick back at the line here for the Giants. Falls out the back. Mac Andrew. He beats Callum Brown to the footy. His kick will end up on the chest of Matt Rao.
Really good kick by Andrew. Been superb in this first term. As has Rao, the Brownlow medalist, sixth kick of this first quarter coming up. Inside 50, big lead by Walter and Moyle. Lombard reads it best. Looked for Humphrey with the handball. Ralston was there first, intervenes. Won it back for the Giants. They move it out to Delana. Plays on quickly to half forward. It needs to sit up nicely for Cadman. And it does. Beats Ballard to it. Has the snap from 40 out. Brought to ground by Brown. Has chance to gather. Doesn't pick it up cleanly. Suns can rebound as a result through Rioli. A chance for holding the ball against Rao. Umpire says play on. Reed just squeezes it out to the pocket. Still under pressure, Gold Coast. Good tackle by Delana on Ballard. He had 8 tackles last week, Joey Delana, and his best performance for the Giants in the win over Port. And that was a strong tackle just to lock it inside attacking 50. Suns by a point. 24 and a half gone in the first term.
Up it goes. Thomas there for the Giants. Quick kick, Oliver into the pocket. Spilled down there by Closey. Mopped up down there by Hamilton, who snaps on goal, and he misses to the near side. Scores level here, so 2-3-15 the Giants and the Suns. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Come on here in this first term at Manuka Oval in Canberra.
It's going to be one of those games of near misses and almost like the Giants had 2 really good opportunities and just couldn't quite finish the work off.
Suns bring it back in. Reads the target, off hands. Ground ball gets going to be important, and Ralston is able to win it for GWS. Bedford gathers it, just handballs it inside 50, looking for territory. Lombard with a clean pick-up. Dangerous kick, though, across his defensive 50. Well done by Fonzie to win the contest. Then knock it in front of himself. Andrews there, spills free. Gathered nicely by Cadman. Back to Thomas. Cornelio works it back to Harvey Thomas and just spots up Ralston across attacking 50. But Ned Moyle read it nicely. Got a hand in, and then at the second attempt took the important defensive mark.
He's too unselfish there, Ralston. He should have had a shot on goal.
The big man Moyle goes wide to find Bodie Hewland. He just drives it long down the line here for the Suns. Contest on the wing. Walter got the better of Laverty. His play starts to wheel forward.
He still looks
he does. Laverty, yeah. Hitting up now Laverty as Walter goes deep inside 50. Ben King has 2 to beat. He missed the entire pack. Crumbed here by Humphrey, who can tumble it through on the angle. No, it's a minus score. And the Suns lead by just that one behind. 2-4-16. The Giants are 2-3-15. And Adam Shirley on the boundary.
Jaden Laverty grasped his ribs before he even got back up from that contest and then struggled to stand the mark, as you probably saw. So it will be interesting to see how long they keep him out there for.
He's manning up on Jed Walter at the moment. He's in some decent form. So that's one to watch for GWS, who exit defensive 50 to left half back. Connor Ryden taps it out in front of himself a couple of times. Ballard comes out to meet it, and that might be kicking in danger. No, in fact, it's against Iden for taking out the legs of Ballard as he went low to attack that football. So Ballard will win the free kick on the wing. Chips it back to Powell. Suns up by a point. Powell's kick is dangerous. Missed the target. Hamilton came in. Ball free now in the middle of the ground. Cornelio's in plenty of space. Has time to gather it. Has a few options with composure. Picks out Delana and he spears one looking for Brown. Bounces in front of him and then has the effort on goal. And that might have gone through. Will Powell had the chance to dive at that and for some reason didn't. And now we'll have an arc review. Umpire's call, I think, is touched. It is at behind. But it was pretty lackadaisical from Will Powell. He left that very, very late, and he's just got a touch in time. I tell you what, Damien Hardwick wouldn't be happy with the intensity of Will Powell there. That was almost a goal that should never have gone the way of the Giants. It'll be a behinds, and scores will be levelled 2-4-16 apiece.
You can sort of see why both these teams are where they are on the ladder. Just their composure going forward. Like that snap by Brown, the snap before then by the Suns, there was players free inside. If they're just a little bit smart and composure, they could have a lot more easier shots on goal.
Well, be 14th today as the Suns work it away from half back. Big pack forms in the wing, and the head of Laverty falls there now for Petrarca. Ricochet's back the other way here, and Petrarca can't get there. Zeke Ewan, hand pass off the deck here now for Joel Jeffrey. Turns it left half back and again kicks towards this members side wing. Long in the contest down there with Fonte, and now Walter. Big Joe Fonte tackle is out of bounds here for a throw-in.
Laverty's just shaking his head towards the bench. He said, I'm not right, but for some reason he's running the other way. Harry Himmelberg says, Jayden, what are you doing? You just said you're not right. Let me come on for you. He's soldiering on.
2-4-16 apiece here late in the first term at Manuka Oval in Canberra. Yannick comes for Matt Rowell. Hurries kick towards half forward, and it'll drop there. Not paid for Goulburn. In fact, the call does come late from Mark. Umpire says fair enough effort in these conditions, and Goulburn has it now. Still 65 from goal at centre half forward. Finds Tuke Miller. Can they break this deadlock at the half-hour mark of this opening quarter? Miller sends it deep inside 50. Walter, big sit. Also in the contest, it comes to Laverty. He can't get to it, though. Off the deck, might have been mopped up down there by the Gold Coast Suns. In fact, Taylor gets there first with the Giants. Hand pass off here. Powell crashing into the contest with Toby Green. Dicey stuff here for the Giants defence as Fonte just tumbles it up from that last line marked by Miller. So Tuke Miller takes the mark, 40 out directly in front, and a chance to give the Suns the lead once more as we approach quarter time.
I don't think that'll be in the game plan. Defensive exits high and straight out the middle of the ground.
The lack of composure again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Back 50.
So Tuke Miller, one of two Suns to reach 200 games. The former skipper lines up the kick. Will connect from 45. It comes back in the very slight breeze, and he makes no mistake. And the Suns do go back ahead, 3-4-22. The Giants are 2-4-16. We've played 31 minutes in this opening term. Down to Adam Shirley on the boundary.
You might have seen Lachlan Goulburn taking that intercept mark and managing to lay it off, which led him eventually to that goal. As soon as he stood up and kicked the ball, he grasped at his lower leg, maybe the ankle region, has hobbled off and gone straight up the race to get assessed.
And eventually sanity has prevailed, and Jayden Laverty has made his way to the interchange bench. Harry Himmelberg on for him. I'm not sure why he stayed on for so long. He can barely move. So he'll be assessed. An important goal for the Suns, 3-4-22. Giants 2-4-16. Tuke Miller with his 9th goal of the season. Hasn't had the best year by his lofty standards.
No, he hasn't. He played a role on Pickett last week, which was okay, yeah, but it hasn't been as dominant midfield or half forward as he has been.
That was an important moment for him. Give the Suns the lead as quarter time approaches. Anderson with the clearance, bouncing ball towards half forward for the Suns, gathered by Whitfield, who's been excellent early on. O'Halloran back to Fonte, but Fonte's handball put Oliver under pressure. Bedford's there to help out and then puts a strong tackle on in his 100th game. A couple of mistakes from Joe Fonte, usually so composed. The turnover led to the Miller goal in defence of 50 a moment ago, and then could have sent the Giants forward, but gave a hospital handball to Oliver.
Not quite Fontainebleau standard. Rowell's kick partly smothered, bounces down there towards the aforementioned Fonte. His kick goes straight back to Matt Rowell. He sends the Suns inside 50, chopped off by Himmelberg. In fact, he overruns the ball here, mopped up by Walter. Off to Petrarca, through traffic. His kick just slides out towards Thomas of the Giants, and now Iden and Rousen just pumps it beyond defensive 50. It's a rebound here for GWS. The first hands to it will be Daniel Rioli. In the driving rain here in Canberra, Rioli's kick just bounces toward that boundary line. It was touched and over for a throw-in. I wonder if Tom Green's in the Tom Green fan club marquee today as a guest appearance. It always sits alongside the old Jack Thingleton scoreboard here at Manuka Oval on that far side of the ground, which is where this stoppage is taking place. Suns by 6 points, and that is quarter time here in the nation's capital. So the Gold Coast Suns kicked the first goal of the game, And it's been a fairly seesawing first term beyond that point, and the visitors do lead by 6 points at this first change. Gold Coast 3-4-22. Greater Western Sydney, the Giants 2-4-16. Goals in that first term for the Suns to Ben King, Lockie Goulburn and Touk Miller. Meanwhile for the Giants, Max Krajewski and Harvey Thomas on the board for the home side here. On ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen, this is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Doral with a hurried left foot kick toward the hot spot. King, second bite, reels it in. And he clunks it 20 out directly in front. The right foot drop, punt, steers it through. First goal of the game here in Canberra. Thomas, hand pass knocked down now. Humphrey tries hard. Regathered here by Thomas, who snaps and sails it through. Harvey Thomas with some quick thinking. Gives the Giants their first.
Krajewski was pulled off the football. The free kick's actually going against him.
Yeah, the umpire's
it's been reversed. The other umpires come in, pointed the other way. Krajewski will have a shot from 10 out straight in front. Ian Hardwick's laughing.
He faced him and they both bear hugged each other.
The young Giant with a chance to put his side in front. And he's done so.
Ball to Laverde though in defence. Hand pass Dicey. Fonte lays the tackle there on Goulburn, who snaps in the pocket, and Goulburn slots it. Now, Goulburn did well, was in best position, slipped one tackle there, straightened up on the left, and gives the Suns back the lead. Touk Miller will connect from 45. It comes back in a very slight breeze, and he makes no mistake.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Underway here at Manuka Oval in Canberra, where the Gold Coast Suns lead the Giants by 6 points at quarter time. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb, Rhino O'Keefe, Matt Primus and Adam Shirley here. Big day of footy coming up. West Coast v Collingwood at Perth Stadium. Then St Kilda versus Carlton at Docklands. Of course, before that, we'll also have the AFLW season opener, which you can hear, by the way, on ABC Listen via the AFL Extra button. And you can hear the St Kilda versus Carlton AFLW season opener happening concurrently with the twilight game, I guess, or the Sunday afternoon game in Perth for West Coast and Collingwood. A couple of things elsewhere. Your texts are welcome. 0437 774 774. Brett in Canberra says, nice day for footy at Manuka, being facetious, and says Canberra needs a stadium with a roof. I don't know if you're getting good bang for your buck for 3 games a year with a new stadium with a roof, and it's a cricket ground as well, so you can't play top level cricket under a roof, can you? Apart from I know Docklands has, but you'd argue that's not top level.
Could be a new purpose built one, Spriggy.
Maybe. I think the Raiders would like a new stadium across town. Yep. I think our tech staff certainly would, and the Brumbies, of course, rectangular stadium. So really curious about how the new cameras the AFL has told us about will go, getting set up at grounds like Manuka and Sydney Showground, where the stand infrastructure isn't really there. No great angles for art currently. How will it help us, Rob? We'll have to wait and see. But I did see Greg Swan pumping up the detail they'll have on these super high-tech cameras. Stewie Dew sacked for lack of wins. Hardwick has a much stronger squad and has had 10 losses in a row. In any danger? Asked Simon from Largs Bay.
I wouldn't have thought so, but under pressure next year, absolutely.
I want to give the great Steve Cornelio a plug. He's a great player and does not get the kudos he deserves, says Jan from Euroa. Here, Jan. He was fantastic last week in the past couple of weeks.
Kicked 3 goals in his last 2 games, 7 disposals in this first term. I think prior to that, people were questioning whether he would get a contract next season and his career would continue, but whether it's here or somewhere else, I think he's shown he's still got a little bit or a fair bit to offer in the AFL.
He's playing a different role, more of the half forward, pressure forward, rather than the midfielder that he had been.
It's just elsewhere, by the way. The Herald Sun and Fox Footy's John Ralph reporting that Geelong will hold an emergency board meeting tomorrow, so Monday, to work through this concussion crisis. A story over the past few days as far as the lack of sanction, then the police explain, and this unfolding situation around Jake Kolodjasny, who of course...
Why do they need they knew what they were doing. Wouldn't the AFL need an emergency meeting to sort out what they're actually going to do about it?
Yeah, the AFL have said, hey, we got this sanction over here, you figure out what you're going to do and come back to us.
The amazing thing is that 48 hours ago, the AFL issued a statement that was basically, there's nothing to see here, let's all move on.
Yep.
And nobody has bought that. Nobody has stood for that. Yep. and fair enough too, and here we are.
We'll see what, if anything, becomes of that meeting tomorrow, but that news coming through a short time ago. In the meantime, the Suns lead the Giants by 6 points here in Canberra. Our experts are Matt Primus and Ryan O'Keefe.
It's a game as we sort of expected. What the Giants need to really fix up is their centre bounces. It's been 6 centre bounces, 6 wins of the Gold Coast. Just watching their setup, they've gone the same setup every time, and it's almost they've left the total. The Suns are setting up a defensive triangle. There's no presence, and they've just dropped it back every time. Rowell, Anderson, the sweeper has been collecting it. They've done the same hit the same way, and the Giants have not changed it at all.
No, they need to fix up the stoppage stuff, because apart from that, they're getting the ball inside 50, but they're losing territory from centre bounce and also around stoppage. And a tale of two distinct styles, isn't it? The Giants are going to continue with the handball, and the Suns want to hang on to the ball and own the ball and get deeper inside 50 entry. So, as we spoke about, a bit of composure, both teams. Giants need to fix up their stoppage work, and the Suns probably need to take a bit more advantage of their tools deep inside 50.
It's going to be just a game of taking your opportunities.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And even though it is wet weather, like, you still need composure, and you can still show some skill, and this
Absolutely.
is where the classy players rise.
The grounds nowadays are great, aren't they? So you can still run and outnumber and use your hands and get the ball in deep inside 50.
Low scoring, just the 5 goals in that opening term here at Manuka Oval as the rain continues to tumble. We'll get to Adam Shirley on the boundary very soon.
The Giants has changed their centre bounce setup, so hopefully this results in a better performance they've been doing.
So up goes Briggs, palms it down here. Rowell tries to get there for the Suns. Briggs follows up and gives away, got a high tackle. In fact, Halloran was taken high, so it's a free kick for GWS. He plays on around Matt Rowell. Deep ball inside 50. Andrew got rid of Aaron Cadman and takes the intercept chest mark.
Yeah, Cadman's just got to compete harder. It's too many times he's just allowed Andrews to go and get the ball, and he's had 3 or 4 uncontested marks straight away.
Well, that's a poor kick, though. Gruszewski should have taken the mark. Just was forced to juggle it and didn't grab it on the second attempt. Not sure he needed to go to ground. Poor kick by Andrews. Should have been penalised, wasn't. They scrap away just inside attacking 50 at left half forward for the Giants, and we'll have a ball up in that area. Do they have to think about a forward tag on Mac Andrew at the moment?
Oh, I think Cadman's just got to realise it's a bit of a wet weather game. He has to compete in the air, not look for ones out the back or uncontested ball.
4 marks for Mac Andrew, all of them important in the early stages, having a big impact on this game, as is Matt Rowell, who tries to burrow away. 9 touches to his name so far, well tackled by Halloran, who I think might be tasked with running with Rowell now. He was standing next to him at that first ball up to start the second term. Quick kick inside 50 by the Giants is marked by Baldy Yuland. And he'll go short to Ballard. Ballard flares it out wide to Mac Andrew and takes another mark. This one a cheap one. The majority have been intercept grabs from the left forward pocket, with the Suns leading by a point. He'll send them up the wing.
He does send it high and long. Petrarca in the contest with Iden was held slightly. Umpire says play on. Rowell swoops through contacts, coughed up here into the path of Zeke Yuland. He turns blind away from Hamilton. In fact, Alana wins it back here for the Giants, and now tumbles a high ball back towards the flank. It'll go off hands. Cadman's still in the contest with Mac Andrew. Now it will be a throw-in in front of the Tom Green fan club marquee at right half forward, and Adam Shirley on the boundary.
Jayden Laverde has reappeared, but sat on the back row of the GWS bench. Just put the jacket on. It looks like he's done for the day.
Okay, that is concerning for Adam Kingsley's man. Thank you, Adam Shirley. Suns lead by 6 points early stages second term.
Might be broken ribs or something of that nature for Jayden Laverde. It's a shame for him. He's had a really good season since moving over from the Bombers, as Cornelio soccers it forward to the edge of the 50. Good tackle on Powell by Toby Green, and he's caught holding the ball. He's got the long sleeves on. That gave a fair bit for Toby Green to grab onto. And the Giants skipper, who's been quiet so far, did so. Has won the free kick, 55 out, right half forward. Suns up by a goal. Toby Green centres it for Briggs, who takes the mark uncontested, and we'll have a shot from 45 out straight in front.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup on the wing. They've got Ethan Reid, who's 202 centimetres, against Harvey Thomas, who's 176. Ethan Reid's pushing back, but he just didn't compete and block up the space then, and didn't have to worry about Thomas because it's going to be an aerial ball. So a good little matchup to watch on the wing, that one.
Lovely kick from Toby Green to find Briggs, who has played most of this game up forward. Nick Madden doing the majority of the ruck work. Can he make the most of it? Kieran Briggs from 45 out. He's pulled it to the left. The Giants are 2-5-17. And the Suns are 3-4-22. Early stages of the second term, down to Adam Shirley on the boundary.
Lachlan Golden doesn't seem to have re-emerged from the rooms yet, still getting that ankle like that. And Toby Bedford has just come off grasping at his lower back in not too much pain in terms of wincing and not touching it, but doesn't look great.
Here goes Cadman back inside 50 here for the Giants. It slides a little wide there of Brzezinski over for a throw-in at right full forward for the Giants.
It's one of those games, you get knocks and bumps and bruises. It's the players don't really play in those sort of conditions much, greasy conditions, so they're not used to a bit of collision.
This is a very expansive, dare I say, ground as far as the lack of roof cover and grandstand. It's very open. I mean to make an expansive or expansion joke in the expansion cup. Here they go, Noble. Couldn't get the footy there for the Suns. Briggs, hand pass out in space, and now we'll come back here for a free kick advantage paid going the way of the Gold Coast. Anderson lays off the hand pass to Lombard bursting by. He's got the man all by himself down there in Jake Rogers. Pops it inside forward 50 and couldn't quite finish it off, Jai Farah. As it was great work from Harry Himmelberg to arrive and affect the spoil. It bounces into the behind post. So a 4:50 stoppage here for the Gold Coast Suns at the Cathedral end. It's they who lead by 5 points. Early stages, second quarter.
They got lucky then. The Giants pressed. Two guys pressed. They left their man and didn't impact the ball carrier. And lucky the kick wasn't on target at the end.
And Farah had plenty of time, but it was a brilliant chase by Harry Himmelberg. His teammates enjoyed that. They scrap away in the left forward pocket for the Suns. Giants still under pressure. Fonte's there. Does well to gather it and clear the area. Noble couldn't take the mark, but he was collected in the back. So he'll win the free kick just outside attacking 50 at left half forward for Gold Coast.
Got a fair haircut, rocking too. Yes.
And he's got
shaved
the
down
sides.
Yeah.
Johnny Noble. Collected in the back by Toby Green. And he's still feeling it. Does a day like today, Ryan O'Keefe, Matty Primus, make you miss playing football, or are you happy you're retired?
Oh, happy to hear, nice and warm, got a jumper on. But it's one of these games, you get knocks and you'll come back and you'll be bruised and shins and corkies and knee in the back and in the glute or something. It's just one of those combative games that you're just going to have to wear the brunt of all the collision.
It's one for the tough guys. Johnny Noble's one of those. He fancies himself from distance here, and then decides to spot it up instead. Ash is there, tries to punch it away, doesn't get good purchase. Now Lombard, handball back to Rao, well smothered by Krzyzewski. The youngster got in front of him. Miller's able to gather for Gold Coast, pokes it into the pocket, and Fonte does well to get across the front of Noah Anderson and take it over the boundary line. So the Giants defending strongly at the moment. Gold Coast putting them under pressure. 6 minutes into the second term, they lead by 5 points. Here's Brett Spriggs, Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
As the rain continues to fall here in Canberra, and toss back in, Moyle outbodied Briggs. Left behind by Reid. Now towed full by the Giants' big man Briggs. Bodie Yulin can't get there. Bursting through Max Krzyzewski, and now it's a pile in from all angles, and the umpire says, give it to me at right half forward for the Gold Coast Suns. 5 points their lead, still no goals in the 7-minute mark of the second quarter. Beautiful. Halloran does well, evades traffic, kicks back in the middle of Manuka Oval in the contest. Brown there with Powell. Powell got to him like a backpack, ran him down from behind. Zeke Yuland off to Noble here for the Suns. Has room to rebound. His kick fled wide. On the bounce down there for Ethan Reid. Manhandled Thomas without the ball. Won't be the Giants' free kick. Thomas got there first on the follow-up anyway. The free kick will come very late for Thomas, who goes back inside to find Whitfield. And the Giants will build patiently towards forward 50.
Whitfield plays on now. Kicks long into attack. Cadman the target. Does well opposed to Andrew. For the first time it feels like in this game, but just couldn't reel in the mark. Good second effort. We'll have a ball up in attacking 50 for the Giants. Down to the boundary again, and Adam Shirley.
Yeah, Dan, they've got Lachlan Goldman warmed up on the bike and restrapped by the looks of it. They're going to give him a run to see if he can loosen up that ankle.
Jaden Laverty out of the game for the Giants. But feels like a rib injury as Moyle spikes it away from that ruck contest. Gathered by Delana. Snaps the Giants back into attack. Cadman and Andrew wrestle again. Off the chest of Briggs. Should have taken that. Rao sockers it away. Gathered by Delana once more. Goes to Banana. Won't quite find the distance. Hits the post in the end. So another behind for the Giants. Now 2-6-18. Gold Coast 3-4-22.
Yeah, it feels like they're all over them, the Giants, doesn't it? They just cannot get it on the scoreboard. They're hanging on grimly. The Suns defending really well, but Giants on top through the middle of the ground.
Suns by 4. Short kick from the kick out Brody Ewan finds Touk Miller. And again, comes back to this western side of Manuka Oval. In the contest, Fonte down there with Ethan Reid. Over his head, it will be Giants ball.
He played a Shepherd against
going to come back here. Fonte still thinks it's his ball.
Ethan Reid's ball.
The umpire's just...
but he interchanged Ethan.
So he's come off Ethan Reid, so it'll be with Leo Lombard.
And that's not a free kick, though. Like, you're allowed to play the ball.
Absolutely.
In front of the benches, and Lombard brings it away here for the Gold Coast Suns. Up towards half, a running start from Walter. Crashes the pack. No mark, though. Now at the drop, Jake Rogers. Humphrey tries to break the Whitfield tackle. And now hurries it away by foot. Miller at half forward, clamouring for it. The Giants will rebound through Connor Ryden. Little bounce down there for Rajewski. Lays off the hand pass to Rowson through the corridor. Rowson bounced for some reason. Goes inside forward 50. And it's going to slide wide here of the contest with Andrew and Cadman out of bounds for another forward 50 stoppage for the Giants. The Suns lead by 4 points. 10 minutes played second term on ABC Sport. Adam Shirley on the boundary.
Slightly farcical moment down here on the Suns bench, Spriggy. 6 off for about 40 seconds when they mucked up their interchange conversion.
Suns by 4 points. I think that's the issue with Harry Rowston. He can win the football, but his skills aren't quite up to it. And he had so many options there, he just didn't back himself to hit one of them.
That's been the play of both teams. It's almost when they could have, like, the Suns had an opportunity, they messed it up too. Yep. You could have actually kept going and had a shot yourself and opened yourself up.
All up inside 50 for the Giants. Anderson does well just to guide it down to his boot and clear the area. Rowston in strongly again. That's his A game, and wins a free kick for his troubles. He's an in and under player. He'll give you plenty in that regard.
That was paid from the umpire miles away too. There's been quite a few of them.
And now it's been reversed again. Second
I
time that's
don't even know what they're doing, or they're not talking to each other.
Well, Harry Rowston's confused.
Everyone's confused.
And Ben Long will take the free kick just behind the wing now for Gold Coast. Contact below the knees is the call.
Ben Long just drives it long from left half back. Pack forms on the outer side. Walter up in front with Himmelberg. At the drop, Lockie Ash for the Giants. Fires the hand pass through traffic. Oliver wrapped up by Zeke Euland. And now Himmelberg's pass on the bounce there for Delana. Just tumbles it down towards half forward. Almost marked down there by the defender in Bodie Euland. Trapped here by Jake Stringer. Balks around McAndrew. Kick responded though by Bodie Euland. Bounces inside forward 50. Hot footy here. Bursting through again here for the Giants. Rowson. Hand pass off now to Callum Brown off target. Out of bounds on the full. So again, the build-up was there for the Giants, but not the finish.
And they could rue this, Spriggy. When you have your dominance, you don't take it. Normally, the opposition go down and score on you quickly.
Suns still lead by 4 points. 11.5 gone in the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Inside 50 is 21-12 in favour of GWS, and they go inside 50 again. Iden spiked it in there via hands. Rioli, though, to Zeke Euland. They can clear the area and maybe catch the Giants on the break now. Handball over the top by Walter to King. Will it sit up for him? 55 out. Has Touk Miller in support. Miller has time and space and finishes. That's what happens. You don't punish and you get punished. Touk has 2 on the board for the Suns, and their lead is out to 10 points. And that was some skillful footy in the wet.
Yeah, well, just winning a couple of contests, and then Touk Miller, that's him at his best. He gets up as a half forward, gets involved in clearances, and then beats his opponent back and ends up running in and kicking one from 20 out. But yeah, there's the opportunity. The Giants probably 3 or 4 easy inside 50s and messed them up, and the Suns go down for 1 and kick a goal.
That's what you just hate, don't you? You've worked so hard and you just haven't been able to hurt them on the scoreboard, and it just goes back where the Suns haven't looked like getting anywhere near the ball, and they just have one play forward, and Gallagher, that's just really demoralising when you work so hard for it. But yeah, the Giants they're a little bit uncertain, but it probably stems off the back of the Cadman-Andrews matchup. Cadman's just not physical enough. He's not aggressive enough. If he wants to be a key forward, he's really got to crash and throw around and put a lot of body. Andrews is not a big, strong player. He's an athletic jumper. So Cadman's got to sort of bring it back and play a more physical game.
Ryan O'Keefe and Matt Primus, your experts here on ABC Sport. Clearance Noah Anderson. Kick goes nowhere. Delana through the air. Got a push. Free kick Giants. Lays off a hand pass quickly here for Lockie Ash, who was caught flat-footed by Touk Miller. Giants win it back here. Overrun, though, by Goulburn. Mopped up by Angwin of the Giants. And now Ash can't get away from the Goulburn tackle. The ball does come free. The umpire will say it's going to come back. Again, one's pointing one way, one's pointing the other. It's going to be it's going to be the Gold Coast Suns and Goulburn. So that tackle is rewarded on Lockie Ash. At left half forward here for the Gold Coast Suns. 10 points their lead. The youngster Goulburn drives them along to the hot spot now. It's came off the fingertips of Connor Iden, and now Himmelberg wraps up the man down there in Walter, and the umpire says give it to me for a ball up. Deep inside attacking 50 for the Gold Coast Suns, who lead by 10 points. 14 goal in second quarter, ABC Sport.
Moyle wins the tap, looks for Anderson. Giants gather it. Thomas with a short handball to Iden, doesn't clear the area though, so they're still under pressure. Angwin tries to knock it away. Powell wins it importantly. With clean hands, found Lombard. Handball over the top. Goulburn with the snap from the pocket. It's across the face and misses everything. A little bit cleaner in the wet at the moment, Gold Coast as well. Up by 10 points. It'll be a free kick to the Giants in the left back pocket.
And bringing really good pressure. They are harassing the Giants with their handball the last 5 or 6 minutes, and that's giving them some good looks inside 50.
Taylor wins the footy on here for Lockie Ash. And again, excess defensive 50 with a long kick to the outer side. Powell in the contest with Brown. Loose man Zeke Hewland. Notices the kick back down towards that area on the far side, but Goulburn watches it go out of bounds for a must have been touched for a throw-in. There's a few brave souls in those eastern side grandstands. Open top, no roof, ponchos on. 6 degrees here in the capital this Sunday afternoon. Delana for the Giants. Slaps it back here for Rouston. Kicks for distance down the outer side. Through the hands of McAndrew this time. Closey there mops it up and he runs straight into the Callum Brown tackle. And will ball up at right half forward for GWS, who trail by 10 points here. 15 goal in second term. Sunday footy, ABC Sport. Here's Daniel Garb.
Rao with 13 disposals, 4 tackles, 3 score involvements. They go inside 50, the Giants. McAndrew does well defensively again to ensure that ball goes over the boundary line in the right forward pocket for the Giants, who could do with the next one. It's only 10 points, but it's going to be a low-scoring game. 16 minutes gone in the second term. It's a grueling day for the Rucks. Madden and Moyle wrestle again. Anderson can't take it cleanly, and we'll have another ball up inside 54, GWS. 13 touches for Harry Rouston, 11 for Whitfield, 13 for Rowell, and 10 for Leo Lombard, who's having an influence, the youngster. There's Madden, couldn't get rid of it. Petrarca does, clears the area. Ben King with a fly over the back of Himmelberg. That was unrealistic, so Himmelberg will take the free kick on the wing. He's been good, Lombard, in the news recently for telling Petrarca where to go.
Actually, he gives him good energy around the half-forward line, good pressure.
Himmelberg to Iden. He puts the Giants back inside attacking 50. And leaping up Stringer in the 2-on-1. Falls to Grajewski, breaks one tackle. Hand pass off to Madden. Now Canelio tries to trap it as well. Grajewski tries again. And Zeke Hewland. He extracts the football. Kick goes nowhere. Mopped up, though, by Briggs. Off to Delana. Snaps the Giants back inside 50. It'll bounce wide of Hamilton. Thomas there as well. Lombard first to it now for the Gold Coast Suns. Hand pass picked up by Riley Hamilton. Wrapped up with the Andrew tackle. And we'll ball up again. Deep in attack here for the GWS Giants. At the pool end of Manuka Oval. They trail by 10 points at the hands of the Gold Coast Suns. Umpire wastes no time. Lombard gets there first. Tumbles it back beyond defensive 50. Now Long off here for Anderson. Walter and Lombard still running off halfback. Shares a hand pass with Petrarca. They're surging forward now. Ben King marks on the members' side wing. Lays it back off here to Petrarca by hand. And now goes inside 50 and finds the chest of Goulburn. Nice passage, Gold Coast. And Lockie Goulburn takes the chest mark. 35 out on an angle better than 45 degrees.
Well, the Suns are showing they've got a bit more speed. And say once the ball gets out, they've got some really fast runners that can get through and break through the lines, and the Giants just looking a little bit slow at the moment.
It's a bit of their own medicine, isn't it? That's a little bit how the Giants like to move the ball, but the Suns have been really good their last 2 inside 50s.
Lockie Goulburn, the academy lad out of Burleigh via Broadbeach. This is his 10th career game and his first since round 14. Already has 1 goal this afternoon as the Suns look to extend their lead. He comes in and hits the post. So minus score, Gold Coast 4-5-29. The Giants are 2-6-18. We've played 18 minutes in the second term into Adam Shirley on the boundary.
In spite of spending a good 10 minutes or so trying to get that lower back for Toby Bedford loosened up, the GWS forward midfielder is really struggling to get that flexibility back. Not sure how long he'll be on the bench for, but it's not looking optimistic.
A shame for Toby Bedford in his 100th game. Suns go back inside 50. Gathered by Bailey Humphrey, does well to find some space, sends it to the top of the square. Walter brings it to ground. Lombard's there again, putting pressure on. Well done by Delana. Moved it back to Fonzie. Himmelberg needs to hit a target in the pocket and does to Thomas. Now they can play on. Little handball from Thomas to Whitfield. He sends it up the wing. Krzyzewski the target, punched away from him by Bodie Yuland. Yuland wins it back. Off hands, it goes the way of Krzyzewski, and then Powell went in the back of Callum Brown. That should have been a free kick. Giants win it anyway. Canelio sends it forward. Miller's under pressure, does well to handball it to Rioli, and he can chisel one into the chest of his teammate. Doesn't take the mark in Humphrey. Ash can gather, and he's got Rowson in the middle of the ground.
Plays off the hand pass, quickly here, back to Canelio. High kick inside forward 50. Green puts himself under it. Jeffrey makes the contest. Lombard gets there here for these Suns. Or Delana back to his skipper, Toby Green. Straightens up from 45. And it's a captain's goal, if there ever was one. Toby Green delivers. The Giants, just their third goal of the game. Margin back to 5 points here. The Suns are 4-5-29. And the Giants are 3-6-24. We're about to hit time on here in this second term. Sunday Footy, ABC Sport, your experts, Ryan O'Keefe and Matt Primus.
Oh, lucky to get away with that. That kick from Colonigo, that was a bit of waxing on my mate, I reckon. That was the worst decision I've seen today. That was a horrible kick to Toby. Like, go deep or go to Cadman, your forward ahead of the ball. Put this balloon ball to Toby Green. That just looked like a couple of older players waxing with each other.
It did. Amazing, though, when it gets a bit of class finally to Toby Green, somebody who can finish. That Delaney, he's had a good little game. That was an important little hand he got in there to beat a 2v1 and give the ball to his skipper.
Did really well. He's up to 10 disposals. They've persisted with him. He's a Western Sydney boy. They'd love to see him in the team. Everything you hear is really positive around him. Perhaps hasn't shown it at AFL level. But last week was his best game, and he's managed to back that up with a really strong performance so far. Suns lead by 5 points. Canelio, another player in form, does well to win it on the wing, goes back to Whitfield. Now the Giants into attack, off hands. Hamilton's there, taps it to himself. Can he gather it? Good defensive effort by Rioli to put a tackle on. And then off the hands of Stringer, it's out for a boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Giants, who are pushing hard now as we get close to half-time.
Yeah, better by Cadman too. He competed in the air, brought the ball to ground and gave him a look.
Suns by 5 points here. 22 gone in the second term. Back in it comes. Madden snatched it out of the ruck. Dispossessed, though, somehow by Matt Rowell, who can send that kick back towards half-back now for the Gold Coast Suns. Intercepted now by the Giants. O'Halloran combines with Angwin. Up goes the kick. Very high ball again. Krzyzewski parked himself under it. Oliver almost meets Goulburn front on. The ball was left behind. Bodie Yuland had over it now for the Suns. Does it come clear? Rowell tries again. Hand pass straight to Nick Madden. Goes back now here for Rowson. Can he control the ball up against the boundary line? No. It's over for a throw-in in front of the old Jack Fingleton scoreboard here at right half forward for the Giants, who trail by 5 points. 22 and a half gone here in still the rain. It's softened a little bit, but it's still coming down in this very cool Canberra afternoon. Umpire tosses it back in. Reid from behind on Madden. Reid tries again. Hand pass off now to Humphrey. He tries to slip one tackle. Now he's brought down by Canelio. And that was great stuff by the Giants veteran. Ball up here at half forward for GWS.
Suns up by 5 points. It's a cold, cloudy, drizzly day in Canberra. It's one for the purists. Toby Green relishes these conditions, wins the hard ball, sends the Giants deeper into attack, gathered by Stringer. Managed to get the ball free, but the Suns defence can send it away from that area. Rioli to Anderson, up to the wing. Again, they'll fall on it. Farah ensures it spills free. Only as far as Ash, back to Himmelberg. Giants back inside 50. Nice contest by Krzyzewski. It'll sit up, though, for the Suns and Jeffrey. He bananas it up to the wing. Repeat entries inside 50 coming though for GWS. Through the big ruckman in Nick Madden. Tumbling ball. Cadman and Andrew has been a really good battle. It bounces in front of them and then over the boundary line. So Gold Coast 4-5-29, GWS 3-6-24, and the Giants fans here in Canberra starting to get behind their team as they put some pressure on. 23.5 minutes gone in the second term.
Well, they've had most of this play. They've locked it in, plenty of repeat entries, so surely the dam wall's going to break sooner or later.
Cross back in, Madden and Reid in the contest. Stringer hovering for it here as Oliver is wrapped up ball and all. That 20 out from goal. Seeing some pre-game vision of Matt Rowell and his sort of famous routine. Well, I don't know if he was eating it, but he had the bare feet on the Canberra turf. This was, from memory, one of the boggier grounds back in the day, wasn't it, Matt, when you were playing? As big cricket pitch in the middle, of course. Looks okay these days. Extracted here by Jeffrey, shares it with Reid. His kick was smothered. Still inside 50 here for the Giants. Now picked up by Touk Miller. His handball was too hot for Zeke Yuland. Thomas gets there for the Giants. Off here now for Cadman, and he flares it wide. Sliding through, Grajewski slips the tackle of Bodie Yuland, keeps the footy live. High spiralling ball towards half forward. Up first was Ben Long. Rowell brought down the Madden tackle, and the umpire says, give it to me. So it stays inside 50 here for the Giants at their attacking end. It's the Suns who lead by 5 points. 24.5 gone in the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Tough day for the key forwards. Grajewski, though, competing really well for the Giants. And that's a good tackle by Toby Green on Zeke Yuland. Big shout for holding the ball. Not paid. They're still under pressure, though, Gold Coast. Rioli eventually clears the area with a nice effort. Walter does well to bring it to ground. But again, the Giants win it back in a crucial area. Oliver taken high. He'll win the free kick. So this ground ball get dominance that the Giants have had in recent weeks, now coming to the fore.
I don't know how that was not holding the ball. But Toby, it was a beautiful tackle. He just went to kick it, clear chance to dispose of the ball. Lucky bit of a lottery out there, isn't it?
Lucky break for Zeke Yuland and the Suns as Oliver, after winning that free kick for a high tackle, sends them deep into attack once more. Plenty of repeat inside 50s for the Giants, but they can't quite capitalise on it. Gold Coast still with a 5-point lead. Now we'll have another ball up in attack for the Giants.
And these are the normal times when you have lots of stoppages. Somebody gives a silly free kick away. Both teams got to try and maintain their discipline.
Some texts at half-time as well. 0437 774 774. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. O'Halloran from the stoppage receives it, snaps quickly from 40 out, right to the line. Knocked through by Bodie Yuland for a minor score. 4-point ball game here as we approach half-time. The Gold Coast are 4-5-29. The Giants 3-7-25.
Toby Bedford still on the bench getting treatment in his 100th game. That's a blow for the Giants. He's been handy for them in the absence of Finn Callaghan and Tom Green, of course, around the ball, especially with his tackling prowess. So this Giants midfield brigade decimated further at the moment. The Suns go short to Noble in the pocket. He finds Will Powell. Goes laterally to McAndrew. Another mark for Andrew. His 6th of the game. Doesn't have too many options on. So a high ball up to the wing. Cadman does really nicely. Brings it to ground. Canelio kept it out in front of himself. Allowed Thomas to pick it up. He couldn't gather it though. Jeffrey goes backwards to Closey. And now off the hands of Ethan Reid. We'll have a boundary throw in front of the Suns bench where Christian Petrarca enters the fray for Touk Miller. He's kicked 2 goals today for the Suns, 2 of their 4. He's been really good. And he'll now have a rest.
27 minutes played in this second quarter. And back in it comes. Briggs in front of Moyle. And into the path of Hamilton, who's brought down in the tackle. The umpire will ball it up. Riley Hamilton, the Canberra lad, who, as I said, debuted here in round 17. So he did his knee before he was drafted in the rookie draft 2025. Has 2 sisters that play for the Sydney Swans. FLW, of course, gets underway today. St Kilda v Carlton. Comes back here now for the Gold Coast Suns. Joel Jeffrey's hand pass. And now Moyle. Kick will come off half-back through Farah. Overrun there momentarily by Walter. Petrarca, good vision, the hand pass to Humphrey. Dispossessed though by Lockie Ash on the Logo Western side. Picked up again by Humphrey. Ricochets down to Anderson. Just sends it forward now for the Gold Coast Suns. Angwin there for the Giants in defence. Mops up. Shares it with Fonte, and now Whitfield off that half back line. He goes back to Fonte. Run down from behind down there by Jake Rogers. The Suns win the football back. King, hand pass wide to Rogers. Missed his target. Out of bounds for a throw-in. 40 around from the Giants attacking goal at the Cathedral end of the ground. Gold Coast lead by 4 points here. 4-5 plays 3-7. 28 gone second term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
So
clean possessions are a premium here. It's just very sloppy and missed handballs, just causing not much scoring opportunities for both teams.
Voice of Brian O'Keefe, 2012 Norm Smith medalist on ABC Sport. One more chance for the Suns perhaps before half-time. They can gather it cleanly. They can't. That's a really clean soccer effort from Ralston up the wing. And Gruszewski did well to keep it in. Stringer's there. Inevitably, it does go over with the hands of Sam Closey. Gold Coast up by 4 points. Matt Rao with 15 touches, 6 tackles. Rioli and Lombard with 14. Whitfield and Ralston, 15 apiece for the Giants. Less than a minute to go until half-time. Can someone gather the ball cleanly and send their team in attack with the ball in dispute on the wing? Humphrey is well tackled by O'Halloran. And we'll have another ball up just next to the logo.
Still no Bedford in this second term for the Giants with that lower back issue. From 100th game, Rowell extracts the football here in front of Oliver. Kick was smothered though, goes up in the air, so Taylor's mark can't be paid. He knew that, so he played on. Kick was partly smothered by Petrarca. Bounced away here now for Noble of the Suns. Puts them back inside forward 50. Walter leaping up, can't mark in these sort of conditions. Gets the hand pass on though, cut off by Lockie Whitfield. And he just sends it off half back here. Down the throat of Will Powell. And again, the Suns will go forward. So Powell from 55 out, eyes the goals and goes all the way. Will Powell in the long sleeves and a long bomb as well. To give the Suns more second-term momentum as we approach the major break. Gold Coast 5-5-35. Lead by 10 points on the Giants, who are 3-7-25. Very late stages second term. And Will Powell has his first goal of the afternoon.
Just seem more efficient and better finishes, the Suns at the moment. Like every time they go forward, they look dangerous. The Giants will be, what do we got to do? They've had all the play. They've played it in their front half of the ground, but their kicks just seem to be straight up sky balls that just make it super hard for the key forwards to try and take a mark or try and bring it to the front. It's just the disposal efficiency, I think, is better by the Suns.
Absolutely, and a bit of the side of the cricket pitch then. The Giants player went belly up on the side of the cricket pitch, but you're right, the composure both going inside 50 has been the difference.
Inside 50 plus 8 the Giants play in this term. Yeah. They've kicked, 1 goal to 2.
Yeah. Great effort by Will Powell from distance, took matters into his own hands. The Giants gather at a centre-half forward, but the siren will beat them. So Will Powell, along with Noah Anderson, will play game 150 next week in the Q Clash against Brisbane. That was a big moment by Powell in a game they need to win right now to end this 10-game losing run. Plenty of work to do in the second half. But that puts the Suns 10 points clear at the main break. 5-5-35. The Giants inaccurate, 3-7-25.
Goal kickers to the game to half-time so far. Tuke Miller has 2. Singles to Will Powell, Ben King and Lockie Goulburn. Meanwhile, for the Giants, just those 3 goals. So 3 goals, 7. They being to Harvey Thomas, Max Krajewski and Toby Green. Kicked their only goal in that second quarter. On ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen. Your experts are two-time All-Australian ruckman Matthew Primus and two-time premiership player and Norm Smith medalist in Ryan O'Keefe.
Well, as we mentioned, the Giants that quarter had 18 inside 50s for 3 shots on goal, for 3 scores.
Yeah.
So they did have the dominance. There was, some nice kicks inside 50, some poor ones. They weren't able to get anything out of forward stoppages, and it's a little bit of the pressure. The pressure's through the roof from both teams, and then they've won a couple of contests when they've gone forward to the ball and been able to open up the Giants, which is what the Giants normally do to them. So I'm sure Dimmer would be happy with some aspects of their play, probably not enough territory for them, where Kingers would probably be happy with the territory stuff, but just worrying about the composure ahead of the ball and a bit more there forwards trying to beat some of the Suns back.
Well, the entries are just like bombed in there. Like you can kick it long and hit the top of the square. Just put a bit of flight in it, not these up the chimney balls that's going in. But
and some drop punts.
Yeah, and even out of their back half, like Whitfield. Why would you kick a sky ball back into the middle of the ground? Like you don't do. You just
the last
don't,
minute of the
you just don't do that sort of stuff. So I just think they put themselves under pressure, by giving too many handballs. So that it's like, oh, I'm under pressure. Oh, here, Matt, I'll give it to you now. I don't want the pressure. And it just keeps inviting pressure. And then they have to force these scrappy kicks forward. So they've got no efficiency or no precision when they go forward. And you can see the Suns, they're getting up quite high and they've got some speed in their forward line. Like you said, Lombardi and Walters, who's we know is lightning quick. And once they sort of just win it back, they get up over the back and they just fly back. And the Giants have got they can't stop that because they just look a bit slow and pedestrian coming back.
Ryan O'Keefe and Matty Primus, your experts, Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. We arrived at Manuka Oval today and you thought, considering the conditions, it's the kind of day that might just suit Matt Rowell. He's been outstanding to halftime. 16 touches, 6 tackles, 7 ground ball gaps, 3 score involvements. He's leading the way for Gold Coast right now.
He's just a busy player. He just keeps what he does really well. He keeps his feet. He's just there, and he's just always hunting. He doesn't give too much respect to his opponent, but he's just a ball hunter. So he just goes after it. So in a game like here, particularly with the Giants giving those extra handballs and not clearing the ball out of the congestion, Matt's always in the play. So and he works super hard to get there. When he gets the ball, he sort of butchers it a bit, but he's one of those players that he'll just accumulate just through work rate and grunt.
Didn't see Bedford since the midway stage, if that, of that second term. So
without ruling him out, they might have some anti-inflammatories, muscle relaxant if it's a back thing, and give him another 20 minutes at half time and see how he responds to that. So hopefully they can, because it'll make a difficult battle for him if they're 2 down.
Question for you, Matty. You watch this team really closely, Gold Coast. The 10-game losing run, they've been competitive in a lot of those games. They've actually had chances to win a fair few of them, but haven't got over the line. So the situation they're in right now, 10 points up, but probably been the better team. Mentally, is that going to be a problem perhaps in the second half? Just trying to find a way to win when they want to end this losing streak so badly.
Well, I don't think they've been up. So they had their first 6 weeks when they were horrible. They couldn't score. Teams were kicking big scores. But, yeah, the last 3 weeks they've been more competitive and they go into half-time at front, which I don't think they have over the last 3 weeks. Excuse me, either. So I think that there's some hope in that, and Dimmer will be able to sell that to them. And how they're playing is going to keep them in the game. I just saw on the TV then Kingers was drawing some stuff up about trying to get their forwards up higher, like you mentioned, Ryan, the Suns are trying to do. So there'll be some positive stuff. And as I said, they've been better over the last 3 weeks. Now they're in front of the scoreboard, so he can sell that to them, the Suns players at half-time.
I'd say the Giants have dominated the game. Absolutely. Just haven't been precise. The thing with the Suns is watching this, they just allow too much ball in Oppo's front half. So if they were playing a good side, there'd be a big score kicked against them already.
Nice weather, they'd be in trouble with.
Yeah, a lot of trouble. So I think they just allow too much ball. They're really only relying on Rowell around that stoppage to really sort of be their ball winner. Like Petrarca's not really giving you much as a big body mid. Noah Anderson really hasn't done much. Took Miller's busy again, but they're playing more forward. But they're generating all their attack from their back half, which against good sides you can't do that.
No, it's a hard way to win a game, and in wet if you're just generating scores from your back 50.
Giants are one of the elite teams in third quarters. They're a top 4 team in third quarters alone. So we'll see if they can at least.
Freo's number 1.
I think so. Freo, Melbourne, and
I think it's the Giants are third best.
Third best. There we go. Well, anyway, that's top 4. They trail by 10 points here, though, at half time. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. What's the crowd, please? What's the crowd like, please, guys? I'm listening. May have missed what you said. 6 degrees ain't warm. It is my favourite oval, though, says Trev in Kahuna, Victoria. Yeah, it was 6 degrees last time we checked. Crowd, I don't know. I'll give you the figure when it comes through, if it comes through.
Where's all this crowd on the oval now? Where have they been hiding?
These are the juniors.
They've been in the Tom Green. They've all been huddled into these marquees over there.
Dan from Tassie says, do you chaps at Manuka mind finding out who I should contact if I need to make an offer on the Tom Green fan club marquee? Dan from Tassie.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't get it, maybe not at Mac Point, because that's going to have all stadium seating, but at Bellerive you could have it on the hill. I think the whole idea is, of course, it's Tom Green's hometown. He's from Canberra. And it actually, to be fair, the green on the marquee is a bit like the Tassie, the Tassie Myrtle, to be honest. So maybe Dan.
And it's a company green door.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
It's become very corporate. It started off as this fun thing, and it's just gradually risen in terms of prestige.
They didn't win here for like the first 9 games. So, in fact, the last time these sides met here, around 2023, Giants won that by 40. That was their winning. That was the win that broke that 9-game losing streak in games at Manuka. Joe the Crow from Canberra, loving the coverage, folks. If the AFL is serious about playing 3 games here in Canberra, maybe the planning staff should schedule the games in March and April. It's about 30 degrees different. Welcome your thoughts. They usually do play a couple of games early because the Giants can't use the showground during the Easter show. Next year will be the thing, because next year, the way the Easter time slot sort of fits in terms of the calendar, I think they'll be not at home for the first 6 weeks, the Giants playing in Sydney.
You've looked too far ahead.
Well, they're talking about playing maybe at Olympics at Stadium Australia.
Well, this is the thing. If they're going to be genuine about growing the game in New South Wales, and they've got to play more than 3 games here. Like, it has to be more. It has to be, I reckon, a minimum 5. Like, otherwise, they just end up being a token game. You've got to build a fan base by playing games.
And then they're abandoning Western Sydney, which is where, of course, is supposed to be their primary.
Well, this is to our point, Sprigger. I think there should be one premium stadium in Sydney, and that's where you play all your games like you do in Melbourne, Adelaide. Yep. And they play out at the SCG, and they both play home games out of there, and then they play more games here in Canberra.
Drew Pridham's not that keen to share the SCG with the Giants, and I think the AFL wouldn't want the Giants playing at Moore Park either. But I mean,
that's where the crowds are going to come. That's what, if they want that. If they had it at the SCG, I reckon they would get a lot more numbers to their home games.
One texter says, standing in the rain at Manuka, commentary keeping my ears warm. Great to hear the voice of Adam Shirley, whose voice has been missed on local Canberra radio. Thank you to that correspondent. Fran says, I would love your opinions on Petrarca. If all that happened to him at the D's didn't occur, would he still be at the D's enjoying their good run now? Do you think it's one of those could have been stories of footy for the history books? Thanks for the call. We don't really know. We
had this conversation at yesterday's game. He's left Melbourne and they've become almost a top 4 team to come here and haven't. So I think Melbourne as a club, you've got to take the hat off. We wouldn't have thought they'd be in the position they are. They made some bold moves and moved a couple of players off, and it's actually done wonders for the club. I think they had to move him out of there. I don't think they'd be in that position if he was still there.
Absolutely, and both of them, and Oliver too. So, and Wade the Kings freed them up and allowed them just to go and play some good offence with a good backbone of defence and contest. They're brilliant to watch.
Stuart in Bunanyong says, if the Pies finish 8th and the Blues 9th, will they play each other in an elimination final? If so, there will be more fans at that game than the grand final. I think the AFL would love a wildcard game featuring Carlton and Collingwood.
I would love
the whole thing pays for itself if Carlton and Collingwood meet in a grand final, in a final at the MCG or a wildcard final.
So it goes
7 v 10, 8 v 9.
Yeah, and then the winner then plays the 5 and 6.
Correct. It's just the 6 go through, and then it's just another way of...
Yeah, absolutely.
They can get Carlton Collingwood at the MCG. They don't care. Yes. Anyway, and of course, a big day coming up. Speaking of Carlton Collingwood, they each play today in their respective games. West Coast v Collingwood at Perth Stadium coming up next. St Kilda takes on Carlton at Docklands. We also have the AFLW season opener as well. You can find that via ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL Extra button. Lauren Borden and the team on the call there. Here in Canberra, the Suns lead the Giants by 10 points. Back with more shortly after ABC News.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. The Greens are demanding Labor crack down on inducements as the government struggles to secure support for its proposed new gambling laws. Here's National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman.
Labor's proposing a partial ban on gambling ads, but it's under pressure to also include a crackdown on gambling inducements, following explosive evidence aired at a 2-day inquiry last week. Green Senator Sarah Hanson-Young says incentives offered to gamblers must be banned.
The gambling companies last week tried to tell me there were generosities. I mean, give me a friggin' break.
Minister Jenny McAllister told News 24 the Communications Minister is in talks with senators.
And she will have been paying attention to the evidence that was brought forward in the Senate committee over the last week.
At this stage, neither the Greens nor the Coalition back the bill.
The Transport Safety Bureau is calling for video footage after 2 planes nearly collided at Sydney Airport this morning. Victoria Pengilly has the story.
Transport investigators say Jetstar A320 en route to the Gold Coast was taxiing around 7 a.m. this morning when its flight crew observed a Qatar Airways Boeing under tow from an aircraft tug. Jetstar says its pilots were under instruction from air traffic control and were forced to brake quickly to avoid colliding. A crew member was injured and treated for a wrist injury. There was also damage to a connection between the Qatar plane nose gear and aircraft tug. It's bad timing for Air Services Australia, which says it's now reviewing the incident. On Saturday, 150 flights were delayed as a result of rostering issues. The Transport Safety Bureau is calling for any CCTV to be handed in to help with their investigation.
Aerial evacuations are being carried out to rescue people trapped by wildfires in Western Canada. The province of British Columbia has been placed under a state of emergency as more than 100 out-of-control fires force people to flee their homes. The Premier of British Columbia, David Eby, says homes and businesses have been destroyed.
If you are under an evacuation order, please leave immediately. These orders save lives. They allow wildfire crews and RCMP officers to focus their efforts where they are needed. Conditions are extremely dangerous and changing minute by minute. The fires are moving incredibly quickly.
Iran has issued new demands for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen amid continued negotiations with Oman over managing the key waterway. The new demands include the US agreeing to never threaten Iran again, a permanent end to the war and compensation. Revolutionary Guard spokesperson Hussein Moabi says the strait will remain closed unless Tehran gets what it wants.
The enemy is compelled for the strait to be reopened, to accept Iran's conditions and refrain from interfering in the negotiations currently taking place between Iran, Oman and other countries. It must refrain from such interference and accept Iran's conditions.
A Queensland haematologist says drinking too much cow's milk has contributed to a rise in anemia in toddlers that could be life-threatening. Liz Gwynn explains.
Data shows the number of children with severe iron deficiency anemia who presented to the Queensland Children's Hospital's emergency department more than doubled in 5 years, from 39 in 2020 to 86 in 2025. While an ongoing study of about 10,000 Perth women and their babies found that by 3 years of age, more than half of children had low iron, 20% had very low iron, and more than 2% were classed as having severe iron deficiency anemia. Haematologist Sally Campbell says children under 5 shouldn't consume more than 500 mils or 2 cups of cow's milk a day because it can cause iron deficiency anemia, which can be life-threatening.
The football, Diego Maradona used to score his infamous Hand of God goal for Argentina against England in the 1986 FIFA World Cup is set to be sold at auction in the US. The striker punched the ball past the English goalkeeper in the quarterfinals 40 years ago. Dan Emler from the Texas-based firm Heritage Auctions says it could fetch $10 million.
I think it's easily the most historic ball in the realm of soccer. The ball was kept by the head official from that match, and it stayed in his possession for several decades. And in recent years, it was sold to a private collector, and we are representing that collector here.
And Holly Campbell has taken first place in the women's in today's 14-kilometre City to Surf race from Sydney CBD to Bondi Beach in 46 minutes and 35 seconds. For the men was Andy Buchanan. He finished in 40 minutes, 27 seconds. You're up to date with ABC News.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Down for the Giants is Jaden Laverde. He hasn't moved. He's in some trouble, and play will be stopped here.
I think he got one in the ribs. He just went down low, but he's lucky to not give a free kick away.
Jaden Laverde has reappeared, but sat on the back row of the GWS bench.
Callum Brown on target, out of bounds on the full. Again, the build-up was there for the Giants, but not the finish.
They could rue this, Spriggy. When you have your dominance, you don't take it. Normally, the opposition go down and score on you quickly.
Handball over the top by Walter to King. Will it sit up for him? 55 out. Has Trick Miller in support. Miller has time and space and finishes. That's what happens. You don't punish and you get punished. Tuke has 2 on the board.
Lombard gets there here for the Suns. Lloyd Delana back to his skipper, Toby Green. Straightens up from 45. And it's a captain's goal, if there ever was one. Toby Green delivers. The Giants, just their 3rd goal of the game. Cut off by Lockie Whitfield. And he just sent it off half-back here. Down the front of Will Powell. And again, the Suns will go forward. So Powell from 55 out. Eyes the goals and goes all the way. Will Powell in the long sleeves and a long bomb as well. You give the Suns more second-term momentum as we approach the major break.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Gold Coast by 10 points here at Canberra's Manuka Oval, the first of our 3 games of footy across your day here. In fact, 4 games. 3 games back-to-back in the men's competition. The AFLW season opener as well at Docklands as part of that doubleheader. St Kilda and Carlton. Next up, West Coast v Collingwood at Perth Stadium with Clint Wilden and the team, which we'll preview in about a half an hour's time. The teams are back out there here. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb, Matthew Primus, Ryan O'Keefe and Adam Shirley. 0437 774 774 the texts. Laurel says nothing better on a Sunday footy on the ABC than an open fire at home. Good calling, team. Thank you, Laurel. Emma says play the Giants more here in Canberra. Last game showed true support. To be fair, today the crowd is awesome. I guess awesome and relative to the conditions we have here. It's not the biggest crowd, but yeah, as I say, I think they might look to play the 3 games in the first half. Or in that early stage of the season because of being displaced from the showground next year. So I'm looking too far ahead there in that respect. But I did have a game. They usually play 1 game late in the year, which is this one. We had the snow game in 2019. So that was where we actually called them up behind the goals here in the cricket box. And that was the night that Hawthorn played the Giants. Clarko had shorts on. There were snowflakes falling all around the place here during that Friday night game. So you get the Canberra.
You got to play it through, like spread out through the year. You can't have it all front-ended.
Well, this year has been. This year has been like one early. Then they had one, I want to say, about 6 weeks ago, and then another one. So this has been a bit different this year.
We are playing a winter sport. Well, if they think it's like. I've played many games here and actually never played in a rainy game. It's always been like that. Canberra's usually got nice, crisp winter days, quite fun. If they think it's going to be cold and miserable here, wait till they start playing in Tassie.
Yes. Not miserable, but cold.
Oh, well, we had a game, the rep game last year, played down at Tassie, played at North Hobart Oval. It was coming in sideways, and I've never been so cold, and I was in the coach's box.
New South Wales won, though, didn't they?
Yeah, we won.
Anyway, by the way, speaking of other footy things happening in Canberra, the Canberra Raiders in the NRL are hosting the Newcastle Knights. Half-hour mark of that game, Newcastle leads the NRL 18-12 there. We're not far from a resumption here in the AFL at Manuka.
If the Giants don't win this, there is a massive opportunity for Carlton tonight. Giants get done, Carlton beats St Kilda. They're pretty much locked away in 10th spot. So they'll be watching this game, both teams hoping that the Suns get up, because then it becomes a lot clearer for them.
Yep.
But it almost feels like a wildcard game before the wildcard between the Saints and Blues tonight. But if the Giants win, that changes a little bit. So plenty riding on this second half with that in mind.
Absolutely, and once again, the broadcast showed Adam Kingsley spent a lot of time drawing on whiteboards, which the players are probably going crazy with. But interested to see how they're going to set up, if they're going to try and play high like the Suns have and try and get them over the back. And as we said, the Giants are a great third quarter team.
Low-scoring game. The lead has not gone beyond 10 points, which it currently is in Gold Coast's favour. And, of course, they're out to avoid what would be their equal third worst losing streak ever. And, in fact, their equal worst single-season losing streak. 11 losses in a row for the Gold Coast Suns, who lead by 10 points here on ABC Sport. You're with Dan Garb.
And the Giants keep their season alive. Can the Suns stop the rot? Matt Rowell with another clearance. He's been the best on the ground. Long ball inside 50. Himmelberg punches it away. Gathered nicely by Ben Long. Claims for a high tackle.
That was what the rule was brought in for, wasn't it? Sliding out, taking people's legs out.
If Ralston's one in the other quarter was paid, that is free kick times 10.
Oh, Madden palms it down. Well done by Goulburn, who's been really good up forward for the Suns. Rowell with another ball inside 50. Angwin's there, doesn't get purchase on the handball. Now a chance for Humphrey. Clever little handball to Anderson, who managed to get the kick into a dangerous spot. They're under pressure. Lombard sharks it and converts. Well, they just kept pressuring the Giants. The ball spilled free. Leo Lombard gathered it, and has capped off a really good game so far with an important goal. And the Suns now out to a 16-point lead.
It's just good pressure, but again, the Giants handball. Like,
Too many.
It's like, what's Toby Green doing there? Trying to handball, thread the needle in their defensive 50, but the Suns just keep bringing the pressure and Adam. He's a good player, Lombo. He's got some speed, doesn't he? He's really dangerous. Yeah.
Adam Shirley, welcome back. Still no sign of Bedford for the Giants?
Oh, there has been, but he's got the warm-up jacket on. Spriggy, a look of resignation written all over him. I'm not sure they've managed to get him going with any impact at all.
Okay, so on the live computer here, he's still listed as not yet inactive, as Laverty was in the first term, but doesn't sound too good for the Giants and Bedford. So down it comes. Rowell sockers it away out of the clearance. Delana does so likewise here for the Giants. Up inside 50. Cadman with a run at the ball now. Loose footy here. Pounced on by Delana. Tumbles it back inside forward 50. Not too hot there for his skipper. Comes down for Dan Rioli. He evades the Hamilton tackle. Retreats with a hand pass back to Closey. He was the late in for Sam Collins. So no key defender. Oh, he's run down here, Rioli, by Toby Green. That'll be holding the ball. Don't worry about that. Top of the goal square. Rioli stopped and propped and was dropped by the Giants skipper.
And you know what was good? The Giants won that ball and they just kicked it back in. They get the high forwards up and they kicked it back in, and then they shut down all the exits. So,
and he kicks the goal, by the way, as well. Slams it through straight away, Toby Green. So he has his second goal of the afternoon. The margin cut back to 10 points early in this third quarter on ABC Sport. Matt Primus, Ryan O'Keefe.
He wanted to get that one back too for the one he gave away. Yeah. But you're right, they were up and then they pressed back.
Yeah, pressed back in, and Rioli had nothing to kick to and wanted to hang on to the ball and didn't get stepped. Great pressure. Exactly what the Suns just did to the Giants end. The Giants were able to replicate that.
Well, a couple of goals for Toby Green, both of them at really important moments. He just takes it upon himself at certain times in the game, doesn't he? Great tackle on Rioli. And once more, just like his first goal, when it feels as if the game's getting away from the Suns, the skipper stands up, brings it back to 10 points. A nice start to this third term. Just 3 minutes gone, a goal each way. Madden with a good punch down, but O'Halloran lost his footing. That allowed Rao to emerge with another clearance for the Suns. Long ball into attack. It clean bowls Taylor and King. Taylor does well to gather, though, and find Lockie Ash in the right back pocket. Snaps it around. Hamilton at front position. And they're all happy to see the ball over the boundary line. But it was off the foot of the Sun, in fact, in Closey, I think. And so it'll be a free kick to the Giants. I'll review this. I'm not sure why. It was pretty clearly off Closey's boot. And it should be a lasso free kick just inside the 50 for the Giants.
So got the replay now. Yeah, does it slide off close? Yeah, so it will be the Giants free kick as you forecast. Daniel Garb. Giants trail the Suns here by 10 points. Riley Hamilton, the local lad, goes up that member's side. Brody Ewan wins it down here, and now Toby Green wrapped up.
How was that not a free kick?
Matt Rowell.
That's amazing how they missed that. Across his head.
Suns by 10 points. Reed hacks it out of the air. Over the top there of Connor Iden. Goulburn chasing it now for Gold Coast. Pressure comes from Whitfield. Himmelberg's hand pass goes only a few metres. Goulburn piles in. Himmelberg tackles him. Umpire says, let's board up.
Toby Green had his head taken off right in front of the umpire.
Toby effect, though. Like, I think he has to really get it taken off, literally, to get a free kick.
Don't know how that wasn't paid. Anyway, a chance for the Suns to go inside 50 again. Miller and Rao try to combine, but it's a slippery football on a wet day, and it just squeezes out of the hands of Tuke Miller, who's contributed 2 important goals for Gold Coast in a low-scoring game. They've only kicked 6 of them, but they lead by 10 points over the Giants, trying to end this 10-game losing run. 5.5 minutes gone in the third term. Madden and Moyle, who have been the understudies for a long period of time to Witts and Briggs, now the number 1 rucks. Briggs playing forward, Witts not in the side for the Suns. Another ball up, so they'll engage again. Step forward by Moyle, gathered nicely by Harvey Thomas. His kick smothered, been plenty of smothers today. Well done by Ash to squeeze it forward. It's on the wing. Gathered nicely by Ethan Reid. Thomas wins it back, though, for the Giants and just snaps it towards half-forward. Cadman tried to just lock it in on the half volley. Couldn't do so. Hamilton's there, keeps that in front of himself, and then shows some clean hands.
Tumbles his kick down the line here. Missed McAndrew. Cadman was taken down by Ethan Reid. Umpire says play to Oliver. Looks to break the closey tackle. Shares it now with O'Halloran. Slapped forward by Thomas to Toby Green. Meant front on by Ballard and brought to ground for a ball up at right half forward for the Suns.
Just overusing the ball. They're just not doing themselves any favour.
The Giants, they're attacking half here as Moyle off to Rioli. Left half back. His kick across field here, picked off by Delana, did well, put himself right in the contest, goes down the corridor. Kick was too deep for Stringer. Bursting through now, Callum Brown, 40 from goal. Hand pass off to Cadman. He will snap from 35 out, and Cadman has the goal.
He's happy about that one. He's pretty pumped. I think he's had a bit of a rough day. And
He's had a rough few weeks. 3 goals in his past 4 games. He's not kicked multiple goals since round 17, Aaron Cadman. Now it's on here. A bit of a melee. And Guernsey's being grabbed. Umpire comes in to split them. But Aaron Cadman just reignites the Giants in this third term. 5-7-37. They trail the Gold Coast Suns, who are 6-5-41. We've played 8.5 minutes here in this third quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It was good play by Brown. He's the one that competed, and obviously Cadman was just on the end of it. But as we keep saying, Cadman's going to be a bit more physical and initiate that contact against his opponent. Like, he's a big lad himself. Make that contact first, get a bit physical, but also keep your feet. We'll see that the really good players out there, and we've spoken about what Matt Rowell does, Clayton Oliver, they don't go to ground. They don't slide even in these conditions. You see Cadman a bit. When there's a chance, he sort of just goes to his knees and takes himself out. Just keep your feet and stay strong.
But beware of Rowell in here too. He's been really dominant. The centre bounces the first 2 or 3 in this quarter.
6-6-6 warning against the Suns. Did well just to break free of McAndrew for that last goal, Aaron Cadman.
Oh, beautiful.
That's a clean tap by Moyle to Noah Anderson. Has a bounce, 51 out, doesn't strike it nicely, but Walter with the chance to mark couldn't quite make the most of it. And we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket. It's the first time we've seen a clean tap and emergence from the centre square today.
We're getting beaten with the hits, the Giants, but they're still running patterns. It's just madness. It's just they've lost the last 4 in a row in this quarter. It's just given the Suns territory.
Matty Primus, of course, a ruck of great repute. Enjoyed that from Moyle. Here's Bailey Humphrey on the left foot snap. It's through. Clean skills on show in this third term in the wet. And Bailey Humphrey just emerged from the back of that ruck contest, gathered it nicely, and snapped through his first of the game and 20th of the season. Suns back out to a 10-point lead.
It's great stoppage work again. They're really good through there. These forward stoppages are always really dangerous. They set up with some really good space. Little wrap around.
He just relaxed a bit, the Giants player on Bailey Humphrey, and gave him a metre. A beautiful finish on his left.
Down to Adam Shirley on the boundary. Adam? I think he's just... Oh, hang on. No? Haven't got him. Not yet. Anyway.
We can see Bedford on our stats.
Bedford, yeah. So he's gone. Bedford's, that's not good news. They've already lost Laverty with the ribs, and now Bedford with a back injury.
And his 100th game.
Yes. The Giants trail by 10 in this third quarter. O'Halloran trying to win the clearance here as Anderson is wrapped up by Cornelio. Umpire says we'll ball up.
A lot better by the Giants. They held gold side and turned it into a contest at that centre bounce.
10 minutes played, third term here at Manuka. Moyle, another good tap here. O'Halloran there first for the Giants side to Toby Green. And Toby Green sends a high kick up and under. Andrzej Grajewski comes down here for Closey. Hamilton's looking there for the Giants as well. Stringer over around the ball. Brown hand pass forward. McAndrew coughed it up here in the path of Toby Green. Quick snap. Playing goalkeeper was Ballard. Did well. Called play on. He was wrapped up by Cadman, and now it's been socketed through. I think the umpire's going to come back here for the Giants free kick.
I think he's paid the mark.
He's paid the mark to Ballard.
About 2 minutes later.
One umpire paid play on, one paid the mark. I don't know if they're trying to get their finals berth, these umpires, because they're trying to outdo each other.
Overruling each other.
It's really bad.
Didn't go 15, and it looked like firstly it was called play on. So here goes Ben Long for the Gold Coast Suns. Kicks forward to the wing. And there's Zeke Ullin in the contest with Iden out of bounds, and it will be a boundary throw-in in front of that Tom Green fan club. The Giants trail the Suns by 10 points. 11 go on third term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
The third time today we've seen an umpire come from nowhere and overturn a decision. It didn't exactly feel like the right call either.
But I missed that one when Briggs has absolutely been manhandled in the ruck, so I just don't get it.
Well done by Iden to get it to Cal Brown. It's his big boot on it to centre half forward. Krzyzewski does well, wins an important contest, sends the Giants into attack. It's wide, though, of Andrew and Cadman, and we'll have a boundary throw in. 45 out from the Giants' goals. We trail by 10 points. It's been hovering around that margin for a while now. The Suns got it out to 16. Giants pegged it back. But they've enjoyed that sort of break for a long period of time now, Gold Coast. Here's Canelio on the paint of 50. Rao with another tackle on Briggs. It squeezes out the back. O'Halloran's there. Petrarca does well with his clean skills to pick it up and just snap it towards the wing over the head of Iden and Walter. Himmelberg comes out to meet it, soccers it forward. Rao went to soccer it, had a fresh air. Clean hands by Will Powell, though. That was important. Up the wing for Rogers. This is his second possession coming up. Well done, Jake Rogers. He finds Zeke Uland.
He works the hand pass one for Petrarca. Good contest there with Hamilton. Comes off here now for Iden. Hand pass picked off. Close here now. Humphrey spins clear of a tackle. Back to Zeke Uland. Left foot kick deep to full forward. Walter there in the contest with Taylor. Knocked through by the Giants defender for a minor score. 7-6-48 Gold Coast. The Giants are 5-7-37. We've played 12.5 minutes in this third quarter. A couple of great moments there with Rolly Hamilton and then Sam Taylor. Looky Ash to kick out here for the Giants.
Ash has to go short to Oliver, who's in the right back pocket. Four-time club champion, three-time All-Australian from the D's. Might have another club champion award and All-Australian blazer come the end of the season, in different colours, of course. Good kick to Briggs, who marked on the wing. Now goes back to Oliver. And the club champion award's almost a guarantee for the Giants. Nice ball inside to Angwin. Through the corridor the Giants go. Haven't done that much today. And Cal Brown's taken the mark deep in attack. Well, it's almost as if the players are coming to grips with the wet conditions now. The skills have been much better in this third term as Cal Brown goes back to take his shot from 20 out.
Well, what I liked with the Giants' ball movement there, it was a kick mark rather than this extra handball and putting themselves under pressure.
Cal Brown converts. No problems from the Irishman. And the margin back to 5 points. Gold Coast 7-6-48, GWS 6-7-43. Brown's first of the game.
He's been on the edge of doing some stuff, Brown. He competes well and he's just been almost there, and it was really good if he can take a contested mark and go back and slot the over.
It's a good matchup with Powell too. He's got size and strength on him, but you're right, Ryan. That switch back in from Briggs, back into Oliver, then the switch out and then over the back, because the Giants are trying to get up the field and then race them back, which is going to suit them a lot more than how they set up in the first half. So good ball movement, great mark and a good finish.
Voice of Matt Primus and Ryan O'Keefe. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Back to a 5-point ball game. Ryan looks to have... I think there's still some light drizzle out there, certainly. Up it goes. Briggs v. Reid. Down to Canelio. Kicked smothered by Miller. Tries to gather again, does Reid. Briggs sockers it forward now for the Giants. Inside 50-day go. Onto it now. Cal Brown again competes with Closey. That does it to advantage. Now Brown's still chasing that ball toward the boundary line and sees it over in the pocket for a throw-in down to Adam Shirley on the boundary.
Spot on, Spriggy. It's as light as it's been for most of the day. And one factor that's usually an issue here is the wind blowing across the field. Barely a breath of it today, which is one silver lining to the weather.
Yeah, even though the wind chill factor and the temperature is quite cool. Not a howling breeze here by any means. Down it comes here. Bodie Uland dispossessed in the tackle. Picked up by Thomas of the Giants. High kick was the top of the goal square. Cadman in there with Andrew. He was being held. Free kick Cadman. Free kick Giants.
Just competing, and the camera goes straight to Dimmer in the box too. They just don't get a reaction.
But that's where Cadman, he's backed in, hasn't let Matt Andrews run and jump at it. And that's what he's going to do. Just get physical. And in these conditions, you can see these umpires are pretty hot on the whistle, but if you just get front position, take a body, the defender's always going to try and scrag and grab.
To put the Giants back in front with his second goal, the left footer comes in. He slots it. The Giants do go back ahead. 7-7-49. The Gold Coast Suns are 7-6-48. We've played 16 minutes now in this third quarter. Sunday footy, ABC Sport. Ryan O'Keefe and Matthew Primus. Cabin now has 2.
I know they kicked that goal from a stoppage, but the initiation from the centre bounce was just a surge football. It wasn't, as we mentioned, not too many handballs, which is knock on, get it forward, and then it plays to their strengths and they can get it inside 50. But so they definitely have changed the way they're trying to move the ball, and they're getting a reward for it the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, and you've mentioned too, like now they've got their forwards coming up high, creating the space and getting back. Definitely trying to play a bit more of a territory game and get it in deeper and quicker.
It was a soft free. He had a little arm around the shoulder, but there wasn't much force. And
a bit of Mac Andrew attacks too. They actually, a bit like Toby Green, they'll go against you.
He actually spoiled it, so I feel sorry for Mac Andrew there. Big one for the Giants, though. They're up by a point. They've got the lead for the first time in a while. Suns come away with it from the middle of the ground, though. Petrarca out to Zeke Hewland, and now Anderson. Inside 50 to Humphrey. A little push in the back on Ash, and the free kick is paid against him. Sometimes those are let go. Not on that occasion for Bailey Humphrey. Ash short to Iden in the left back pocket. Giants up by a point. 17 minutes gone in the third term. Up to the wing, gathered by Halloran. Moves it forward to Madden. He tries to just knock it out in front of himself. Petrarca's there, takes it cleanly. Gets it to Ethan Reed. Guides it to right half forward. Lombard out to meet it. Opposed by Fonte. And we'll have a boundary throw in right next to the Tom Green fan club here in Canberra.
Off Lombard, so it will be a Giants free kick in front of the old scoreboard, which has the Giants in front for the first time since late in the first term. Up it goes, but Mac Andrew intercepts again on the outer side. So the Suns can go forward of halfway here. Top 10 in the competition for marks. Mac Andrew certainly showing that sort of stuff today. Looks off the outside of the boot. Awkward ball down the line. Marked by Humphrey, though. Bailey Humphrey takes the mark at centre-half forward.
They drew that play up.
Yeah, that's on the playbook, is it?
They need one neat kick for the entry. Bailey Humphrey, just the 12 disposals. 2 goals against the D's last week. Along to the pocket. King, second bite again, takes the grab. Kicked the first goal of the game. His only so far. And now Ben King in Coleman contention will take a set shot here from about 20 out and almost directly in front.
Haven't really seen much of him. Sam Taylor's a class defender, but haven't really seen much from Ben King.
Yeah, Fonte need to come off his man then. He just, instead of allowing one-on-one, come off and help him in the air.
I think Sam Taylor gave him a fair spray as well. Yeah, wasn't happy with the help from his teammate in Fonte.
2 goals last week, 54 on the year. Here he is lining up for his second, and the Gold Coast Suns go back ahead. A couple for Ben King. 4th lead change of the game. And the Suns do lead by 5 points. 8-6 plays 7-7. We've played 19 minutes here in this third term at Canberra's Manuka Oval. Did the kid try and keep the footy? I was just having a chat to the... this isn't Carrara, mate. You can't just run away and take the footy. Like
duck out the back.
8-6 plays 7-7. Suns by 5. 19 gone third term.
Once again, that came off the centre bounce clearance again. It's 5-1 this quarter. The Giants way in 10-5 overall for the whole game. So an area of concern for the Giants.
Adam Shirley on the boundary.
Clayton Oliver's had a spell for a few minutes on the bench. Came on flexing that left knee, which got slid straight into by Ben Long, I think it was, early in this quarter. Just a watch on another Giants midfielder who might be pulling uphill a little bit.
He's back out there now, Clayton Oliver, but he does look a little bit proppy. Suns up by 5 points. Ben King second of the game. 55 goals for the season now. Trails Charlie Curnow by 7 in the Coleman race as Matt Rowell emerges with it once again. Long ball into attack. Socket off the ground by Goulburn and then toe poke forward by Walter. But it gathers a touch from a Giants defender and it's a rush behind. So it's a clean 1-goal lead now to Gold Coast. 8-7-55. The Giants 7-7-49. 20 minutes gone in the third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Whitfield kicks out, finds Lockie Ash, who explodes away off half back here for the Giants. Plenty of open space. He kicks long down the outer side, out in front of Callum Brown. Andrew on the inside run there as well. Cabin keeps it alive now for Brown, who's still going. Close, he mops up in defence now for the Suns. Back to Mac Andrew. Delana makes the contest there on Zeke Hewland. Wins the footy here, does Joey Delana. Coughed up down there by Cabin. Shares it though back to Stringer. Centering ball inside 50, and it's marked by Hamilton. Riley Hamilton in best position, takes the mark. He'll take a set shot here from 35 out on a 45-degree angle left-hand side.
It's good reward for Hamilton and a lot. Both of them have done really. They've been quite busy and
absolutely, yeah.
They've been at the same barber as well with the rat's tail going at the back there. So, but this would be a good reward. I think he's tried really hard. The local lad. He's been busy and really putting on those forward pressure and trying to really earn his spot.
Debut here against Freo in round 17. Riley Hamilton. It's his 6th career game. Important kick to get things back level. In he comes on the set shot. It shows across the face and misses the lot. It was touched, though, by the defender down there in Jeffrey. So it's off hands over for a throw-in in the right forward pocket. Gold Coast still leads here. 8-7-55, plays 7-7-49. We've played 22 minutes in this third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
A bit of a let-off for the Giants there. Much better situation than Jeffrey taking that mark in the back pocket. A stoppage, again inside 50. Moyle is well tackled by Briggs. No, he's not. He caught him high, says the umpire. So he's tried really hard in the ruck all day, Ned Moyle. And he can release a bit of pressure here for the Suns, who lead by a goal. High ball. Up to left half back. Punched away from the contest by Iden. Rouse there again. Giants win it back, though, through Canelio. Bouncing ball in the right forward pocket now for GWS. Stringer looks to gather it. Tries to break through a couple of tackles. Cadman now gang tackled by 4 Suns. Andrew, Rioli, Miller wrap him up. And there was someone else in there in Moyle. And we'll have a ball up in that right forward pocket.
Suns lead by 6. Up it goes. First hands to it, Rowell. Possession number 24 for him. Goes beyond offensive 50. Hilberg can't get the football clean there. Got some pressure there from Walter. Fonte coughs it up as well. Slapped back here by the Giants, and Rouston to Iden. Comes wide now to find Whitfield on this western side of Manuka Oval. Back here now for Angwin, the left foot up. Penetrative kick inside forward 50, 3-on-2. Andrews up there first. Canelio hovering near goal here for the Giants. Goes into the Powell tackle. Mopped up down there by Rioli, who is dispossessed in the back. Or the umpire lets them play. Close, he can just thump it clear here for the Suns, but it's marked by Delana. In the pocket, 45 out, the little man. Goes closer to home now and spears that ball into the chest of Max Krajewski. Opportunity here for the Giants. Deep in left full forward. We've played now 23 minutes in this third term, and they trail by 6 points.
I want to get some reward for effort. They've been all over them here, the Giants. They've been really good at their ground level stuff, repeat entries, as mentioned Delana, and their small forwards have been quite good this quarter.
And the inside 50s, the Giants have had a couple more of those than the Gold Coast Suns. They haven't been taking full opportunity. Krajewski fancied the drop punt from out wide, crosses the 50, kicks from about 42. That looks pretty good. It looks very good. Max Krajewski has his 2nd goal. So again, a bit of a drought for him. 2 goals in his past 4 games before today. He's on the board twice here now. Scores level 8-7-55 apiece. We've played 24 minutes in this third term. Sunday footy, ABC Sport. Ryan O'Keefe and Matt Primus.
Well, they're giving him a bit of a go. He dominates VFL, hitting the scoreboard, and with Riccardi being out injured, he's got his opportunity, and Riccardi's been back playing VFL, and they continue with him, and he presents well. He attacks the ball hard. He's strong on the ground.
I think they see him as being more of a long-term prospect than Jake Riccardi, unfortunately. Absolutely. For Jake Riccardi.
And he's done really well, but I loved the pressure in the forward 50 then. And the Suns were over handballing the ball. They came at them. They went to exit the ball. There was nothing there, and that's what gave them the shot. Their forward 50 pressure really stepped up this quarter.
No shortage of suitors for Max Krajewski around the competition, but the Giants have told him he's going to be playing senior footy, and it seems like that confidence in him is starting to bear fruit. That was a fantastic finish, and scores a level, 55 apiece. Suns have moved to that half forward, now go inside 50 off hands. Ashes under pressure from Goulburn. Ball stays alive. Rogers is there, so is Humphrey. Strong tackle by Oliver on Rogers. We'll have a ball up in the right forward pocket for Gold Coast.
I just can't get the centre bounces right, the Giants. The Suns all over them around the stoppage.
Moyle and Madden meet again. Moyle with the nice palm down to Petrucca. Petrarca left to behind, gathered well by Ralston in wet conditions. Back to Madden to clear the Giants up to the wing. It's been a great contest between Andrew and Cadman all day. They go at it again. Ball spills free, gathered by the captain in Toby Green. To Cadman, and now Briggs tries to keep it out in front of himself.
Laps to advantage here for Callum Brown. Going with him out there is Touk Miller. And again, it's just paddled further towards that boundary line. And the Giants attacking half by Cadman, so it's a throw in.
Great effort from Cadman. There's 3 or 4 efforts in a row there, just to be able to get a hand in the ball and pressure on the ball carrier. Chalk and cheese to what he was doing in the first quarter.
Third quarter, 26 minutes played so far. Scores level, 8-7, 55 apiece. Desperate stuff for both sides. Giants keen to lock away, or not lock away today, but keep in contention for a wildcard spot. Raoul got a hand pass away here for Gold Coast, out to break a 10-game losing streak. Some dash here from Lombard. Goes inside forward 50 for Gold Coast. Spoiled away, out the drop, Lockie Ash. Dispossessed the Jake Rogers, tackle holding the ball. So Jake the Snake Rogers rewarded. We'll have the set shot here for the Gold Coast Suns in the right forward pocket, no more than 30 out.
He's a bit stiff there. He got his hands to it. I don't know what else he's meant to do. And what they've let go all game, it's baffled me. I just think the level of umpiring today has just been below par.
So Jake Rogers, the third-year player who returned to the side last week, one of their academy products from Broadbeach. Lines up his kick at the Manuka pool end here on this drizzly Canberra afternoon. Late in the third term. In he trots. Kicks from 40 and misses in the near side. So 8-8-56 the Gold Coast Suns. The Giants are 8-7-55. Visitors lead by 1. 27 gone third term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Been quiet today, Rogers. That was a big moment for him. Failed to take advantage of it, although he won the free kick himself. Whitfield comes away from the defensive goal square. Chips it over the top for Oliver, and that'll be 50 against Lockie Goulburn for failing to stand the mark properly. So Clayton Oliver. He's been a bit quieter today, only the 13 touches. Has it on the wing, pumps the Giants deep into attack. Gold Coast by a point. Off hands, Madden's there. The ruckman shouldn't be doing the roving. And he's well tackled and will have a ball up and he can resume his normal position.
Good crumb though from the big fella.
He got in the right spot. He was the only player that actually went to where he meant to be.
Up it goes. Madden and Moyle. He tries to get there now for the Gold Coast Suns. Bodie Ewan gets a hand pass away. Picked off though by Thomas of the Giants. Back to Oliver. Dispossessed by Goulburn. Hacked out of the air by Noble. Back beyond defensive 50. Iden waits for it now for the Giants. Pressure in the contest from Walter. Left behind by Sam Taylor. Goes to win the football back. Takes on Walter. Brought down. Ball comes free. Up by says play on. Suns have numbers. Bailey Humphrey tackled by Angwin. Ball again just free for Raoul. Pumps it long inside forward 50. O'Halloran in the contest down there with Lombard. Getting there is Joel Jeffrey. And now the umpires saw a free kick again for contact below the knees. And it will go the Gold Coast Suns' way.
Clayton Oliver nearly did his ACL at the start of this quarter by the same method, and they let it go on, and then they pay that one. But they do look vulnerable on the counter-attack. The Giants defenders, they look a bit slow and haphazard, and they can't handle the Suns' pressure, and they give themselves a chance at a shot on goal.
Well, the Suns have got the speed up.
Absolutely they have, yeah.
They're troubling them, but
they're crazy freaks.
This rule, it has to be for that blatant when someone comes in and take legs out. Like when you're going, both players are going for the ball. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Joel Jeffrey. He's from the other territory, Northern Territory, not here in the ACT. There's the free kick here for the Gold Coast Suns. As we approach the half-hour mark of the third term, he kicks from 40 out and he sprays it right across the face. And that is missing the lot. Out of bounds on the full. So, again, the Suns lead by 1 at the half-hour mark of this third quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Justice for the Giants, because you feel like O'Halloran was just trying to win the football for his team.
Absolutely.
He was going in with vigour. Didn't deserve a free kick against. The Giants send it up to the wing. It's still a 1-point lead for the Suns. And that's a strong contest between Angwin and Lockie Goulburn, who's tried really hard today from the outset. He's been a great contributor for the Suns. They're up by the barest of margins. Well done by Moyle. Slaps it into the left forward pocket. Long's there with Fonte. And we'll have a boundary throw in attack for Gold Coast. Matt Rao, 27 touches, 8 more than anyone else on the ground, 16 of those contested, 9 inside 50s and 5 score involvements. The Brownlow medalist has been superb.
Umpire heaves it back in. The Bucks get to it. Moylan Madden. Humphrey bursts with the pack now. Towed away by Halloran. Thomas lays the tackle down there on his opponent as Miller bursts through now for the Suns and fires on goal from 40.
Wow, that's a great finish.
Duke's got 3. And the Suns are out by 7 points. As we approach three-quarter time here at Manuka Oval in Canberra, 9-8-62 Gold Coast. The Giants are 8-7-55. And that was a vice-captain's goal, so to speak.
Oh, they just got more class in their finishing. Like, the Giants have been just banging away, and just can't sort of kick away or kick up there. And the Suns are just so lethal when they go there. They've got just a little bit more class, I think, up front.
Absolutely. They've got some talent in there, some class, and the speed, as you've mentioned a few times. And, yeah, Tukes, not only his work rate's been outstanding today, but he's finishing in front of goal, which isn't his strong suit, but 3 straight goals and a really important centre bounce here. They've just allowed the Suns to come out the front all this quarter. They've got to do one to win it or to stop them coming out the front and at least make it a shallow inside 50 from this area.
Huge goal from Tuke Miller. In a low-scoring game, he's kicked 3 of the Suns' 9. And they lead by 7 points. Late stages of this third term. And Moyle punches it forward again. They've dominated the clearances. Well done by Halloran coming off the wing, though. Got in front of Anderson and guided it towards Fonte, who sends it up to half forward. Hamilton kept his feet. Rioli didn't. Hamilton knocks it forward and it is then taken out of the contest. And has won the free kick. Stringer wanted to take the advantage. Umpire says you can't do that. So Hamilton, 60 out, guides it into attack. It's a poor kick. Went straight to Moyle and Andrew, the 2 tallest players deep in defence for Gold Coast. And so they can exit defensive 50. Hamilton does gather the football on the wing, goes back to Fonte, keeps his head over it. He's well tackled, though. So we'll have a ball up there in front of what's a barren hill, usually packed for these Manuka Oval games, but the weather has been pretty ordinary all day.
Up it goes. Moyle wins it down here. Anderson had his path blocked there by Toby Green. The Giants win it away. Inside forward 50. Cabin in the contest with Andrew. Knocked away again by Stringer. Rebounding ball here from Ballard for the Suns. And now Rowell gets involved, but it comes all the way back to Ballard. Run down the Briggs tackle. Picked up by Hamilton. Off to Cornelio. Backs his way into Dan Rioli. And will ball it up here at left full forward for GWS, who trail by 7 points late in this third term. Up it goes. Brody Ulan, quick hand pass, Noble, dispossessed down there by Cornelio. Falls back to Clayton Oliver. Hurried ball toward the square. Might just have the carry. No. Forced through by Mac Andrew. And it is a 6-point ball game as we approach the final change. Adam Shirley on the boundary.
It's really noticeable now that he's back on the field, but on the bench particularly. Noah Anderson, renowned for his class, but as communicative and supportive verbally as any player on the bench for either side. It's been a constant throughout this game.
Skipper leading the way. Andrew's kick was excellent to find Lombard. Humphrey was in to help after he was tackled. Suns go deep into attack. Walter's out the back on his own and has taken the mark next to the behind post, Jed Walter. And he's got the chance, with time ticking down, to send the Suns out to a 2-goal break heading into the final term.
The Giants fans aren't happy. And there's a couple of really clear tackles. We've been paid holding the ball against them, and it's not here, so you can see why they're frustrated out there.
Jed Walter's been in really good form lately. 3 goals last week, 8 in his last 4 games. Runs around on his left and snaps it through. A big goal for the youngster, who has committed to the club now on a long-term deal. That's helped him find some of his best form. And he's put the Suns out to a critical 12-point break 35 minutes into this third term.
Yeah, once again, it was from a kick-in. So just that counter-attack there, just have the ability to get goal side quicker than the Giants defenders and their pressure. And he hasn't had a big day today, Walter, but you're right. I reckon the pressure's released off him when he signed that long contract, and he's really been able to hit the scoreboard big time over the last 3 or 4 weeks.
So after the Giants took the lead briefly midway through this third term, Gold Coast have steadied. They now lead by 12. They played 35 minutes in this third quarter.
They've had an answer every time, haven't they? The Suns, when the Giants break even with them or look like they're getting on top, they've been able to answer back.
Might be time for one more here Well, three-quarter time. Up it goes. Moyle pumps it down here. First hands to it, Toby Green, though. Hacked forward now by Noah Anderson, the opposing skipper. Lombard run down from behind by Fonte. Ball goes inside 50 here. Humphrey marks at centre-half forward. Now, he was off, I think the Giants players thought. Umpire resets him on the three-quarter time siren, and his only option here, Bailey Humphrey, is to go with a big barrel. I reckon.
It's either 50 metres, isn't it? Or it's holding it to tackle.
So the umpiring has left a bit to be desired today here at Manuka Oval in Canberra.
Been very polite there, Springer.
I'm not an umpire basher by nature, but there have been a few confusing situations, especially in umpire communication, which has not helped their cause.
We're allowed to criticise the players when they play poorly.
Bailey Humphrey kicks from 55 on its way and offline, and no further score, Your Honour. So 10-8-68 the Gold Coast Suns, and again there's some afters here as well.
Yeah, Toby Green just throwing his weight around.
Yeah, and Tuke Miller as well, getting a hold of the Giants skipper as the umpires come in to split them here as they make their way towards a three-quarter time huddle. The Suns ahead by 12 points. 10-8-68 plays the Giants 8-8-56. That third term around 36 minutes, by the way. And the Giants without Toby Bedford and Jaden Laverty, both off with earlier injuries.
This hasn't dissipated this melee. Tuke Miller went straight for Lockie Ash. Did not like something he heard, and now Will Powell's getting involved.
I'll keep an eye on that. The goals quickly. Tuke Miller has 3. A couple for Ben King. Singles to Walter, Powell, Lombard, Humphrey and Goulburn. Meanwhile, for the Giants, 2 goals each for Krajewski, Green and Cadman. Singles for Harvey Thomas and Callum Brown. We'll preview the next game up next in Perth, the Eagles and the Pies, very shortly on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
High kick was on top of the goal square. Cadman in there with Andrew. He was being held. Free kick Cadman. Free kick Giants. To put the Giants back in front with his second goal. The left footer comes in. He slots it. The Giants do go back ahead. Along to the pocket. King, second bite again, takes the grab. Here he is lining up for his second. And the Gold Coast Suns go back ahead. A couple for Ben King. Close, he can just thump it clear here for the Suns, but it's marked by Delana. In the pocket, 45 out, the little man. Goes closer to home now and spears that ball to the chest of Max Krajewski. Crosses the 50, kicks from about 42. That looks pretty good. It looks very good. Miller bursts through now for the Suns and fires on goal from 40.
Wow, that's a great finish.
Duke's got 3.
Jed Walter's been in really good form lately. 3 goals last week, 8 in his last 4 games. Runs around on his left and snaps it through.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Yeah, the Gold Coast Suns by 12 points here at Manuka. 10-8-68 plays 8-8-56 with an important final term still to come for both sides. A massive day of footy continues out west, which is where we find Clint Wilden for the West Coast Eagles and Collingwood. Clint.
Brett, I wish the weather was as good yesterday for you here in the west as it is today. Barely a cloud in the sky, about 17 degrees as West Coast prepare to take on Collingwood. For the Magpies, 1,200 games and 5 flags of experience are missing from last week's side. There's no Howe, no Lipinski, no DeGoey, no Pendlebury and no Perryman coming into the team. 58 games of experience. Howes gets his debut. Swadling, Sullivan, Hayes and Steele. That's the big news for the visitors, who will lock in a wildcard spot with a win this afternoon over the West Coast Eagles. Eagles will be desperate to be better than they were in front of goal last week. 9-19 in their loss to Richmond. 9-16 off the boot. A game they could have won. And they would also know, going back to that record-breaking Scott Pendlebury game at the MCG earlier this year, they were in that one as well. Collingwood winning that game by just 10 points. It would take a very one-eyed West Coast supporter to tip the Eagles, but they're certainly in with a chance against this Collingwood side that has made that many changes. Eagles looking for their 5th win of the year. The Magpies looking for their 12th. And as I said, locking in a spot in the finals. Looking forward to this one. Mitch Turner, Sharrod Wellingham, Jared Schofield and Bridget Lacey alongside me for the call. Spriggy?
Great stuff. Thank you, Clint. Yes, I was out west yesterday, and it was a bit like this, actually. It was cold and wet for the NRL game in Perth, but here we are in Canberra where it's very similar. Eagles Pies coming up next at Perth Stadium, and indeed the AFLW season opener, St Kilda v Carlton, part of the massive Spuds game doubleheader at Docklands with the men's game later on. You can hear that on the ABC Listen app via AFL Extra. Quarter to go here at Manuka. Your experts are Ryan O'Keefe and Matt Primus.
Well, the Giants have sort of had, you'd say, if you took the scoreboard out of it, they've been on top and they've been, getting the ball in there and looking dangerous, but it's just like they're just trying to bash their way through it. And then the Suns go down there and they just look so clean and got a little bit more class about them, particularly with a bit of extra speed, but their foot skills seem to be able to finish the work. So this is going to be interesting. Obviously, I'd say in the huddle there, King is basically saying, this is our season under the line, what are you going to give? And they're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at this.
Absolutely, and because the game opened up, it was 5 goals apiece the third quarter when it was pretty low scoring in the first half. And on the flip side, I saw Dimmer just grab his 4 leaders and have not a stern talk, just a good talk to them about, hey, we've been in a rut for 10 weeks. Here's an opportunity. You've done really good stuff for 3 quarters. Here's an opportunity for you to lead our guys to a win and give them a bit of reward for what's been pretty good effort today.
The numbers here, by the way. So Matt Rowell, 29 disposals. He's had 16 contested, 11 ground ball gets, 11 tackles in these conditions as well. Was always handy.
How many clearances?
9 inside 50s. Clearances, 12.
Yeah, if the Giants want to win, they've got to put some time into him, which isn't how they go. But they need to stop him winning that ball. Otherwise, they're going to lose the territory battle.
But you can see the Giants' injuries, that their midfield crew's decimated.
Yep.
Like, they're just not good enough in there. And the Suns, we always knew that their midfield is probably the strength of their game, and they've been well on top. But yeah, they're going to have to stop Rao, because he's the one that's the driving force for their centre clearance.
Now a couple of men to the Giants. No Laverty, no Bedford. Both out with earlier injuries. So in the final turn we go. Can Kingsley's man respond? Up goes Madden against Moyle. Petrarca, wrapped up by his former teammate Oliver. But Rao sends it forward of halfway. Race on foot here towards half forward. Closey out after it. Good pressure comes from O'Halloran. Mopped up though by Hamilton of the Giants. Sends them deep inside forward 50. No one's back there apart from Powell in those red Gold Coast sleeves. Very striking red jumper, of course, the Gold Coast. They lead by 12 points start of the final turn.
Again, that's a forward entry. Those poor forward entry by the Giants. They've got to be better than that.
Powell up to the wing. Taylor just edges Walter out of the contest. Bouncing ball over the boundary line. Out of side. We'll have a throw in. So Rao with 12 clearances. GWS have only had 31 as a team.
And Dimmers is starting off King again. He's done this the last 3 weeks. He sits a long time in the last quarter, and then they bring him on fresh. So it'll be interesting to see how that operates again today.
Interesting. Jed Walter, the main target, opposed to Sam Taylor. Competed really hard today, Walter. Kicked an important goal in the 3/4 time siren. Anderson, well tackled by Cornelio. Oliver gathers it. Long ball to half forward. Good contest. Krzyzewski brought it to ground. Hamilton couldn't gather it cleanly. That allowed the Suns through Zeke Uland to emerge from half back. Good tackle, Delana, though.
Got to go
Putting
quick.
some pressure on.
Got to go quick.
Caught Zeke Uland holding the ball at half forward for the Giants. And just pumps it long. Cadman will fly, falls to the ground. Thomas is out the back. Can he soccer this towards goal? Gathers it, snaps, hits the post. They would have loved that early in the last. Read it well, Harvey Thomas. But his shot careered into the padding. Suns leading by 11 points, 2 minutes into the final term.
So the Suns pump it down the line here. The kick from Closey. Madden in the contest with Moyle. Lombard taps it over his shoulder. Himmelberg there first. Wrapped up down there by Reed. And going to change gates for a throw in. The Giants playing for their season. They lost 2 of their past 3. Of course, the Suns have lost 10 in a row. But tosses it back in. Down for Toby Green. Got clear of Rao. Tumbled left will kick inside 50. Lost by Bodie Ulan. Picked up by Stringer. Off here now again for Grzyzewski into the contest. In the path of Cadman, who couldn't quite get there as he slides over the behind line. So it's the Gold Coast Suns by 10. we've played 3 minutes in this final term.
Well done, Delana again. Great forward pressure. Spoiled that exiting kick from defensive 50 by Powell. And then backs up his work with a tackle on Mac Andrew.
So it looks like Toby Green's gone to Matt Rowell now as a tag.
Yeah, well, they had to do something. Yeah. Otherwise, they weren't going to be able to win this game if they didn't take his influence out.
Standing him at this ball up, just outside attacking 50 for the Giants, and Green does well to gather the football. Now Madden, O'Halloran and Oliver, they eventually gather it cleanly. Oliver to Coniglio, found some space on his left. Stephen Coniglio, wonderful goal! There is life in these old legs yet. Stephen Coniglio just hustled away from a couple of Suns, and he continues his goal-kicking form and critically brings the Suns' margin back to 4 points with a wonderful finish from 40 out.
But that'll go back to, say, Toby Green on that matchup. It's a really good matchup because Toby's super strong and really good about to hold his feet, and he's won the last 3 clearances, Toby. So, and that's come off the back of that. It's a twofold effect because it's Rowell's such a driving force when you see he's got 12, 13 clearances himself. You take that away from him, they've got to bank on the other mids, and then Toby's been winning it himself. So I think that's a really critical matchup that could be the turning point of the game.
Absolutely, and they won the centre bounce. They're trying to hold 6 forwards from stoppages. They're trying to make it a one-on-one battle. They're trying to get some things in their favour, and now they've got the scoreboard going their way.
Suns by 4. They start back in the middle. Moyle rises against Madden. Rowell paddles it towards his captain Anderson. I think he got one flush in the chops there as well. That kick from Anderson into his teammate Rowell. Socket forward now by Angwin for the Giants. Overrun there by Hamilton. Likewise O'Halloran, his teammate. Slap forward here for Dan Rioli, the Suns. Now Anderson's kick was smothered. Tries again though. Petrarca on this wet footy. Brought to ground by Iden on the Logo Western side. It jars free somehow. O'Halloran sockers towards half forward. Brzezinski paddles it back here towards O'Halloran. Picked up by Himmelberg. Pumps the Giants back inside 50. It was dropped by Stringer. Hamilton's there for the Giants now. Mops up. Hand pass Brzezinski. Evades Brody Ewell. Ball comes free. And no, he didn't evade him. It was run down holding the ball. So great tackle from Brody Ewell. They need more of those pressure acts, don't they, Matty? Because the Suns would feel now, losing is so habitual, they start thinking, oh no, can we actually win a game? It's going to actually happen.
Absolutely, and they're trying to go one-on-one ahead of the ball to pressure the Suns defenders and put the scoreboard pressure on them.
The mental factor is huge for Damien Hardwick's side. Brody Ewell kicks up to the wing, punched away from the contest by Himmelberg. Lombard tracks it back. He's at right half-back though. Good chase by Harvey Thomas. Has Ewell in support. That's Bodie. Again, Taylor knocks it forward. Coniglio, who kicked the last goal, just sees it over the boundary line in front of the Suns bench. What a big goal that was from Stephen Coniglio. A wonderful finish. He's injected some life into the ground here in the nation's capital. Giants fans full of voice now. Suns leading by just 4 points. Boundary thrown on the wing. Here's Brett Spriggs. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Madden palms it down here. Anderson first hands to it though for the Gold Coast Suns. Hurried ball floats towards half forward, but Fonte does well. Intercepts here for the Giants at centre half back. Now called to play on. Fonte will switch to the outer side, looking to find Alana. Zeke Ewell got in his way. Zeke Ewell goes here and is brought down by Himmelberg on the outer side.
That's a danger. I know you want to be attacked. That's a dangerous switch to a one-on-one in the wet. Like you're better off sort of coming back down the line where your numbers were.
7 minutes played, final term. Gold Coast leads by 4 points here in Canberra. Toby Green have a nudge there on Powell. Petrarca pumps it clear here now for the Suns. Will come back though. It will be the free kick on Powell.
A rough conduct there from Toby. A little bit too aggressive in the tackle on Powell. But he's certainly helping the Giants around the ball as Matt Primus and Ryan O'Keefe have forecast here on ABC Sport. Good move by Adam Kingsley.
The thing is, they've taken Rowell off for a spell. They need to rest Toby because Rowell will come back on fresh and then Toby might be looking for a spell just to break that tag.
Like the pit stops in Formula One, you've got to time them right. Here's Walter in the forward pocket. Now Rogers, big chance the Suns. Intercepted by Harvey Thomas, who can clear the area. Off the chest of Ballard. Toby Green is there, well tackled by Powell. They've been going at each other for the last 5 minutes. So the Suns lead by 4 points. 7.5 gone in the final term.
Up it goes. Palmed down by Madden. Anderson's there in the contest with Oliver. We'll come back here for a free kick for a hold. We'll go the way of the Gold Coast skipper, Noah Anderson.
Petrarca deep.
150 games next week in the Q clash for Noah Anderson. He goes deep inside 50 here and it's come off hands and over for a behind. So Gold Coast leads by 5 points, 10-9, plays 9-10. We've played 8 minutes in this final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport in drizzly Canberra conditions.
And the hard work with Toby Green is they've only got 2 on the bench, the Giants, and a ruckman. So the ability to run out the game is going to be a real question mark for them.
Here's Lockie Ash. He loves to put the ball under his arm and run. Does that from the defensive goal square. Gathered by Cadman at halfback. His handball missed the target of Oliver. Miller's there. Found Petrarca. Now Zeke Eulens. He can send the Suns back deep inside 50. Taylor missed the spoil. Humphrey leads the chase. Gets boot to ball. Did he connect cleanly? Farah's arms are up celebrating. The goal is paid. Well done, Bailey Humphrey. Under immense pressure from Lockie Ash. This may be reviewed, but the goal's been paid to Humphrey. And as it stands, the Suns back out to an 11-point lead. Humphrey with his second.
I think it fell out in the tackle and then come off his lower leg that rolled through, I think. We watched the replay here. Thought it was a great effort from Ash.
Oh,
man, I've come off there.
Yeah, there he goes.
That's not a goal.
Before it crosses the line,
That's not a goal.
It can't be a goal for Humphrey.
Just watch after it hits the turf. Here.
No.
Little heel.
It's off his groin.
It's off his groin.
There. Oh.
No, you cannot pay that.
No.
You cannot pay that.
I reckon that's what they'll be looking at.
How's that not holding the ball to start with?
He just got a little touch with the heel before it crossed the line.
Was it off his backside or the heel?
It comes off his backside as he's sort of sliding in. It sort of grazes his backside too. That can't be a goal.
No way.
It still touches though. Off the back of the heel.
Touching the back of his leg.
Nah.
Oh, big call.
Oh.
This is what the arc is for, because this is a really tight one.
Yeah, they'll go umpire's call.
Which is a goal.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
I think the umpire might have paid it for what he thought was a kick.
Before
about
that,
5 metres
where he
behind.
missed the foot totally.
I think there's enough reason to say that Humphrey got purchase on that.
No way. That is no goal.
Suns by 11 points. They're setting up here for a centre ball up, so the goal will stand. 11-9 plays 9-10. Could this be a decisive moment in this game?
That is ridiculous.
If it goes. Ralston wins the clearance here for the Giants towards half forward. Strong. Intercept grab taken by Ewell. Gives away the free kick on Jake Stringer. So opportunity here now for the Giants and Jake Stringer to get one back.
All game they have been able to answer back, haven't they? The Suns get a goal in front and then the Giants answer back. Wouldn't put it beyond Stringer here with a nice new ball after the three-quarter time.
They've never looked the most likely team in this contest. The Giants have always been a little bit behind, even with the more inside 50s and wasting opportunities. Jake Stringer will go long from 55. Looks pretty straight, looks pretty long. That package delivers. Giants back within 5.
What a goal. That is an absolute clutch goal.
So Jake Stringer on the board, and the Giants trail the Suns by 5 points. 12 gone, final term. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Matthew Primus, Ryan O'Keefe.
And a centre bounce win. Very few and far between, but they win one. They've got a talented enough forward line, and one-on-one they're going to be more options to kick goals against the Suns defenders. So can they get another centre bounce win here and give these dangerous forwards another look?
No doubt about that free kick. Clear push from Noble. So Jake Stringer up to 41 goals for the season. His career best is 56 back in 2015. But after that, it's 42 on 2 occasions.
How many games has he played this year?
This is his 21st.
That's a good return, isn't it?
Yeah, he's having a really good campaign, Jake Stringer. Bouncing ball towards centre half forward for the Giants, trailing by 5 points. We get a thriller here in Canberra. Well done, Bailey Humphrey. He's been really good up forward. Emerges from that contest. Sends the Suns back deep into attack. Taylor couldn't gather it. Rogers tries to bounce clear. The handball away. Umpire says play on. Here's Jeffrey. Back to Humphrey. He's in everything at the moment. Out to Rogers. That's a really good mark. I don't think it went 15. I think it went about 8.
At best.
But the umpire's paid it. Oof. Rogers has been quiet so far. Just his 7th touch coming up. Drives it into the pocket. Iden's there and he takes the mark. Actually went to spoil Connor Iden. The ball sat up and he was able to grab it on the 2nd attempt. So he'll relieve a bit of trouble here for GWS from the right back pocket. They trail by 5 points. 13 minutes gone in this final term. Can the Suns snap their losing streak? Can the Giants stay alive in the wildcard race? Here's Anderson. Throws it on the boot. High ball to centre half forward. Briggs cuts across. And it's punched clean towards the boundary line for a throw-in. At left half forward for the Suns, Damien Hardwick. With that look of hope now on his face. You've been there, Matty Primus. You know what it's like.
It's better than his other looks.
It's not much you can do. It's up to the players now. This last quarter comes the grit, determination.
Can't see King is chewing his jaw off either with the gum. Briggs pumps it down here. Miller volleys it out of the air inside 50 now for the Gold Coast Suns. Himmelberg sends this toward the boundary line and it's going to be a throw-in. A stoppage inside 50 now for the Gold Coast, who lead by 5 points here. Midway stage of this final term in the nation's capital. And they get one more. Some breathing space. Tumbled back in. Came off Moyle. Down for Toby Green. Met front on. And a vicious tackle down there by Ben Long. Comes free here now for Fonte. Run down. Thomas. Slick hands here to Iden. Intercepted by Ben Long, though. Goes to ground. Wrapped up down there by a bunch of
How is that
players.
not holding the ball? You don't argue and then you get tackled.
It's been appalling, the umpire. And then they took their knees out as well. It's a raffle out there.
Suns by 5. Now a free kick will go the Giants' way for a hold. Kieran Briggs.
Every decision at the moment has a whole lot of weight attached to it. That's an interesting decision by Briggs to handball forward from his own defensive 50 to Thomas, but he was in space. He sends it out to the wing, punched away from O'Halloran by his opposing 33 in Closey. Giants have it in the middle of the ground. The kick intended for Ralston was picked off by Rao. His 32nd disposal coming up. Handball to Miller, who's kicked 3 goals. Ben King's back on the ground now. Couldn't take the mark. Taylor wins the contest opposed to him. And then Taylor is wrapped up by Goulburn. Ball up, right forward pocket.
Like, in the middle, get it deep. You're trying to win the game.
Gold Coast by 5. Tapped away by Briggs. On to now Hamilton, brought down by Noble over the boundary line for a throw-in.
It's just poor, like for someone who's a really good ball user, just to be too cute in these conditions, kick it to touch, like kick it into the pocket, get a forward stoppage.
Every decision matters here at Manuka in the context of these two teams' seasons. Back in it comes. Briggs in the contest. Humphrey gets free of the Thomas tackle. Lombard keeps it moving. Toby Green brought down by Rowell. Umpire will ball it up at right half forward for the Gold Coast Suns, who lead by 5 points.
That is Matt Rowell's 14th tackle. Incredible effort to go with his 32 disposals. The Giants win the ball from that ball up.
It's a good mark.
End up forward. That's a really good defensive mark by Charlie Ballard, who's been out of the team for long periods of time this season. It's an important grab opposed to Cadman. Suns up by 5 points. Ballard goes short to Noble at centre half back. Just got to find a way to get over the line here, the Suns, but the Giants are throwing everything at him with their season at stake. Noble's kick to half forward. It's the hands of Himmelberg. Rao gathers it, spun 360 in the tackle. Umpire gave him a lot of time. Got the handball free. Tight call. And we'll have a boundary throw in just forward of centre for Gold Coast.
Again, trying to break the tackle, take it on, and the defensive, like, to be fair, the Giants have done some really good defensive tackles, have not been rewarded for it, and the Suns have got goals or scores off it.
Well, if that's a handball from Rao, then it's a lasso, isn't it? Or is it? Oh, no, it's
That's what they're deciding now, having a chat off this.
Off the Giants' shin, so Suns ball.
So be with John Noble just forward of the wing here At half forward for the Gold Coast Suns. They lead by 5 points. Noble pumps them long inside 50. Big lead from Walter. Couldn't finish it off. King on the crumbs. She has it with Humphrey. Turns blind. Snaps from 30 out. Humphrey curls it around. Not quite enough. It's a minor score. Gold Coast lead by a kick.
Best game I've seen, Humphrey. Yeah, he looks energised and
clean.
Yeah, and clean.
Sit from Jed Walter. Just not quite the finish on that potential Mark of the Year contender. Gold Coast by 6. 18 gone final term.
That's not 15 from Whitfield to Idens. So Idens under pressure. Deep in defence, the Giants. Whitfield has to spin away and send it out the other side. He's got Taylor on his own, though. And Humphrey, 18 touches, 2 goals, 2. Has been really good. Taylor to Himmelberg, just dribbles it up the ground. It's a silly kick because if it goes over, it's a lasso to Gold Coast, and that's exactly what's the result.
Just kick it long over the top to space. Like, that's two players are usually good ball users. Made terrible decisions for the Giants.
Rain fade from Himmelberg. Noble with the free kick. Suns back into attack, up by a goal. Giants defenders fall to ground. Halloran's there, though. Went back to Whitfield. Iden tries to slap it forward. Cornelio pokes it forward. Noble can gather, though. Flicked it away from the contest, but straight to Grzyewski. He kicks it over the back. Toby Green's there. Kept it out in front of himself. Handball over the shoulder looking for Thomas. Went to Bodie Eulens. And Thomas wrapped him up, but caught him high. So Eulens. That's Bodie with a free kick in defensive 50 for the Suns, who lead by 6 points. 19 minutes gone in this final term.
Euland must have called for it and Toby's given it to. I don't know what that handball is either. There's some poor decision making from the Giants. That's what's costing in this game, is just decision making by experienced players.
Henrioli on 3 flags. Here he is as a Gold Coast Sun from right half back. Contest on the wing. Down for Rowell. Touch of the Whitfield tackle. Ball jars free now for Lombard. Got it back here. Picked up by Whitfield. The Giants on the overlap now. O'Halloran back towards half forward. Outnumbered down there. The Giants in attack. It's spoiled away by Bodie Euland. At the drop, Rowell breaks their O'Halloran tackle. Tumbles it back down the line here now for the Gold Coast Suns. Fonte under pressure at half back with Jai Farah. It comes to Ben King. He straightens up and goes for home. It goes right across the face. Angwin sees it bounce out of bounds for a throw-in. So a forward 50 stoppage now for the Gold Coast Suns, who lead by 6 points with about to hit time on at the 20-minute mark of this final term. Adam Shirley on the boundary.
Yeah, quickly, benches are a study in contrast. The Suns animated, every player up, instructing, encouraging. The Giants, eerie silence and nervousness.
Not sure why Ben King didn't have a shot there. And an open goal square. Balana clears the area. Can the Giants mount an attack? Trailing by 6 points.
They just can't get any territory, the Giants. They, as we said, decisions going inside 50, but they can't get spending any time down there and spending a lot of petrol tickets defending.
Well, they need to have 6 ahead of the ball so then they can be confident kicking it long.
Matt Primus and Ryan O'Keefe, your experts on ABC Sport. Another tap down from Moyle to Rao with another clearance to half forward. Rogers tackled by Iden. So Matt Rao, 36 touches, 20 contested, 15 clearances and 14 tackles.
Some game.
Remarkable game from the Brownlow medalist.
Another one.
And now Anderson just throws it on the boot off the hands of King and Taylor. And a crucial behind to Gold Coast. That makes it 7 points. Yes, there's still 8 minutes to go, but scores are hard to come by.
Well, what's happened? Toby's had to go forward for a spell. Rao's come in, as we said, has broken the tag, and now Rao's got off the chain again.
So Gold Coast by 7. Here is Lockie Ash, wearing number 7, goes beyond defensive 50. Contest formed from the outer side, through hands, mopped up though by Closey. Off to Touk Miller, back to Noble, shows some speed there ahead of O'Halloran. Noble sends it back towards half forward, leading up and marking Lombard. He's paid the grab, 55 from goal. Lays off the hand pass. Noble kept going, and he goes long inside forward, 50. Reid held by Thomas, no call, yes. Umpire says he was held. A costly free kick this for GWS as Ethan Reid prepares to take a set shot from 25 out in the right forward pocket.
Just his height worried them then, but I'm not sure it was there, but kick over the back, he had his man beat.
Yeah, it just seems that the Giants just feel like everything's going against them today.
Yeah, it was probably a free kick there. Soft in the conditions, but the letter of the law.
So the Suns lead by 7. The margin's not gone beyond 16 points all day in wet, dreary conditions here in Canberra. This to make it 13 points. Reid straightens up with a set shot, misses. Sends it across the face. So minor score, 11-12-78. The Giants are still 10-10-70. We've played 22 minutes in this final term.
Suns by 8. Giants need to get something going. And desperately, Toby Green wanted the mark at half-back. And he's caught holding the ball against Tick Miller. Well, he thought he'd taken the grab. Umpire said no. Miller wrapped him up. His arms were free to dispose of it. Chose not to. Holding the ball paid. Miller goes short to Reed.
Yeah, take his 30 seconds here. Say he's having a shot, even if he's not. Kill the clock a bit.
23 minutes gone. Why wouldn't you chew up some time? They'll do everything, the Gold Coast Suns, to break this losing streak. They're in a great position now. It's spanned 10 games. Ethan Reed from 55 will just spot it up to the top of the square. Briggs is there off hands and through for another behind. The margin is now out to 9 points. 11-13-79 Gold Coast. The Giants 10-10-70. Still time for GWS to save their season, but they've got to get going fast.
They need 2 goals in a relative hurry. Whitfield buys some space in the right back pocket. In fact, he'll use the corridor. Short chip pass to Harry Ralston. Lays off the hand pass to Clayton Oliver. Spiralling ball down the outer side. Spilled out there by Toby Green. Overrun by Cadman. Tries again, Cadman on the right foot. Goes inside 50, and that's why he's a left footer. It's out of bounds on the full. Gold Coast ball at left half back. The Suns have only won once of their 4 appearances here in Canberra. The last time they won was 2013. Cully Dixon kicked 6 goals. Gary Albert had 32 and 3. Long time ago, and of course 86 days ago was their last win this season.
Ballard with the free kick up to the wing. That's bounced once and they've gone over the boundary line. Didn't touch anyone, so it's a free kick to the Giants. Briggs will take it. Cadman with a big leap, and Andrew just sat back. Thought he'd taken the mark, not paid. A similar decision going the other way now after what happened to Toby Green on the other side of the ground.
So how's that not holding the ball? I don't get it. It's exactly the same.
Instead, we'll have a ball up. Right forward pocket for GWS, who need to make something happen here with time ticking down. 25 minutes gone in the last. Suns up by 9. Stringer is tackled, and we'll have another stoppage.
Giants need that next goal. Non-negotiable, you'd think. 25 gone, final term. Up it goes again. Briggs palms it down there. Stringer can't control the footy up against the boundary line, and it will be thrown back in.
It's a critical stoppage, this. Not much time left. The Giants really need to get one back here.
Rain keeps falling in this chilly Canberra afternoon. I'll take you off to West Coast v Collingwood next. Most listeners, NRL listeners, are getting the Dragons Sharks game. Down it comes here now for Brown, wrapped up, and we'll ball it up inside 50 for GWS.
Briggs slaps it away from the contest. Will someone get clean possession for the Giants? Anderson with a good tackle, and the Suns emerge with it. Jeffrey chips it over the top. He's got Long on his own. That's a handy bit of possession. And now Rao. Possession number 37 coming in for the little champion. He's been outstanding. Led with aplomb. Now sends Gold Coast up to half forward. Their losing streak is broken. A large part of it will be down to Matt Rao. An incredible individual effort.
And really smart then. Didn't play on no one in the mark. Just wasted another 10 seconds. And the Giants are trying to get numbers behind the ball, but you've got to try and equalise it.
Exactly. You've got to put pressure on the ball, win it at the source. You're not going to win it by trying to rebound out of your back 50 knees.
Suns lead by 9 here at Manuka. Back it comes. Humphrey. The tackle of Delana fires a hand pass clean back to Rowell, and now Rioli off a step high inside forward 50 for the Gold Coast Suns. Ben King's at the back waiting for it. Iden makes the contest, and now Taylor sees it out of bounds. I think, no, in fact, King and try to drag him back in, but it will be either a ball up or a throw in. In fact, it's going to be balled up right on that boundary line in the left forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns. 9 points their lead. Down it comes now, extracted by Humphrey. Arm was pinned by Briggs. Umpire says holding the ball. Giants free kick in the right back pocket.
Oliver's under pressure. Goes short to Ash. Humphrey with a good tackle on him. They've turned it over. Petrarca to seal it. Dropping back on the goal line, though, was Fonte. Smart play. Saved the game potentially for the Giants, but they've got to get moving the other way. Rouston's kick up to the wing. Good defence by Ballard to get in front of Cadman. Rouston, though, is at the source of the ball. Was able to win it back, and then a tackle by Cadman on Ballard. The Suns will be happy with that. They just caused a stoppage on the wing as the Giants were looking to bounce away.
Their ball use and decision making is terrible. Even wide play on in the back pocket, put yourself under pressure.
28 gone, fourth quarter. Oliver had one arm pinned, kicks toward the boundary line in front of interchange gates. It's going to be a Gold Coast Suns ball. News elsewhere quickly. Major relief for Jason Horne-Francis in Port Adelaide. Scans have cleared him of a serious knee injury, according to Josh Gabelich. Only bone bruising. Remains a chance to play against Melbourne next Saturday. So good news for Port fans and Jason Horne-Francis. Suns go inside 50, and it's run out of bounds by Leo Lombard.
Yeah, they've got to roll the dice now. They have to play on quick, which might get them a score against, but it's the only way for them to get going. They can't let the ball living down here.
No, and equalise ahead of the ball. I can't let Mac Andrews be a +1. Equalise, kick long.
They've only kicked 10 goals for the game. They've got to kick 2 in 3 minutes, GWS, to save their season. Thomas with a tackle on Reed. Another ball up inside 50 for the Suns. So it looks like being the most disappointing season of the Adam Kingsley era. Decimated by injuries. They've struggled to find any form of consistency. Now the Suns might end their losing streak against them. Kick forward by Anderson into the pocket. And we'll have another boundary throw in deep in attack for Gold Coast, which suits them down to the ground, up by 9 points. 29 minutes into this final term.
Sorry, boy, Rowell, another clearance then.
16 clearances, 39 disposals in the wet for Matt Rowell, the reigning Brownlow medalist. Back in it comes. Briggs slaps it away here for the Giants. Anderson wrapped up by Oliver. And the umpire will ball it up at left half back for GWS. They have to get going now. About to hit the half-hour mark here. They trail by 9. Both coaches look so tense. Damien Hardwick, of course, having tasted 10 straight defeats. Toby Green's quick kick down the wing. There's a free kick here going the Gold Coast Suns' way. I think Powell was held by Riley Hamilton. So Gold Coast keep a 9-point lead and possession as well.
And Powell will be happy to just kick this into the pocket. Take away any form of danger. Big leap by Walter. And he sends that over the boundary line.
That's a smart football. Like, just put it out. We don't need to keep it in play. Let's keep it. We'll lock it down. Put a much better stoppage team. Let's just bring it, have forward stoppages.
They can just about touch it now, Gold Coast. A rare win after 3 months of pain. Oliver can't clear the area. Here's Iden, wrapped up well by Rowell and Anderson. Tackle number 16 for Matt Rowell. He's taken it upon himself to say enough of this losing nonsense. It's time for a win, and it feels like it's coming, unless the Giants can engineer something quickly. Ash comes away from half-back. That's an important mark, though, by Bodie Uland in front of Stringer at centre half-back. He'll chip it around to Noble, and it's getting closer now.
They can feel it, these Gold Coast players. Noble to Miller in the 31st minute here at Manuka. All the urgency out of the contest gone. Rioli in front of the old scoreboard, called to play on. Kicks high and long down the eastern wing of Manuka Oval. Down it comes in a contest, over for a throw-in. Front of the sparse crowd of 5,814. So it holds double that. I don't blame the fans for staying at home, but it is nicer when this place has a few more bodies in it. Alas, this will be a consequential loss for GWS. It means season over in Adam Kingsley's 4th year in charge, with consolation games to come against the West Coast Eagles and Adelaide. Gold Coast keeps a 9-point lead here. Toby Green away from the contest. Kicks towards half forward. Hamilton goes up. Cadman had over at that time in the contest with Ballard, and now 55 from the Giants' goal. The umpire says, give it to me.
It's been a dark day in Canberra, but the sun is set to shine once more for Gold Coast. Toby Green puts his head over it. It's at centre half forward for the Giants. But in these conditions, they cannot get any clean possession. Anderson again locks it in. So 32 and a half minutes gone. Gold Coast leading by 9 points. The Giants need 2 goals in under a minute. Anderson slow to get to his feet. Along with Rowell, he's been a warrior all day. Moyle to Rowell. Fittingly, he chalks up possession number 40 with the siren about to sound. Here's Taylor, gathers it on the wing. Long ball forward for the Giants.
At half forward, McKenna in defence. It's marked though by Brown. The Giants have some sort of chance left in these dying seconds. Brown goes long from 55. He can do that. And it's going to miss near side through for a minus score. I think they're deciding whether it went which side of the post. Naturally, of course, they'll review this because that's very important in these dying minutes. By the way, no late changes for the Eagles or the Pies at Perth Stadium, so we'll take you there very, very soon once they mercifully let us finish this game with 22 seconds left.
It's the story of the Giants game, that entry. The entries are just being there. You can just tell, they're missing a lot of class in their personnel, and it just shows in their skill level. And it's a little bit their game style. I've sort of said I think they need to change the way they play. They sort of overuse and rush with the handball, and I just don't think they have the class and skill, and teams are just too good at pressuring it now.
Baldy Eildon will step out of his defensive goal square and just send it long up the wing. Moyle's been brilliant in the ruck. That's a huge contribution just to spike it over the boundary line. And they get around him because they know that siren is not too far away. He's toiled superbly, Ned Moyle. That's where they've won it today, Gold Coast, in the clinches. He palms that one down to Toby Green. Spiralling ball into attack. Eildon out to meet it. Delana will snap for his first goal in AFL football and kick it. A great moment for the youngster, but it matters little overall. Gold Coast hang on for a 2-point win, and a win that will taste sweeter than most after 10 losses in a row. The barren run for Damien Hardwick's side is over.
We're off very soon, so the goal kickers here for the Gold Coast Suns. 3 for Miller, 2 for King and Humphrey. Singles for Walter, Powell, Lombard and Goulburn. Meanwhile, for the Giants, with Joey Delana joining the list of goal kickers there late in the game. Grajewski, Green and Cabin each with 2. Thomas, Stringer, Cornelio, Brown and Delana with his first goal on the full-time siren. The Gold Coast Suns lead, they win by 2 points for the first time in 86 days. So, first time since round 10, the sun shines again for Damien Hardwick's men. Give us your thoughts, Ryan O'Keefe and Matthew Primus.
I just think the Suns were cleaner. They would have used the ball a lot better and looked a lot more dangerous up forward. I just think, the Giants, their decision making, I don't know whether it's their game style when they get the ball, but a few of their senior players trying to be too cute with it when we know what the conditions are, let's get in. And when they did get in, it was sort of just bombed in there, and so I know, look, we can't keep giving this excuse that they're missing a lot of players, but it's just, they just lack class, and they just lack it'd be super frustrating as a key forward there. What I did think was Toby Green's second half was really, really strong. In that last quarter, he really tried to drag him over the line, but unfortunately, the Suns dominated the stoppages.
In the end, Matt Rowell, 40 disposals. He had 28 and 12, 17 clearances, 16 tackles, 10 inside 50s, 7 score involvements for the Brownlow medalist.
Oh, it's fair games, isn't it? 3, 2 and 1.
Okay, we may as well. We've got 60 seconds to go. So here's your 3. Who we?
I thought Tuke Miller, influence on the game, probably 2. 1.
I thought maybe Toby Green, to be honest. He fought well. He had a few coons, kicked 2 goals. He sort of tried to drag his team over the line.
So that means, as I said, the Giants' season They can't dream from here of contending for that wildcard spot with those 2 games to go against West Coast and then Adelaide away in round 24. The Gold Coast Suns win by 2 points here at Manuka. They taste victory for the first time in 11 weeks. First time since round 10 in Darwin, 86 days ago. And this will taste sweet for the Gold Coast Suns, who have the Q Clash 33 next week at the Gabba, which will be huge, no doubt, in southeast Queensland. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Matt. Thanks to Daniel Garb, to Adam Shirley. Get some reaction to the winners shortly as well. Thanks to Baldy, our tech, and to Aaron Bryans in the studio. AFL coming up at Perth Stadium, West Coast v Collingwood. Otherwise, NRL, those hearing the Dragons and the Sharks on News Radio says farewell.